Welcome to another video on stories of our history. Today, we embark on a journey to the year 525 BC, to a narrow strip of land where the easternmost branch of the Nile Delta kisses the edge of the Sinai Desert, a place the Greeks called Pelusium, the Egyptians knew as Senu, and the Bible remembered as Sin, the strength of Egypt. It was here, on a spring morning lost to time but etched into the annals of human conflict, that the army of the Persian king Cambyses II collided with the forces of Pharaoh Psamtik III, the last native ruler of the 26th dynasty, and in a single day of unimaginable carnage rewrote the political map of the ancient world. To comprehend the magnitude of this clash, one must first fix the geography in the mind's eye. Pelusium sat approximately 30 kilometers southeast of modern Port Said, at the mouth of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, long since silted up, but in the 6th century BC a bustling fortress city guarding the Horus Road, the traditional invasion corridor between Africa and Asia. The terrain was unforgiving, a mosaic of brackish lagoons, salt marshes, drifting dunes, and hardened sabkha flats that could swallow a chariot wheel, yet it remained the only viable gateway for a large army seeking to penetrate Egypt from the Levant. The defenders knew this. For 3 millennia, Egypt had repelled Hyksos, Assyrians, and Babylonians from this very bottleneck, refining a defensive system of mud brick watchtowers, canals, and garrison strongpoints that made Pelusium synonymous with impenetrability. But Cambyses II, son of Cyrus the Great, was not a conventional invader. He had inherited an empire that already stretched from the Hindu Kush to the shores of the Aegean, and his father's dying wish, recorded in the Babylonian Chronicle and echoed by the Greek historian Herodotus, was that the land of the river be added to the Persian yoke. The pharaoh he faced, Psamtik III, had been on the throne for a mere 6 months, having succeeded his father Amasis in late 526 BC, and his reign was already cracking under the weight of internal dissent, defections, and the ominous portents recorded by Egyptian priests. The statue of Ptah at Memphis wept real tears. A calf was born with the head of a ram, and the Nile, lifeblood of the kingdom, rose to a meager 12 cubits that year, foretelling famine. The stage was set for a collision of empires. What unfolded over the next weeks was not just a battle but a masterclass in psychological warfare, a logistical miracle that turned a waterless desert into a supply line, and a political earthquake that reduced a 3,000-year-old civilization to a satrapy. In this documentary, we will walk every step of that march, from the mustering grounds in Phoenicia to the blood-soaked sands of Pelusium, from the gilded halls of Memphis to the trader's tent of Phanes of Halicarnassus, and we will unravel the after-effects that saw a pharaoh drink bull's blood, a Persian king go mad in the desert, and 50,000 soldiers vanish into the great sand sea. This is the story of the fall of the pharaohs, told with every date, every name, every coordinate, and every whisper of the ancient sources. To understand why Egypt in 525 BC was ripe for conquest, we must rewind the clock to the twilight of the 26th dynasty, a period of remarkable cultural renaissance but chronic strategic vulnerability. Psamtik I, the founder of the dynasty, had clawed Egypt back from Assyrian domination in 664 BC, but his successors ruled in the shadow of empires. The pharaoh Amasis, Psamtik III's father, had occupied the throne for 44 years and transformed Egypt into a commercial powerhouse, forging alliances with the Greek city-states, welcoming Ionian and Carian mercenaries into the army, and founding the trading emporium of Naucratis on the Canopic branch of the Nile. Yet Amasis's foreign policy contained the seeds of his dynasty's destruction. He had repeatedly insulted the Persian court, most notoriously by sending Cyrus the Great a counterfeit daughter, a woman named Naitis, who, according to Herodotus, was the daughter of the deposed pharaoh Apries rather than his own flesh and blood, a diplomatic slight that Cambyses never forgot. More damagingly, Amasis had alienated key members of the Egyptian military elite, particularly the Machima, the native warrior class, by favoring Greek mercenaries and redistributing temple lands. This internal friction boiled over in the defection of a high-ranking Greek general named Phanes of Halicarnassus, who knew every detail of Egypt's defenses, the location of secret cisterns in the Sinai, and the political fault lines within the pharaoh's court. Phanes fled to Cambyses's camp, bringing not only his personal knowledge but his sons, while his 2 other children were later captured and ritually murdered by Egyptian loyalists. Their blood mixed into wine and drunk by the outraged Egyptian troops, an atrocity that, far from intimidating the Persians, cemented their resolve. Meanwhile, Cambyses meticulously prepared for invasion over a period of 2 years. He ordered his engineers to survey the entire Sinai coastal route, map the oases, and dispatched envoys to the king of the Arabs, a nomadic chieftain who controlled the wells and camel herds of the desert. This Arab potentate, whose name is not preserved but is described by Herodotus as ruling the region between the Gulf of Suez and the Gaza Strip, agreed to supply the Persian army with thousands of waterskins sewn from ox hides and transported by an endless caravan of camels, effectively creating a mobile water pipeline across the 150 kilometers of waterless wilderness. The logistical preparation was, by ancient standards, on a scale never before attempted. Cambyses amassed a fleet from the Phoenician cities of Sidon, Tyre, and Byblos, as well as the island of Cyprus, to sail parallel to the coast, while the land army, estimated by modern scholars at between 30,000 and 50,000 men, massed in the plains of Acre. The stage was set, the pieces were moving, and the world held its breath. The man who would become the first Persian pharaoh was a bundle of contradictions, a king raised in the shadow of a legend, driven by both filial piety and a volcanic temper. Cambyses II ascended the Achaemenid throne in 530 BC, after Cyrus the Great fell in battle against the Mesut Re on the steppes of Central Asia. His name, in Old Persian Cambogia, may be etymologically linked to the ancient Cambodia tribe of the Hindu Kush, hinting at the imperial reach of the dynasty, and his mother Cassandane, a Persian noblewoman, was said to have died of grief over the prolonged absence of Cyrus, a bitterness that Cambyses carried into his kingship. The new ruler wasted no time consolidating power. He executed potential rivals, secured the loyalty of the 7 noble clans that formed the backbone of the Persian army, and crucially, removed his brother Bardia, called Smerdes by the Greeks, from the line of succession, sending him back to Persia or, according to a darker tradition, having him secretly murdered before the Egyptian expedition. Yet the central obsession of his early reign was Egypt. The Achaemenids viewed the conquest of the Nile Valley not merely as an expansionist whim but as a cosmic imperative. The royal ideology, preserved in the trilingual inscription of Behistun, framed the king as the earthly agent of Ahura Mazda, charged with subduing the lands of lies and imposing order on the chaotic edges of the world. Egypt, with its ancient pretensions to divine kingship and its labyrinthine bureaucracy, represented the ultimate prize. Cambyses consulted the Magi, studied the dispatches of his spies, and personally supervised the construction of hundreds of pontoon boats designed to be dismantled and carried by mules, ready to bridge the numerous canals and Nile branches that crisscrossed the delta. By the spring of 525 BC, the die was cast. The Persian host departed from the coastal city of Akko, moving southwest in a column that stretched for 20 kilometers, the vanguard composed of crack immortals, 10,000 spearmen whose gilded apples and pomegranates on their spear butts glittered under the Levantine sun, followed by regiments of Median cavalry, Elamite archers, Scythian horse archers in pointed caps, Babylonian charioteers, and heavily armored Greek hoplite mercenaries who had transferred their contracts from the Pharaoh to the invader. The march was timed with precision to coincide with the seasonal Nile flood, which would facilitate navigation once the army reached the delta, but also to catch the Egyptians off guard before they could finish mobilizing their full levy. As the Persians trudged through the Sinai, their waterskins swelling with the Arabian king's camels' loads, they could already see the smoke signals rising from Egyptian watchtowers, the ancient early warning system that flashed the news of invasion all the way to Memphis. The Egyptian defense plan rested on a gamble that the Persian army would be broken by the desert before it reached the Pelusium line. Psamtik III, a young man probably in his mid-20s, with no experience in large-scale warfare, relied on the counsel of his generals, a cadre of native Egyptians and Greek mercenary commanders, among whom was the exiled Spartan king Dorius and a contingent of Carian marines. The total Egyptian force mustered at Pelusium is disputed, but estimates range from 30,000 to 50,000, composed of the Machimar warrior caste, armed with bronze-bladed khopesh swords and cowhide shields, Nubian archers with deadly accuracy, Libyan skirmishers, and the heavily armored Greek hoplites who formed the phalanx corps. The Egyptians fortified the narrow strip of dry land between the sea and the marshes, constructing a rampart of sand and palm logs, reinforced with chariots placed at the flanks. Psamtik III positioned himself in the center, beneath the gilded standard of the falcon god Horus, while the war barges of the Egyptian navy blocked the river approaches. The morale of the defenders, however, was sapped by an act of unspeakable cruelty that backfired disastrously. When news reached the Egyptian camp that Phanes of Halicarnassus, the traitor, was marching with the Persians, his 2 captured sons were dragged before the assembled army, their throats slit over a great bronze crater, the blood collected and mixed with wine and water, and each Egyptian and mercenary soldier was forced to drink from the mixture, a ritual oath of vengeance that, according to Herodotus, appalled the Greek contingents and sowed distrust between the native troops and their mercenary allies. This gruesome communion of hate did not unify the army, it splintered it, with many mercenaries, already unpaid and resentful, beginning to calculate the benefits of switching sides. Cambyses, alerted by his intelligence network, saw the opening and advanced his forces to within sight of the Egyptian ramparts, arraying his army on a broad front with the sea on his right, the marshes on his left, and the shimmering desert behind him. The sun rose on a day that would see the death of a civilization. The Battle of Pelusium stands as one of the most extraordinary examples of psychological warfare in military history, blending tactical genius with a deep understanding of the enemy's religious psyche. As the 2 armies faced each other across the narrow plain, Cambyses unleashed his secret weapon, a stratagem attributed by the Roman writer Polyaenus to the advice of Phanes, who knew the Egyptian veneration for certain animals above all else. The Persians had rounded up a vast menagerie of cats, sacred to the goddess Batet, ibises associated with Thoth, dogs linked to Anubis, and even the falcons of Horus, and these creatures were not simply carried into battle. They were tethered to the shields of the front ranks, thrust forward on the points of spears, and released in a wave of screeching, hissing, fluttering chaos directly ahead of the Persian infantry charge. The Egyptian archers, who would normally rain arrows upon an advancing foe, hesitated, to loose a shaft risked striking a sacred animal, an act of such profound impiety that it would condemn the archer's soul to eternal torment. The phalanx of hoplites, anchored by the mercenaries who had no such scruples, initially held firm, but as the Persian immortals surged forward under the cover of the animal screen, the native Egyptian divisions began to waver. The Nubian bowmen, famed for their accuracy, refused to shoot at the wall of fur and feather, and the Machaman, clutching their khopesh swords, fell into confusion as cats bounded between their legs. Herodotus records that 50,000 Egyptians perished on that single field, a figure that, while likely exaggerated, underscores the cataclysmic scale of the rout. The Persian casualties, by contrast, were reported as a mere 7,000, and the archaeological traces found in the region, including mass graves excavated by the Supreme Council of Antiquities of Egypt in the 1990s near Tel El Farama, reveal skeletons with blade marks on crania and arrowheads of the distinctive trilobate Scythian type used by the Persian army. By midday, the Egyptian center had collapsed, Psamtik III had fled on a chariot towards Memphis, and the Pelusiac fortresses, one by one, hauled down the standards of Horus and raised the winged disk of Ahura Mazda. The road to the heart of Egypt lay wide open. In the immediate aftermath of Pelusium, Cambyses dispatched a herald on a swift vessel up the Pelusiac branch to demand the surrender of Memphis, the ancient capital of the 2 lands. The city, a sprawling metropolis of granite temples, whitewashed palaces, and the sacred enclosure of Ptah, had been Egypt's administrative heart since the Old Kingdom, and it now held Psamtik III and the remnants of his court. When the Persian herald entered the harbor, the Egyptian population, still reeling from the defeat and enraged by the arrogance of the demand, stormed the ship, tore the messenger and his crew limb from limb, and threw their dismembered bodies into the Nile, an act of impious fury that sealed Memphis's fate. Cambyses, upon receiving the news, abandoned any notion of clemency. He placed the captured Egyptian prisoners, including many high-ranking nobles and priests, in chains and marched them to the gates of Memphis, forcing them to witness the siege engines and the tens of thousands of Persian soldiers surrounding their city. The siege of Memphis, recorded in the Elephantine papyri fragments, lasted only a brief time. The defenders, demoralized and lacking any hope of reinforcement, capitulated after a few weeks of blockade. Psamtik III was taken alive, bound in silver fetters according to the Persian custom for royal captives, and brought before Cambyses, who sat on a gilded throne in the great courtyard of the Temple of Ptah. The scene that followed is one of the most poignant in ancient history. Herodotus narrates a psychological test. Cambyses ordered the daughter of Psamtik, reduced to the status of a slave girl, to walk past her father carrying a pitcher, while the pharaoh's son and 2,000 other noble Egyptian youths were led to execution with ropes around their necks. When Psamtik III saw his daughter degraded, he lowered his head in silent grief, but when he witnessed his son marching to death, he remained impassive, until, at last, he noticed an old drinking companion, a beggar now, among the captives, and then he burst into uncontrollable sobbing. Cambyses, intrigued by this display, sent a messenger to ask the fallen pharaoh why he wept for a friend but not for his children. Psamtik's reply, recorded by the Greek chronicler, was that his family's misery was too great for tears, but the sorrow of a friend at the threshold of old age touched the limits of compassion. Cambyses, it is said, was moved and ordered that the pharaoh's life be spared and that he be treated with dignity, though the fate of the son remains ambiguous. Some accounts say he had already been executed, others that he was pardoned. Regardless, Psamtik III was installed in a comfortable imprisonment, and Memphis became the seat of the new Persian satrapy of Midraia. With the fall of Memphis, Cambyses assumed the full regalia of an Egyptian pharaoh, a political masterstroke designed to legitimize his rule in the eyes of the native population. He was crowned in the temple of the goddess Neith at Sais, the ancestral home of the 26th dynasty, and assumed a full five-fold royal titulary carefully constructed by Egyptian priests. His Horus name was Smetawi, he who unites the two lands, his Neti name, Sikamibi, powerful of heart, his golden Horus name, Usurpati, rich in strength, his throne name, Mesut Re, offspring of Re, and his personal name, written in cartouche, Cambyses. For the first time in Egyptian history, a non-native ruler was fully integrated into the theological fiction of divine kingship, depicted on temple reliefs making offerings to the gods, while the high priests of Ptah, Ammonius, and Neith officially recognized the Persian as the legitimate Horus upon the throne. Cambyses adopted a policy of relative religious tolerance. He ordered the restoration of the Serapeum at Saqqara, honored the Apis bull, a sacred living embodiment of the god Ptah, and contrary to the later Greek propaganda that painted him as a madman who stabbed the bull, archaeological evidence, particularly the stela of the Apis burial from his 6th regnal year, shows that he presided over a proper funeral for the animal with full honors. He reduced the temple taxes that had been inflated by Ibises and returned confiscated lands to several priestly colleges, earning a grudging acceptance from the powerful clerical elite. The administrative apparatus of Egypt was reorganized under a Persian satrap, Arianda, who governed from Memphis, while a network of Persian garrisons, manned by troops from Elam, Babylonia, and the Jewish military colony at Elephantine, ensured control over the Nile Valley from the First Cataract to the Mediterranean. The famed Egyptian navy was absorbed into the Persian fleet, and Egyptian gold, grain, and linen began flowing eastward to feed the insatiable appetites of Persepolis and Susa. Yet beneath the surface, the old pharaonic identity smoldered. The Egyptian commoners called Cambyses the great chief of all foreign lands, a backhanded compliment that preserved the notion that only a native son of the sun god could truly be king. The seeds of future rebellion were already being sown, watered by the tears of a deposed dynasty. The subsequent months of Cambyses' Egyptian sojourn saw a dramatic expansion of his ambitions, as he sought to extend Persian dominion westward into Libya and southward into the gold-rich kingdom of Kush, while the deposed Psamtik III began to plot a desperate restoration. The pharaoh in chains, despite his earlier reprieve, was discovered to be rallying supporters among the Egyptian military elite, leveraging the remnants of the Machimoi class and the disaffected Greek mercenaries who had survived the fall of Memphis. The conspiracy, uncovered by Persian intelligence agents who had infiltrated the prisoner's household, was nipped in the bud, and Cambyses, his patience exhausted, convened a tribunal of Persian judges and Egyptian priests. Psamtik III was found guilty of treason and sentenced to death by the peculiarly Persian-Egyptian hybrid punishment of being forced to drink bull's blood, a lethal concoction that coagulates in the stomach, causing internal hemorrhage and an agonizing death. According to a papyrus fragment in the Demotic script, the execution was carried out in the presence of the entire court, with the queen mother and the widowed consorts forced to witness as the last son of the Sate lion vomited blood until his body collapsed upon the granite floor of the palace. With his death in 524 BC, the 26th dynasty became extinct, and the legal fiction of an unbroken pharaonic chain was transferred entirely to the Persian crown. Cambyses, now unchallenged, turned his gaze to the outer edges of the known world. He divided his forces. One army was dispatched westward against the Greek colonies of Cyrenaica, which submitted without a fight, sending tribute and recognizing Persian suzerainty. A second army, estimated at 50,000 men, was sent south from Thebes toward the kingdom of Kush, a force laden with gifts and weapons, marching along the Nile past the island of Elephantine into the scorching Nubian desert. And a third expedition, the most ill-fated of all, was detached from the main body at Thebes, and ordered to march west into the Great Sand Sea to destroy the oracle of Ammonius at the Siwa oasis, which had dared to prophesy against the Persian conquest. Of these three expeditions, only the western one to Libya returned intact. The Nubian campaign bogged down in the blistering wastes beyond the Second Cataract, its soldiers reduced to cannibalism, drawing lots to eat each other, before the survivors staggered back to Egypt in shame. But it was the army sent to Siwa that would become a legend of terror. 50,000 troops, fully armed and provisioned, entered the great dune fields and simply vanished, swallowed by a massive sandstorm that, according to Herodotus, buried them alive beneath a mountain of sand. To this day, treasure hunters and archaeologists have searched for the lost army of Cambyses among the remote ergs of the Egyptian-Libyan border, and in 2000, a team of geologists claimed to have detected bone fragments, arrowheads, and a silver earring beneath the dunes near the Gilf Kabir Plateau, though the findings remain inconclusive. The psychological toll of these disasters unhinged the Persian king. Cambyses' descent into what the Greek sources call madness accelerated after his return to Memphis from the failed Nubian expedition. The king, always prone to violent outbursts, began to commit acts of appalling sacrilege that shattered the fragile accommodation with the Egyptian priesthood. The most famous incident concerns the Apis bull, the sacred black calf worshipped as the incarnation of Ptah, which had been discovered by the priests and paraded through the streets during a festival of joy. Cambyses, convinced that the Egyptians were celebrating his military defeats rather than a religious rite, flew into a rage and, according to Herodotus, drew his dagger and stabbed the bull in the thigh, mortally wounding the animal and mocking the priests as fools who worship a beast of the field. The Apis bull later died, and its burial, recorded on a stela now housed in the Serapeum at Saqqara, commemorates the event in the 6th year of Cambyses but omits any reference to the sacrilege, leading some scholars to argue that the story was a Greek anti-Persian fabrication. Nevertheless, the narrative took hold, and combined with other reported atrocities, the murder of his own brother Bardia, the killing of his sister and wife Roxanne by kicking her in the stomach while pregnant, the impalement of 12 high-ranking Persians on flimsy charges, and the desecration of the mummy of the pharaoh Amasis, which he ordered dragged from its sarcophagus, whipped, and burned. It painted a portrait of a tyrant whose mind had been poisoned by guilt, epilepsy, or divine vengeance. The Behistun Inscription, carved by his successor Darius the Great, provides a parallel account, insisting that Cambyses died by his own death, which many interpret as suicide, in the spring of 522 BC, while hurrying back to Persia to suppress a revolt led by the impostor Gaumata who claimed to be his resurrected brother. A wound to the thigh, self-inflicted by his own sword as he mounted his horse, became gangrenous, and the conqueror of Egypt perished in the deserts of Syria, at a place called Ecbatana of the Levant, leaving the empire in chaos. His body was transported to Persepolis, and his tomb, cut into the cliff face of Nakshi Rostam, remains a weathered monument to a king who had held the oldest kingdom on earth in his fist only to see it slip away into blood and sand. The legacy of the Persian conquest of Egypt in 525 BC transformed the geopolitical architecture of the ancient Near East and left an indelible mark on the Egyptian psyche that would resonate through the centuries. The establishment of the 27th dynasty, the first of two periods of Persian rule, turned the Nile Valley into the satrapy of Madraya, a province expected to deliver an annual tribute of 700 talents of silver, 200,000 bushels of grain, and a staggering array of linen, papyrus, and gold. The Persian administrative system, while efficient, imposed a foreign aristocracy of satraps, garrison commanders, and tax collectors who extracted surplus on a scale never before demanded by native pharaohs. Yet the encounter was not purely one of exploitation. The Achaemenid Empire became a conduit for cross-cultural pollination, bringing Egyptian medical texts to the Persian court, spreading the cult of Isis as far as Afghanistan, and even inspiring the monumental architecture of Persepolis, where Egyptian sculptors chiseled lotus capitals and winged sun discs into the Apadana staircases. The Elephantine Papyri, a treasure trove of Aramaic documents unearthed on the island of Yeb in the 1890s, revealed the daily life of the Jewish mercenary colonies serving the Persian satrap, recording contracts, marriage deeds, and the celebration of Passover, offering an unprecedented window into the multicultural fabric of Persian Egypt. The memory of Cambyses' invasion, however, remained a wound that never fully healed. Egyptian oracles and demotic chronicles, such as the Demotic Chronicle and the Oracle of the Potter, foretold the eventual rise of a native savior king who would expel the Medes and restore the pure pharaonic order, a prophecy that fueled revolts in 486 BC under Xerxes, in 460 BC under Aeneros, and ultimately the successful rebellion of 404 BC that established the brief independent 28th, 29th, and 30th dynasties before the Persians returned in 343 BC. The fall of the Pharaohs at Pelusium was not a singular event but the first tremor of a tectonic shift that would ultimately see Egypt passed from Persian to Macedonian, to Roman, to Byzantine hands, never again to be ruled by a native son until the Arab conquest of the 7th century AD. The March on the Nile, therefore, stands as a pivot of world history, a moment when the oldest continuous civilization on Earth was forcibly integrated into the first truly global empire, forever altering the flow of power, trade, and culture from the cataracts of Nubia to the mountains of Greece. The roots of the Persian conquest stretch back to the early years of the Achaemenid dynasty, when Cyrus the Great, a ruler of almost mythic magnanimity, first fixed his eyes upon the wealthy kingdom of the Nile. Cyrus, who reigned from 559 to 530 BC, had built his empire with a speed that stunned the world. Media fell in 550, Lydia and its fabled king Croesus in 546, Babylon in 539, and by the end of his life the Persian standards had been planted from the shores of the Ionian Sea to the banks of the Indus Valley. Egypt, however, remained the great outlier. An ancient civilization that had resisted the Assyrian tide and had, under the Sate pharaohs, skillfully played the great powers against each other, offering gold and grain in exchange for diplomatic breathing space. The relationship between Cyrus and the pharaoh Amasis, who ascended the throne in 570 BC after overthrowing his predecessor Apries, was a complex minuet of trade, proxy conflicts, and veiled threats. Amasis sought to neutralize Persian ambitions by cementing alliances with the Greek world. He married a Greek woman from Cyrene, Ladice, and funded the rebuilding of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, earning the goodwill of the Hellenic city-states. But his greatest fear was the Persian fleet, which, with the absorption of the Phoenician cities of Sidon, Tyre, and Byblos, had become the dominant naval power in the eastern Mediterranean, capable of cutting Egypt's vital grain shipments to its Greek allies. According to the fragmentary Babylonian chronicle covering the reign of Cyrus, in the 10th year of his rule the king of Persia mustered his army and marched against the king of Egypt. Yet this campaign was aborted, perhaps due to the rebellion of the Derbises or the need to consolidate the eastern borders. Cyrus instead contented himself with a symbolic act. He demanded from Amasis a daughter to serve as a concubine, a standard Persian diplomatic gesture designed to turn independent monarchs into subordinate family members. Amasis, caught between defiance and submission, chose a path of deceptive compliance that would poison Persian-Egyptian relations for a generation. The story of the false princess, as recounted by Herodotus in Book 3 of his Histories, is a tale of dynastic intrigue that reads like a Greek tragedy. Amasis was loath to send his own flesh and blood into the harem of a foreign conqueror, fearing she would be treated not as a queen but as a spoil of war. He instead selected a woman named Ctesias, the daughter of the previous pharaoh Apries, whom he had deposed and killed. Ctesias, described as exceptionally beautiful, was dressed in the finest linen, laden with gold amulets, and dispatched to the Persian court with a retinue of handmaidens, musicians, and scribes, officially presented as the pharaoh's own daughter. For a time, the ruse succeeded. Ctesias was installed in the women's quarters of the palace at Susa, where she learned the Persian language and customs. But according to the narrative, she eventually revealed her true identity to Cyrus or, in other versions, to Cambyses, confessing that she was not the daughter of the reigning pharaoh but of a murdered predecessor, and that Amasis had insulted the Persian throne by sending a substitute. The revelation enraged the Persian court, not only because of the personal slight but because it struck at the core of Achaemenid honor, which demanded that tributary kings offer genuine tokens of submission. Some modern historians, skeptical of the romanticized Greek account, suggest that the story was a propaganda invention retroactively deployed to justify the invasion, yet the personal animus it generated appears to have been real. When Cambyses succeeded his father, he allegedly made a vow, his hand resting on the sacred fire of the Magi, to avenge the insult and to drag Amasis from his tomb, words that would later be enacted with gruesome literalness. The diplomatic breakdown created a pretext, but the strategic calculus was already aligned: Egypt's rich agricultural surplus, control of the Red Sea trade routes, and its symbolic prestige as the oldest continuous monarchy in the world made it the ultimate prize for an empire building its identity as the universal state. The immediate trigger for the invasion, however, was not simply the Ctesias affair but the defection of a single individual whose knowledge of Egypt's defenses proved to be the key that unlocked the kingdom. Phanes of Halicarnassus was a high-ranking Greek mercenary officer who had served the pharaoh Amasis for years, commanding a contingent of heavy infantry and possibly overseeing the strategic planning of the eastern frontier. Halicarnassus, a Dorian city on the coast of Korea, was already under Persian suzerainty, and Phanes' loyalties appear to have been divided from the start. Disputes over pay, a personal falling out with Amasis, or perhaps the simple calculus that the Persian star was rising while Egypt's was waning led Phanes to abandon his post and make a perilous journey to Cambyses' camp, which was then stationed somewhere in the Levant. The Egyptian court, realizing the magnitude of the breach, dispatched a fast galley with hand-picked assassins to intercept him. They pursued him across the Mediterranean, landing on the coast of Lycia, where they managed to capture 2 of his sons but failed to seize Phanes himself. The captured children were brought back to Memphis and, in an act of cruel theater, were executed before the assembled army, their blood, as previously described, mixed into a draught of vengeance. Phanes, however, reached Cambyses unscathed and was received with open arms. He provided the Persian king with detailed maps of the Nile Delta, the locations of hidden springs and caches of provisions along the Sinai route, the passwords and signal codes used by Egyptian garrisons, and a thorough briefing on the strengths and internal fractures of the pharaoh's army. He advised Cambyses to time the invasion for the early summer, when the Nile floods made the delta impassable for a defensive army to maneuver but allowed the Persian fleet to sail deep inland along the branches of the river. More critically, Phanes revealed the existence of a secret alliance between Egypt and the Cypriot kingdoms and urged Cambyses to preempt it by securing the submission of Cyprus, which the Persian envoys promptly accomplished. The defector thus transformed what could have been a blind march into a carefully choreographed invasion, ensuring that when the Persian army reached Pelusium, they would face an enemy whose every weakness they already knew. The logistical challenge of crossing the Sinai Desert with an army of tens of thousands cannot be overstated. It was a feat that required diplomatic genius as much as military engineering. The Sinai in the 6th century BC was a landscape of desolation, a triangular wedge of limestone plateaus, gravel plains, and dunes stretching 250 kilometers from the Mediterranean coast to the Gulf of Suez, with daytime temperatures soaring above 40 degrees Celsius and no permanent water sources for the first 150 kilometers of the coastal route. The Ways of Horus, the ancient military road that connected the Nile Delta to the Philistine coast, was dotted with a string of small fortresses and wells, but these were controlled by the Egyptians and would be fiercely defended. Cambyses' masterstroke was to bypass the coastal fortress's water monopoly by contracting the king of the Arabs, whose domain extended across the northern Sinai and the Negev. The Arab tribesmen, likely the Kedarite confederation known from Assyrian and Babylonian records, were masters of desert survival. They could navigate by the stars, extract water from deep-rooted acacias, and move entire households on camelback. Cambyses sent emissaries laden with gifts, silver, purple cloth, and perfumed oils, to the Arab chieftain, proposing an unprecedented arrangement. The Arab king agreed to supply the Persian army with a continuous flow of water using a caravan of thousands of camels, each laden with cowhides sewn into watertight bags, which would shuttle between hidden desert cisterns and the marching columns. This aquatic umbilical cord, as one historian has termed it, allowed the Persian troops to traverse the waterless stretch without losing a single man to thirst. The supply operation was organized in relays. The camels would go back and forth between the army and pre-dug pits filled with water drawn from deep wells that the Arabs alone knew. Herodotus marvels at the precision of this operation, noting that the water was carried in such quantities that the whole army had enough to drink, to cook, and even to bathe. An exaggeration perhaps, but one that captures the astonishment of contemporaries. This logistical triumph, combined with the naval support from the Phoenician fleet that hugged the coast carrying grain, dates, and wine, transformed the desert from a barrier into a corridor, allowing the Persian juggernaut to arrive at the Egyptian border not as a half-dead rabble but as a well-hydrated, battle-ready force with morale intact. The Egyptian counter-preparations, despite the advantage of defending on home soil, were hampered by the sudden death of the pharaoh Amasis in the winter of 526 BC, just months before the Persian invasion began. Amasis had ruled for 44 years, a remarkably long reign that had brought Egypt unprecedented prosperity, but had also allowed systemic corruption and military decay to set in. His death was recorded by the Egyptian chroniclers as occurring in the month of Khoiak, shortly after the inundation, and his mummy was interred in a splendid sarcophagus of basalt in the temple of Neith at Sais, the city that had been the dynastic cradle. The succession passed to his son, Psamtik III, whose birth name meant the one bought by Neith, a reference to the patron goddess of Sais, but whose destiny would be far from divinely protected. The new pharaoh, probably in his early 20s, had been educated in the royal scriptoria, trained in chariot warfare, and initiated into the mysteries of the Osirian priesthood, yet he lacked the battlefield experience and the personal magnetism required to unite a fractious officer corps. His first act was to summon the Egyptian army to Pelusium, ordering a general mobilization of the Machamoy warrior caste, which by this period had degenerated from a professional standing army into a hereditary militia whose plots of land, granted by the crown, had become so small that they could barely support a family, breeding discontent. The Greek mercenaries, numbering perhaps 30,000, were the real backbone of the Egyptian military, but their loyalty was contingent on prompt payment, and the treasury, depleted by Amesis's building projects and the tributes sent to Cyrus, was insufficient to meet their arrears. Into this powder keg walked Psamtik III, a boy king clinging to a throne that was already tilting. Egyptian temple inscriptions from the period speak of the year of the scorpions, an omen interpreted as a plague of foreign invaders, and the oracle of Buto, the cobra goddess Wajet, prophesied that the wings of the falcon shall be clipped by the lion of the east. The mood in Memphis was one of foreboding, and even as the call to arms rang out, many nobles quietly made preparations to flee to their country estates, hedging their bets on the coming storm. The state of the Egyptian armed forces on the eve of the Persian invasion was a study in contrasts between a glorious past and a precarious present. The old New Kingdom army that had shattered the Hittites at Kadesh and carved an empire into Nubia was a distant memory. The State military of the 6th century BC relied heavily on foreign mercenaries, a practice that had begun under Psamtik I as a deliberate policy to counterbalance the power of the native warrior class. The Machemoi, once the pride of Egypt, numbered perhaps 200,000 households scattered throughout the Delta and the Fayum, but their equipment was outdated, their training sporadic, and their morale sapped by economic hardship. They were armed with short-bladed Kopesh swords of bronze, long spears with leaf-shaped points, and shields of cowhide stretched over wooden frames, while their bodies were protected only by quilted linen corselets and leather caps. In contrast, the Greek and Carian mercenaries were equipped as heavy hoplites, with bronze breastplates, Corinthian helmets, large round Aspis shields, and iron-tipped dory spears, fighting in the disciplined phalanx formation that had proven invincible on the battlefields of the Aegean. The Egyptian navy, once the terror of the sea peoples, had been rebuilt under Amasis with the help of Greek shipwrights from Samos, and consisted of sleek triremes with bronze rams, manned by Phoenician sailors and Egyptian marines. The strategic doctrine was purely defensive: hold the Pelusiac line, delay the enemy in the desert, and use the fleet to harass the Persian supply ships. There was no plan for a counteroffensive, no cavalry reserve capable of outflanking the Persian horse archers, and no fallback position once Pelusium was breached. The army that waited at Pelusium was a composite force, brave but brittle, unified by ritual blood oaths but fractured by language, culture, and pay disputes, a perfect storm waiting to be shattered by the unified command and overwhelming numbers of the Persians. Every soldier in that army knew, in his bones, that Egypt's 3,000 years of independence rested on the edge of a blade. The Persian Empire that marched against Egypt was the most militarily sophisticated and culturally diverse polity that the ancient Near East had ever produced, and its army reflected the full mosaic of its subject peoples. At its core stood the 10,000 Immortals, the Anusia, a division of elite infantry whose ranks were never allowed to fall below 10,000 because every casualty was immediately replaced from a reserve of trained recruits. They were armed with short spears, powerful recurve bows of laminated wood and horn, and the Akonakes, a short stabbing sword worn at the right hip, while their clothing was a dazzling display of imperial wealth: long robes of purple and gold, trousers of embroidered wool, and torques of twisted gold around their necks. Their unit cohesion was legendary. They lived, ate, and trained together from boyhood, and their discipline was enforced by a code that demanded absolute obedience to the king. Alongside them marched the heavy cavalry of the Medes and Persians, armored in scale-mail cuirasses that glittered like fish scales, their horses protected by chamfrons of boiled leather, and their tactics designed to shower the enemy with javelins before charging with long lances. The Scythian and Dahi contingents provided light horse archers who could circle an enemy formation and empty their quivers without ever closing to melee range, a nightmare for slow-moving infantry. The subject levies included Assyrian charioteers still using the old two-horse platforms, Babylonian spearmen in pointed bronze helmets, Elamite archers with their distinctive double-curved bows, and Indian auxiliaries armed with bamboo longbows. The army was a moving city, accompanied by thousands of pack mules, supply camels, cooks, prostitutes, scribes, and magi priests who maintained the sacred fires. The command structure descended from the king through the Hazarapidus, the commander of the Immortals, to the satraps and tribal chiefs, and battle orders were transmitted by trumpets, signal flags, and mounted couriers. This polyglot host, united by the iron will of the king and the belief that Ahura Mazda bestowed victory upon the righteous, was now within sight of Egypt, and the men could taste the fabled riches of the Nile upon the dry desert wind. The diplomatic and intelligence war that preceded the crossing of the Egyptian border was as fierce as any pitched battle. Cambyses, as a pupil of the statecraft pioneered by his father, understood that Egypt could be weakened from within long before the first arrow was loosed. He sent agents, often disguised as merchants or priests, into the delta to spread gold among the disaffected Machema, to whisper promises of tax relief to the overburdened peasantry, and to exploit the ancient rivalry between the priesthoods of Ptah in Memphis and Ammonius in Thebes. The most crucial intelligence coup, however, was the subversion of the Greek mercenary commander Phanes, who not only brought strategic knowledge but also actively corresponded with his former colleagues in the Egyptian camp, urging them to desert. Letters sealed with Persian clay bully, discovered in the ruins of a mercenary barracks at Daphne, revealed that at least a dozen Greek officers were in secret communication with the Persian command, negotiating the terms of their surrender and the retention of their landed estates. Cambyses also skillfully neutralized the naval threat posed by the island of Cyprus, which had been a traditional ally of Egypt. He dispatched a fleet under the command of the Phoenician city king of Sidon to circumnavigate Cyprus, and the Cypriot kings, facing the combined naval might of Tyre, Sidon, and Aratus, capitulated without a fight, offering their own triremes to the Persian armada. This gave Cambyses an overwhelming naval superiority of perhaps 300 warships against Egypt's 150, allowing him to blockade the delta while simultaneously landing troops behind the Egyptian lines. The psychological campaign was equally sophisticated. Persian heralds, speaking Egyptian through interpreters, approached the border fortresses and called upon the garrisons to surrender, promising that all who laid down their arms would be treated with the justice of Ahura Mazda and that Cambyses would honor the gods of Egypt. In an age when divine favor was considered the ultimate arbiter of victory, the Persian king's public declarations of respect for Egyptian religion, combined with the visible splendor of his army, created a crisis of confidence among the defenders. The stage was set, the actors in place, and the long-dreaded invasion was now only days away. The declaration of war, though no formal document has survived, was articulated through a series of ultimatums and symbolic provocations that made Cambyses' intentions unmistakably clear. In the spring of 525 BC, Persian envoys sailed up the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, and presented themselves at the court of Psamtik III in Memphis. Their message, summarized by Herodotus with plausible fidelity, was blunt. The pharaoh was to acknowledge the Persian king as his overlord, send earth and water, the ancient tokens of submission, and open the gates of Egypt to the Persian garrisons. The alternative was annihilation. Psamtik III, counseled by his war cabinet, rejected the terms with an act of theatrical defiance. He ordered the Persian envoys to be stripped, their beards shaved in a gesture of supreme disrespect in the ancient Near East, and their message scrolls burned before the great pylon of the Temple of Ptah. This diplomatic breach was the Rubicon of the conflict. From that moment, the laws of war and diplomacy ceased to apply, and both sides understood that only the complete overthrow of the other would suffice. Cambyses received news of the insult at his forward headquarters in the town of Rhinocolura, the modern El Arish, a frontier outpost where criminals, according to tradition, had their noses cut off, hence the name. According to Persian court chronicles later referenced by Ctesias, the king's rage was such that he ordered the Magi to sacrifice a white stallion to the sun god Mitra, and to read the omens in its entrails. The Haruspecs declared the liver perfect, a sign of unqualified divine favor. The army, drawn up in formation on the coastal plain, roared its approval, and the long march towards the Egyptian border began. The first clash was not with the main Egyptian army but with the garrison of the fortress of Ionisus, a mudbrick stronghold at the edge of the marshy Lake Bardawil, which controlled the final freshwater source before the desert. The Persian vanguard, led by the Immortals, stormed the fortifications after a sharp skirmish, putting the defenders to the sword and securing the water supply for the main body. This tactical victory, though minor in scale, had an outsized psychological effect. The myth of Egyptian border invincibility was shattered in a single morning. As the Persian host advanced along the coastal road, the landscape shifted from the barren dunes of the northern Sinai to the tangled maze of the delta's eastern marshes, a region known in Egyptian texts as the reed fields of the king. The geography here was a defender's paradise, a labyrinth of papyrus-choked canals, brackish lagoons, and islands of black mud that could swallow a man up to his thighs. The Egyptian defensive plan, crafted by Psamtik III's Greek generals, envisioned funneling the Persian army into this quagmire, where their superior cavalry and numerical advantage would be neutralized. But Cambyses, briefed by Phanes and guided by Arab scouts who knew every hidden path, avoided the trap. Instead of plunging directly into the marsh, he diverted his army slightly inland, marching along a limestone ridge that ran parallel to the coast, a formation known today as the Gebel el-Halal, which provided solid footing and a clear view of the Egyptian positions. This maneuver forced the Egyptians to abandon their prepared ambush sites and concentrate their forces at the only remaining choke point, the dry strip of land before Pelusium. The psychological pressure on the Egyptian troops mounted with every hour. From their ramparts, they could see the dust cloud of the Persian columns stretching to the horizon, could hear the thrumming of Persian war drums and the shrill blasts of Median trumpets, and could count the endless stream of banners, the winged falcon of Ahura Mazda, the golden lion of Persia, the silver-embroidered standards of the satrapies. By the night before the battle, the Egyptian camp was awash in rumor and fear. Some soldiers reported seeing the ghost of the god Seth, the ancient deity of chaos and foreigners, walking among the Persian tents, while others whispered that the sacred crocodiles in the nearby canals had turned their snouts away from the Egyptian side. Psamtik III, to steel his men, ordered a grand sacrifice to Neith and Horus, burning incense and pouring libations of Nile water mixed with milk, but the smoke from the altars, blown by a west wind, drifted over the Persian lines, and the Egyptian priests interpreted this as the gods abandoning their children. The Persian military hierarchy that assembled on the field of Pelusium was a perfect pyramid of authority with Cambyses at its apex, embodying the Achaemenid principle of the king as both supreme commander and divinely appointed arbiter of life and death. Below him stood the 6 great marshals of the empire, drawn from the noble houses of the Pasargadae, the Meraphii, and the Masbii, each commanding a corps of 10,000 men. Among them, the most prominent was Otanes, the bearer of the king's personal seal, who led the right wing composed of Persian and Median cavalry. Another was Hydarnes, the commander of the Immortals, who anchored the center, and a third, the satrap of Syria, Gobryas, controlled the left flank with his Assyrian heavy infantry. The tactical doctrine of the Persian army, refined through decades of conquest, was built around the synergistic use of missile fire and shock action. The battle would open with a sustained barrage from the massed archers, whose composite bows could send a volley of arrows 200 meters into the enemy ranks, darkening the sky. Once the enemy formation was disordered and its shields bristling with arrows, the Immortals and the hoplite mercenaries would advance at a slow, steady pace, their spears leveled, while the cavalry swept around the flanks to envelop and crush the opposing wings. The Persian generals had studied the Egyptian disposition and identified its fatal weakness. The native Egyptian infantry, positioned on the flanks, were lightly armored and possessed no effective counter to horse archers. The plan was to concentrate the Scythian and Median cavalry against the Egyptian right, which was held by the Machima, roll it up like a scroll, and then drive the entire Egyptian army into the marshes or the sea. The orders were sealed with the king's cylinder seal, and as the dawn of the day of battle broke, the Persian army began its final deployment, the men checking the straps of their armor, the horses snorting with the excitement of the impending charge, and the Magi priests walking among the ranks, scattering incense, and chanting the hymns of the Gathas, promising that Ahura Mazda would deliver the lie into the hands of the truth. The Egyptian command structure, by contrast, was a patchwork of divided loyalties and competing egos that hampered effective coordination. Psamtik III, as nominal commander-in-chief, occupied the center of the line beneath the great pavilion of Horus, but the actual tactical decisions were made by a council of war that included the Greek mercenary Captain Phanes' former deputy, a Carian prince named Amorges, the Egyptian general Pechebastus, and the high priest of Neith who accompanied the army as a divine chaperone. This council was fractured by mutual suspicion. The native Egyptian officers resented the Greeks and Carians for their privileged pay and perceived arrogance, while the mercenaries distrusted the Egyptians for the brutal murder of Phanes' children and feared that they would be sacrificed in a doomed stand. The pharaoh, young and inexperienced, attempted to bridge the divide by awarding golden collars and land grants to both factions on the morning of the battle, but these gifts only deepened the sense of desperation. The Egyptian battle plan, as far as can be reconstructed from the fragmentary accounts, called for a static defense. The Greek hoplites would form an unbreakable wall of bronze shields and iron-tipped spears in the center, blocking the coastal road, while the Egyptian chariotry, perhaps 50 light two-horse vehicles, would sally out to harass the Persian flanks. The Nubian archers were positioned on the earthen ramparts, ready to shower the advancing Persians with arrows tipped with black-tinted poison, and the Libyan skirmishers were deployed in the marshes to the left, tasked with ambushing any Persian units that tried to flank through the reed beds. It was a defense designed to bleed the enemy, not to win a decisive victory, a reflection of the strategic passivity that had crept into Egyptian military thinking over the centuries. As the sun climbed to its zenith, the priests sacrificed a bull to the war god Montu, and Psamtik III, wearing the blue war crown, raised his bronze axe to the sky, shouting the ancient battle cry. "For the house of the Horus, for the two lands, for eternity!" The men answered with a roar that echoed across the still waters of the Pelusiac branch, and the battle began. The first phase of the Battle of Pelusium, as recorded by the meticulous Herodotus and later embellished by Polyaenus in his stratagems, was unlike any engagement the ancient world had witnessed, a fusion of shock and awe that weaponized the enemy's faith. Cambyses gave the signal, and the Persian front ranks, consisting of the Immortals and the Persian levy, began their slow advance, shields locked together, the golden apples of the spear butts flashing in the harsh sun. But ahead of them, a bizarre and terrifying screen was unleashed. Thousands of animals, cats collected from temples and households across Phoenicia and Palestine, ibises netted in the marshes of the Levant, sacred dogs bred in the kennels of the Magi, and even a few falcons, were driven forward, some tied to the shields, others released to scamper and flutter in the no-man's land between the two armies. The psychological impact on the Egyptian troops was immediate and devastating. The cult of sacred animals was not a peripheral superstition in Egypt. It was the bedrock of their identity. The cat was the earthly manifestation of Batet, the protector of the home and the slayer of the serpent Apep. The ibis was the very form of Thoth, the god of writing and wisdom. The dog was sacred to Anubis, the guardian of the dead. To kill one of these creatures, even accidentally, was a capital offense, a desecration that could bring the wrath of the gods upon an entire family for generations. The Egyptian archers, who under normal circumstances would have blackened the sky with arrows, stood paralyzed, their bowstrings taut but their fingers refusing to release. Officers screamed orders, but the wailing of the priests among the ranks, who recognized the sacred species and cried out that the battle was cursed, drowned the commands. Seizing the moment of paralysis, the Persian archers behind the animal's screen loosed a storm of arrows, unopposed by any counter-barrage. The shafts, with their trilobate Scythian heads, punched through the quilted linen armor of the Machima, and the first Egyptian line collapsed into chaos before a single Persian spear had touched it. The surviving Egyptian soldiers, desperate to avoid harming the animals, threw down their weapons and fled, while those who attempted to stand and fight found themselves slipping on the blood of slaughtered cats and dogs, convinced that the gods themselves had arrayed against them. The psychological warfare was complete, and the center of the Egyptian line, which had been expected to hold for hours, began to disintegrate within the first 30 minutes of combat. With the Egyptian arrow storms silenced and the front ranks in disarray, Cambyses unleashed the second phase of his attack, the full-throated charge of the Immortals and the Median cavalry. The Immortals, advancing in perfect lockstep, clashed with the Greek hoplites who still held the center of the Egyptian line. The collision of the Persian spear wall and the Greek phalanx was a grinding horror of bronze on iron, shield boss against shield boss, the air filled with the snapping of spear shafts and the rhythmic grunting of men straining every muscle to push back the opposing mass. The Greeks, despite being outnumbered, fought with the ferocity of men who knew that surrender meant death or slavery. They formed a tight formation, their shields overlapping, their spears thrusting over the top with mechanical precision. For a time they held, and the Persian advance stalled, the bodies piling up 3 and 4 deep in front of the phalanx. But the Immortals, trained since boyhood in the art of close combat, began to use their short stabbing swords, the aconics, to stab at the thighs and groins of the hoplites, worming their way into gaps in the shield wall. At the same moment, the Median and Persian heavy cavalry, having skirted the marshes on the right, swung in a wide arc and slammed into the exposed Egyptian right flank, where the lightly armored Machimo were already in headlong flight. The charge of the Persian cavalry was a sight of terrible majesty. The horses, caparisoned in bronze-studded leather, crashed through the disintegrating Egyptian formations, the riders leaning from their saddles to deliver sweeping cuts with their long-bladed cavalry swords. The Egyptian right evaporated, and the Greek phalanx, now uncovered on its flank, began to be rolled up. Psamtik III, watching from his command post, saw his army collapsing around him and ordered a general retreat, but the order was too late. The Persian cavalry had already cut the road to Memphis. The pharaoh himself narrowly escaped capture, his chariot careening through the marshes as his bodyguards sacrificed themselves to hold back the Persian pursuit. The field of Pelusium became a slaughterhouse, the sand black with blood, the marshes clogged with the floating corpses of men and the sacred animals that had been trampled in the chaos. By the time the sun set, the Persian victory was absolute, and the Egyptian army, the last native host to stand on the soil of an independent Egypt, had ceased to exist. The aftermath of the battle saw the calculated horror of a Persian victory ritual and the systematic reduction of Egyptian resistance along the Pelusiac branch. Cambyses, in accordance with the Achaemenid military custom, ordered the counting of the enemy dead, a task accomplished by severing a hand from each corpse and piling the grisly trophies into mounds that were measured by the king's own surveyors. Herodotus, who visited the site decades later and claimed to have seen the piles of skulls, reports that the Egyptian dead numbered 50,000, while the Persian loss was 7,000, a disparity that, even if exaggerated, speaks to the one-sided nature of the engagement. Among the Persian dead were several notable commanders, including a cousin of the king named Megabyzus, whose body was recovered and sent back to Persepolis with full honors, embalmed in the Egyptian manner and placed in a gold-foiled coffin. The Persian army did not pause to rest. Cambyses divided his forces, sending a detachment under the satrap of Syria to reduce the remaining Pelusiac fortresses while the main body struck directly towards Memphis. The fortress of Daphne, located about 20 kilometers west of Pelusium, which had served as a major mercenary garrison, surrendered after a brief siege when its Carian commander, having received a secret message from Phanes, opened the gates and accepted Persian garrisons. The town of Tapanhes, mentioned in the book of Jeremiah as a place where Jewish refugees had fled from the Babylonians, was razed, its inhabitants deported to Susa. The entire eastern delta fell like a row of dominoes, and within 2 weeks of the battle, the Persian vanguard had reached the walls of Memphis, the ancient capital of the two lands, where the final act of the tragedy would unfold. The psychological shock of Pelusium rippled through Egyptian society. From Sais to Thebes, the temple walls were inscribed with the brief, anguished phrase, "The year of the terror, when the Asiatics trampled the fields of the north." Egypt, the eternal kingdom, had been broken open, and the world would never be the same. Cambyses' treatment of the conquered Egyptian nobles and priests in the immediate aftermath of Memphis's fall was a masterclass in Achaemenid statecraft, blending calculated mercy with terrifying brutality to cement Persian authority. The first act was the public trial and punishment of the Egyptian officials responsible for the murder of the Persian herald. Cambyses ordered the 10 most senior members of the Memphis City Council to be impaled on stakes erected along the harbor road, their bodies left to rot as a warning that any violence against Persian emissaries would be repaid 100-fold. He then summoned the high priests of Ptah, the most influential religious authority in Lower Egypt, and in a gesture that astounded his own court, knelt in reverence before the statue of the god, offering gifts of myrrh, lapis lazuli, and a golden pectoral inscribed with his royal titulary. This act of religious deference, witnessed by the Egyptian scribes and recorded on a commemorative stela, immediately undercut the narrative that Cambyses was a godless barbarian and began the process of integrating him into the Egyptian cosmic order. He further decreed that the great temple estates, which had been taxed heavily under Amasis, would see their levies reduced by a third, a move that bought the loyalty, or at least the quiescence, of the powerful clerical class. At the same time, he seized the royal treasury of Memphis, which contained, according to the Greek writer Diodorus Siculus, vast quantities of gold dust, uncut emeralds from the Red Sea mines, and sacks of Ethiopian ebony, all of which were loaded onto camels and sent east to enrich the palaces of Persia. The Egyptian administrative class, the scribes and overseers who knew the workings of the Nile's irrigation system and the intricacies of the grain tax, were retained and placed under Persian supervisors, ensuring that the economic lifeblood of Egypt continued to flow, now into the imperial coffers. The house of Psamtik III, however, was treated with a special, personal cruelty. The pharaoh's daughter, as described, was degraded to the status of a slave, and the women of the royal harem were distributed as concubines to the Persian nobility, their former status erased by the stroke of a conqueror's stylus. The fate of the pharaoh himself hung in a delicate balance, a sword suspended by a single hair of the king's volatile temper. The captivity of Psamtik III, as narrated by Herodotus and filtered through the later traditions of Egyptian demotic literature, became a parable of fallen greatness and the inexorable wheel of fate. After his capture in Memphis, the pharaoh was not immediately executed, as Persian customs sometimes dictated, but was kept alive as a trophy of the conquest, a living testament to Cambyses' power. He was housed in a suite of rooms within the royal palace of Memphis, granted servants, and allowed to keep a small court of attendants, but his movements were closely monitored by a detachment of Persian guards, and his wrists were perpetually bound by silver chains, the metal chosen to reflect his royal status even in captivity. The psychological torment inflicted upon him was more exquisite than any physical torture. Cambyses, fascinated by the stoicism and the moral strength of the fallen pharaoh, devised a series of tests to probe the limits of his endurance. The most famous of these was the procession of the captives. Cambyses ordered that a long column of prisoners, including Psamtik's daughter dressed as a slave girl carrying a pitcher, his son with a rope around his neck on the way to execution, and 2,000 other Egyptian noble youths, should file past the spot where the pharaoh sat, forcing him to watch the desecration of his lineage. The reactions of Psamtik, silence at his daughter's degradation, stoicism at his son's death march, and sudden weeping at the sight of an aged friend reduced to beggary, have been interpreted by philosophers and historians for millennia. The ancient Greek moralists saw it as proof that grief is not measured by proximity of blood but by the capacity for empathy. The Persian courtiers saw it as a sign of madness, and the Egyptians saw it as the dignified sorrow of a true pharaoh who wept for his people, not for himself. Cambyses, a man of mercurial impulses, was reportedly impressed by the display and ordered that Psamtik's son be spared, though whether the order arrived in time is uncertain. The fallen pharaoh was then offered a glimmer of hope. He would be allowed to live in retirement, perhaps even as a client king, if he could only refrain from plotting. But the flame of Egyptian independence, though guttering, still flickered in his breast. The conspiracy of Psamtik III, formed in the shadows of the occupied capital, involved a network of loyalist Machimoy officers, disgruntled priests of the Temple of Neith at Sais, and a cadre of Greek mercenaries who had not yet been paid by the Persians and whose allegiance was for sale to the highest bidder. The plot, as reconstructed from scattered references in Herodotus and the Demotic Chronicle, aimed at nothing less than a full-scale uprising, on the night of the festival of the beautiful Feast of the Valley, when the Persians would be distracted by the Egyptian religious ceremonies they allowed to continue. The conspirators would assassinate the Persian garrison commanders in Memphis, liberate Psamtik, and rally the Delta nomes to expel the foreigners. The plan was audacious, and it came perilously close to success. The conspirators managed to smuggle a dagger, concealed inside a hollowed-out statue of the god Ptah, into the pharaoh's chambers, and Psamtik began to receive coded messages inscribed on shards of pottery, written in a cipher derived from the ancient hieratic script. But the Persian intelligence network, expanded under the supervision of the satrap Arianda, was relentless. A Carian mercenary, who had been promised a Persian gold derrick for information, betrayed the plot, delivering a detailed list of the conspirators to the Persian command. On the night of the planned uprising, Persian troops sealed the gates of Memphis, stormed the safe houses, and arrested the ringleaders in a series of swift, silent raids. Psamtik III was found with the dagger still hidden beneath his sleeping mat, and his guilt was beyond doubt. Cambyses, when informed of the betrayal by his own captive, is said to have felt something akin to personal disappointment. He had allowed the pharaoh to live, and the pharaoh had repaid that mercy with treachery. The punishment would be swift, symbolic, and final, designed not only to extinguish the Sate line but to sear into Egyptian memory the cost of rebellion against the divinely ordained Persian king. The execution of Psamtik III, carried out in the summer of 524 BC, was an event that blended Egyptian and Persian concepts of judicial death into a singularly horrifying ritual. The method chosen was forced consumption of bull's blood, a substance believed by both cultures to possess lethal properties when ingested in large quantities, as the blood would rapidly coagulate in the stomach, causing an internal blockage, excruciating pain, and hemorrhagic shock. The Egyptian priesthood, who had long known of this property, considered bull's blood a sacred substance. The pharaohs, as living gods, could not be executed by conventional means that would shed divine blood, and thus the drinking of the blood of the Apis bull, the embodiment of Ptah, was framed as a blasphemous inversion of the pharaoh's own divine nature. Persian law, on the other hand, dictated that rebels against the king should suffer a death that was public, prolonged, and unmistakably the result of their own bodies' rebellion against their will. Cambyses ordered that the execution be staged in the great courtyard of the Apis bull temple in Memphis, before an assembly of Persian nobles, Egyptian priests, and the captive royal family. A black bull, unblemished and newly selected as the successor to the Apis that Cambyses had supposedly stabbed, was sacrificed according to the Egyptian rites, and its blood was collected in a golden bowl inscribed with the cartouche of the current pharaoh, a final, ironic honor. Psamtik III, bound in silver chains, was brought forth and commanded to drink. According to the eyewitness tradition transmitted by the Greek physicians who served at the Persian court, the pharaoh did not flinch. He raised the bowl, recited a prayer to Mesut Re asking that his soul be received into the bark of millions of years, and drained the contents in a single draught. The effect was almost immediate. Within minutes he collapsed, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in agony, and within the hour, the last native pharaoh of the Sate line was dead, his body convulsing on the alabaster paving stones. His body, by Cambyses' order, was not accorded the full mummification rites, a final insult designed to prevent his soul from attaining eternal life. But some loyal priests, working in secret, stole the corpse and embalmed it with simple natron salts, burying it in an unmarked tomb in the necropolis of Sais. With his death, the 26th dynasty ended in blood and silence, and Egypt became a province without a native crown. The formal establishment of Persian administration in Egypt, a process that unfolded over the months following Psamtik III's death, was orchestrated with the meticulous efficiency that characterized the Achaemenid bureaucratic machine. Cambyses appointed a Persian nobleman named Arianda as the first satrap of Madraya, the Old Persian name for Egypt, derived from the Assyrian Mesut. Arianda established his headquarters in Memphis, in the former palace of the pharaohs, and immediately set about creating a dual administration, a Persian layer of governors, garrison commanders, and fiscal officers, superimposed upon the existing Egyptian bureaucratic structure of nomarchs, village headmen, and temple scribes. The country was divided into several tax districts, each assessed according to the annual inundation levels meticulously recorded by the Nilometers at Memphis, Elephantine, and Zois. The annual tribute, fixed at 700 talents of silver, equivalent to approximately 21 metric tons, was only a fraction of the total wealth extracted. Additional levies included the provision of grain for the Persian garrisons, the maintenance of the canal system, and the supply of skilled workers for the construction projects at Persepolis and Susa. A network of Persian garrisons was established at strategic nodes. The White Fortress in Memphis housed a permanent regiment of immortals. The border fortress of Daphne was rebuilt and garrisoned with Median troops. The island of Elephantine at the First Cataract received a mixed garrison of Persian, Elamite, and Jewish soldiers, whose daily lives and legal contracts are immortalized in the Aramaic Elephantine papyri. The entire Egyptian army was disbanded. Native Egyptians were forbidden to bear arms, a prohibition that would fuel deep resentment and repeated uprisings. The Persian military presence, however, was not purely oppressive. It ensured internal stability, protected the trade routes to Nubia and the Red Sea, and suppressed banditry in the desert margins, allowing agricultural production to continue uninterrupted. The Egyptian economy, far from being shattered by the conquest, was integrated into the vast Persian imperial trade network, and Egyptian grain, linen, papyrus, and glassware began to travel along the royal road to the heart of the empire, enriching the satrapal coffers and funding the next generation of Persian imperial ambitions. Egypt, for the first time in its history, was a province among provinces, its ancient majesty subsumed within a global empire. The religious policy of Cambyses in Egypt was a complex and, until recent decades, deeply misunderstood aspect of his rule, tainted by the hostile Greek tradition that painted him as a desecrator and man-man. The archaeological record, however, tells a different story, one of calculated integration and selective repression. The most significant piece of evidence is the Serapeum stela from the burial of the Apis bull in Cambyses' sixth regnal year, discovered by Auguste Mariette in the 1850s in the underground galleries of Saqqara. The stela, written in hieroglyphs, depicts Cambyses kneeling in traditional pharaonic posture, making offerings to the sacred bull, and records that the king ordered that the Apis be given a beautiful burial, that he be provided with all the good things that are done for a god, and that his tomb be made in the necropolis forever. This directly contradicts the Herodotian account of Cambyses stabbing the Apis bull and mocking the Egyptian priests. Some scholars, notably the Egyptologist Henri Gautier, suggest that there were two Apis bulls, one that died naturally during Cambyses' visit and received an honored burial, and another that Cambyses may have wounded in a separate incident, or that the entire story was a fabrication propagated by Egyptian nationalists after the Persian period. Additionally, the cult of Neith at Sais, the ancestral city of the Saite dynasty, continued to receive royal patronage. Cambyses is recorded as having purified himself in the sacred lake of the temple and making a generous donation of white linen and incense. The Persian king even adopted the Egyptian practice of consulting the oracle of Behistun, the cobra goddess, to confirm his legitimacy. At the same time, Cambyses reduced the revenues of several major temples, particularly those associated with the Theban Ammonius priesthood, which had been a bastion of resistance to Persian rule, and he confiscated some temple lands to grant them to his Persian followers, a policy that created a class of Persian military colonists planted directly on Egyptian soil. This dual strategy, honor the gods that support you, impoverish those that resist, was a classic Achaemenid technique, and it initially succeeded in buying a fragile peace. The Egyptian clergy, pragmatic guardians of their own wealth and influence, largely cooperated with the new regime, carving the Persian king's cartouche on temple walls and offering prayers for his health, while secretly cherishing the hope that one day a native avenger would arise from the south to cleanse the land. The cultural and intellectual encounter between Persia and Egypt in the years following the conquest produced a fascinating cross-fertilization that enriched both civilizations. Egyptian physicians, long recognized as the most skilled in the ancient world, were summoned to the Persian court at Susa, where they treated the ailments of the royal family, introduced the use of moldy bread as an antibiotic poultice, and performed cranial surgeries documented in the Edwin Smith Papyrus. The Persian king Darius I, who succeeded Cambyses, later sent an expedition of Egyptian scribes to document the canal he built between the Nile and the Red Sea, and the resulting trilingual stelae, inscribed in Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs, stand as monuments to the imperial synthesis. Persian art, particularly the reliefs at Persepolis, began to incorporate Egyptian motifs. The winged disk of Horus appears above the figure of the king. The lotus and papyrus capitals of the Apadana were carved by Egyptian stonemasons, and the tribute bearers from Madraya are shown wearing the characteristic Egyptian kilt and presenting the gifts of the Nile. Egyptian religious ideas, especially the cult of Isis and Osiris, began to spread across the empire, finding devotees as far east as Bactria, where an Iranian-Egyptian syncretic cult of Serapis later developed. The Elephantine Papyri, a collection of Aramaic documents from the 5th century BC, revealed the daily reality of this multicultural world, a Jewish community worshipping Yahweh in a temple on the island, Persian officials issuing decrees in Aramaic, Egyptian farmers tending their fields under Persian-appointed overseers, and mixed marriages between Persian soldiers and Egyptian women. The children growing up speaking both languages and bridging two worlds. This was not a simple story of conqueror and conquered but a complex web of adaptation, resistance, an hybridization that would continue for over a century. The fall of the pharaohs had not extinguished Egyptian culture, it had instead folded it into a wider imperial tapestry, the first of many foreign dominations that would reshape the identity of the Nile Valley without ever fully erasing the ancient spirit of the two lands. The personal psychology of Cambyses II during the Egyptian campaign and its aftermath has been the subject of endless speculation, from the clinical diagnoses of ancient Greek writers to the modern psychoanalytic interpretations that see in him a textbook case of paranoia and megalomania induced by the unbearable weight of inherited glory. The Greek sources, particularly Herodotus and Ctesias, portray a man whose soul was gradually poisoned by a condition the Greeks called the sacred disease, often interpreted as epilepsy, which they believed was a divine punishment for sacrilege. They describe episodes where Cambyses would fall to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his limbs thrashing uncontrollably, and then rise in a state of violent confusion, ordering executions and desecrations with a capriciousness that terrified his courtiers. The Persian tradition, preserved in the Behistun Inscription and the later Zoroastrian texts, is more restrained but equally damning. It speaks of a king who became of a different mind, who abandoned the path of Asha, truth, and embraced Druj, the lie, the greatest sin in the Persian moral universe. Modern historians, however, caution that much of this narrative was deliberately constructed by Darius the Great and his propagandists to delegitimize Cambyses and justify his own usurpation of the throne. The mad acts attributed to Cambyses, the murder of his brother Bardia, the kicking of his pregnant wife Roxanne until she miscarried and died, the desecration of the mummy of Amasis, the stabbing of the Apis bull, may be a combination of exaggerated anecdotes, ritual acts misunderstood by Greek observers, and outright fabrications designed to paint the preceding king as an unworthy ruler. Whatever the truth, the perception of Cambyses's madness took deep root in the ancient imagination and became a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of absolute power, the fragility of the human mind when confronted with the limitless temptations of empire, and the inevitable divine retribution that awaited those who dared to mock the gods of a conquered land. The desert that he had so brilliantly crossed to conquer Egypt would, in the end, swallow his army and his sanity. The expedition against the kingdom of Kush, launched from Thebes in the autumn of 524 BC, was a strategic gamble that exposed the limits of Persian military power and the unforgiving nature of the African interior. Kush, known to the Egyptians as Taseti, the land of the bow, was an ancient rival and trading partner, centered on the city of Meroe between the 5th and 6th cataracts of the Nile. It was a land reputed to be rich in gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic beasts, and Cambyses, flush with the conquest of Egypt, believed that the submission of Kush was the next logical step in creating a Pan-African empire. The expedition was poorly planned and even more poorly timed. The army, numbering perhaps 30,000 men, marched south from Thebes in the height of the dry season, following the course of the Nile past the island of Elephantine, where the Jewish garrison provided provisions and guides. The soldiers entered the unforgiving landscape of Lower Nubia, a region of black granite cliffs, burning sands, and cataracts where the Nile breaks into a chaotic cascade of rocks and rapids. The Kushites, masters of guerrilla warfare, refused to give battle in the open field. They melted into the desert, poisoned the wells, and harassed the Persian column with volleys of arrows from concealed positions among the boulders. The Persian supply lines stretched thinner and thinner, the camels began to die of heat exhaustion, and the soldiers, accustomed to the bread and wine of the Levant, were reduced to chewing on raw sorghum and drinking foul water from stagnant pools. Herodotus's account of the campaign reaches its grisly climax when he describes the army's descent into cannibalism. The soldiers, he claims, drew lots to determine who among them would be killed and eaten, a story that, while likely a sensationalized traveler's tale, underscores the desperate hunger that gnawed at the expedition. Cambyses camped at a place called the Table of the Sun, a supposed oasis where the Kushite kings displayed roasted meats for visitors, realized that the golden city of Meroe was still hundreds of miles distant, and that his army was disintegrating. He ordered a retreat, and the shattered remnants of the Persian force staggered back to Thebes, a fraction of the host that had marched out, their dreams of African conquest buried in the sands of Nubia. The failure of the Kushite campaign was a psychological blow that shook Cambyses' prestige among his own troops and emboldened the Egyptian resistance, who whispered that the god Ammonius of Napata had struck down the invader with his fiery breath. The most enduring mystery of Cambyses' reign, and one that continues to tantalize archaeologists and adventurers, is the fate of the army dispatched to the Siwa oasis to destroy the oracle of Ammonius. The oracle, located in a remote depression in the western desert, 300 kilometers southwest of the Mediterranean coast and accessible only by a perilous journey across the Great Sand Sea, was one of the most revered prophetic sites of the ancient world. The god Ammonius, syncretized with the Greek Zeus, spoke through the rustling of the palm leaves and the movements of a sacred barge, and his pronouncements were sought by pharaohs, Libyan chieftains, and Greek city-states alike. During the conquest of Egypt, the oracle allegedly delivered a prophecy denouncing Cambyses as a tyrant and predicting his downfall, and the Persian king, enraged by this defiance, decided to make an example of Siwa. According to Herodotus, Cambyses detached a force of 50,000 men from his main army, ordering them to march on the oasis, enslave its inhabitants, and burn the temple to the ground. The detachment set out from Thebes, guided by Egyptian priests who may have deliberately led them astray, and after a week's march through the desert, they reached a place known as the Island of the Blessed, a small oasis where they replenished their water. From there, they plunged into the Great Sand Sea, a vast ocean of shifting dunes that stretched hundreds of kilometers, a landscape so alien and terrifying that the Egyptians called it the Land of the Dead. And then silence. The army simply disappeared. The Greek tradition, recorded by Herodotus and later by the Roman poet Lucan, claims that as the soldiers were sitting down to eat their midday meal, a colossal sandstorm, a campaign of unprecedented ferocity, swept down upon them, burying the entire host alive beneath a mountain of sand. The legend of the lost army of Cambyses was born, and for over 2 millennia, it has inspired treasure hunters, explorers, and historians to search for the remains of the doomed expedition. In the 20th century, the Hungarian adventurer Laszlo Almasi, the real-life inspiration for the English patient, scoured the Gulf Kabir Plateau for the lost army, and in the year 2000, an Italian archaeological team led by the brothers Alfredo and Angelo Castiglione announced the discovery of a site deep in the Egyptian desert near the Siwa track, where they found a mass of human bones, bronze arrowheads of Persian design, a silver bracelet, and a rock shelter with a carved inscription of a Persian soldier, all half swallowed by the sand. The Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities, however, has not confirmed the discovery, and the lost army remains, for now, a ghost story of the ancient world, a testament to the hubris of a king who sought to conquer not just lands but the very oracles of the gods. The death of Cambyses in the spring of 522 BC, as he was rushing back from Egypt to confront the usurper Gaumata in Persia, was an end that seemed to fulfill the dark prophecies his enemies had whispered. The Behistun Inscription, the monumental autobiography of Darius the Great carved into a cliff face in the Zagros Mountains, records that Cambyses died by his own death, a Persian euphemism often taken to mean suicide. The Greek sources, particularly Herodotus, provide a more dramatic narrative. As the king was mounting his horse in the Syrian town of Ecbatana, the modern Hama, his sword slipped from its scabbard and pierced his thigh, exactly in the same spot where he had once stabbed the sacred Apis bull, a wound fated by the gods as retribution. The wound became infected, gangrene set in, and within 3 weeks, Cambyses was dead, his body rotting in the desert heat. Before he died, he is said to have called his chief advisors together and confessed his crimes, acknowledging that he had murdered his brother Bardia, a confession that, conveniently for his successor, cleared the way for Darius to denounce the current ruler of Persia as an impostor. The body of Cambyses was transported to Persepolis, where it was interred in a rock-cut tomb at Nakshi Rostam, next to the tombs of his father Cyrus and later Achaemenid kings. His brief, tumultuous reign of 7 years and 5 months had redrawn the map of the world. He had added the oldest kingdom on earth to the Persian Empire, overseen the construction of a canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, commissioned the first Persian mint in Egypt, and yet he died in the dust of Syria, reviled by the Egyptians as a desecrator, remembered by the Greeks as a madman, and systematically erased from the official Persian memory by his successor. In the Egyptian chronicles, his name was not entirely forgotten. The Demotic Chronicle, a prophetic text written centuries later, refers to the Law of the Mede, a code of harsh rule associated with the Persian period, and the memory of the Asiatic tyrant lingered in the collective trauma of a people who had lost their independence. Yet Cambyses had, in his own way, succeeded. Egypt remained a Persian province for over a century, a jewel in the Achaemenid crown, and no native pharaoh ever again ruled an Egypt that was not part of a larger, foreign-dominated imperial system. The march on the Nile had, in the end, been both his greatest triumph and his undoing. The long-term impact of the Persian conquest on Egyptian society was a gradual but irreversible transformation of the country's political, economic, and cultural fabric that unfolded across the decades of the 27th dynasty. The most immediate change was the demilitarization of the native Egyptian population. The pharaonic tradition of a warrior caste had been shattered at Pelusium, and the Persian authorities systematically disarmed the Machima, transforming them from a proud military class into a rural peasantry. The Greek mercenaries who had once propped up the Said pharaohs were now employed by the Persian satrap, and their loyalty was purchased with land grants and silver, creating a new military elite that was ethnically foreign and culturally alien to the Egyptian population. The Egyptian priesthood, which had successfully negotiated a modus vivendi with the conquerors, initially thrived under Persian rule, but over time, the steady drain of temple revenues to the imperial treasury and the confiscation of temple lands to support Persian estates eroded the economic base of the traditional religious institutions. The magnificent temple-building programs that had characterized the 26th dynasty came to a halt. The quarries of Aswan and Tura fell silent, and the great pylons and colonnades that were the glory of the new kingdom were left unfinished, their walls slowly darkened by the smoke of Persian garrison cook fires. The Egyptian language, written in the elegant hieroglyphs and the cursive Demotic script, continued to be used for legal and administrative documents, but Aramaic, the lingua franca of the empire, became the language of power, of the courts, and of the merchants who swarmed into the delta from the Levant. The children of mixed Persian-Egyptian unions grew up speaking Aramaic and worshipping a syncretic pantheon, and the old certainties of Egyptian identity began to blur. Yet the core of Egyptian civilization, the rhythm of the Nile flood, the cult of the dead, the festivals of Osiris, and the stubborn belief in the eternity of Ma'at, the cosmic order, proved astonishingly resilient. The Persian conquest did not destroy Egypt. It placed it in a pressure cooker of imperial integration, and the steam of that pressure would eventually vent in a series of explosive rebellions that sought to restore the pure, uncorrupted rule of a native pharaoh. The first major Egyptian revolt against Persian rule, which erupted during the reign of Xerxes I in 486 BC, was fueled by the accumulated grievances of 2 generations of foreign domination and sparked by the heavy taxation imposed to fund the Persian invasion of Greece. Xerxes, the son of Darius the Great, ascended the throne in 486 BC and immediately faced a crisis in Egypt, which had been simmering since his father's death. The Egyptian Machima, reduced to poverty and stripped of their ancestral weapons, found a leader in the person of a shadowy figure named Psamtik, likely a descendant of the Sate royal line who claimed the pharaonic titulary and rallied the Delta nomes against the Persian garrisons. The revolt, recorded in the fragmentary Aramaic documents from Elephantine and the later Greek histories, began with the massacre of the Persian garrison at Memphis and the expulsion of the tax collectors from the western delta. The rebels minted their own coins, a defiant act of sovereignty, and sought alliances with the Greek city-states that were also preparing to resist the Persian invasion. Xerxes, enraged by this insurrection at his back, dispatched his brother Achaemenes, the satrap of Egypt, with a large army to crush the rebels. The Persian counteroffensive was swift and brutal. The Nile Delta was flooded with troops, the rebel strongholds were reduced one by one, and Psamtik was captured and executed. Xerxes, according to Herodotus, imposed a heavier yoke on Egypt, abolishing the limited autonomy that the temples had enjoyed and installing a more oppressive regime of Persian overseers. The rebellion had been crushed, but it demonstrated the fragility of Persian rule and the enduring appeal of the pharaonic ideal. Egypt remained a satrapy, but it was a satrapy that demanded constant military vigilance, a wound in the side of the empire that would never fully heal. The reign of Artaxerxes I, from 465 to 424 BC, witnessed the most dangerous and sustained Egyptian uprising of the Persian period, a rebellion led by the Libyan prince Aineros that nearly succeeded in expelling the Persians from the Nile Valley altogether. Aineros, the son of a Libyan chieftain named Psamtik, was a charismatic leader who united the disaffected Egyptian Machima, the Libyan tribes of the Western Desert, and a fleet of Athenian triremes into a formidable anti-Persian coalition. The revolt began in 460 BC, when Aineros seized the city of Maria, near the Libyan border, and proclaimed himself Pharaoh, adopting a full royal titulary that claimed direct descent from the ancient kings of the 26th dynasty. His army, a hybrid force of Egyptian heavy infantry, Libyan skirmishers, and Athenian hoplites, marched on Memphis and defeated a Persian relief force in a pitched battle near the ancient city of Papyri, killing the Persian satrap Achaemenes, a brother of the king, in personal combat. The news of the satrap's death sent shockwaves through the empire, and for a time, Aineros controlled all of Lower Egypt, while the Persian garrisons retreated into the White Fortress of Memphis, besieged and starving. The Athenians, seeking to weaken Persia during the First Peloponnesian War, sent a fleet of 200 triremes to support the rebellion, and together the Egyptian and Athenian forces bottled up the Persian survivors in a siege that lasted over a year. But the Persian counterattack, when it came, was overwhelming. Artaxerxes I dispatched a massive army under the command of the general Megabyzus, a veteran of the Greek wars, and a Phoenician fleet of 300 ships that swept the Athenian navy from the delta. The besiegers became the besieged. Aineros was wounded in the thigh by a Persian arrow, captured, and transported to Susa, where, after 5 years of imprisonment, he was crucified at the behest of the queen mother Amestris, who demanded vengeance for her slain son Achaemenes. The remnants of the Athenian force escaped to Cyrene, and Egypt was once again brought to heel, its walls manned by Persian garrisons and its spirit bruised but not broken. The revolt of Aineros, although ultimately a failure, proved that the memory of pharaonic independence was a sleeping dragon that could awaken with terrifying power whenever Persian attention was diverted elsewhere. The brief period of native Egyptian independence known as the 28th, 29th, and 30th dynasties, spanning from 404 to 343 BC, was a swan song of pharaonic civilization, a last, defiant flourish of native rule achieved through the chaotic collapse of Achaemenid central authority during the reign of Artaxerxes II. The successful revolt was led by an Egyptian named Amartias, possibly a descendant of the Sate royal line, who seized control of the delta in 404 BC, taking advantage of the civil war between Artaxerxes II and his brother Cyrus the Younger, who had recruited Greek mercenaries for his ill-fated march to contest the throne. Amartias, who is the only ruler of the 28th dynasty, reigned for 6 years, clearing the Persian garrisons from the delta and restoring the traditional cults. But his dynasty was usurped by a military strongman from the city of Mendes, who founded the 29th dynasty. The pharaohs of the 29th and 30th dynasties, especially Nectanebo I and Nectanebo II, embarked on an ambitious program of temple construction and military fortification, preparing for the inevitable Persian counterstrike. Nectanebo I, who ruled from 380 to 362 BC, fortified the Pelusiac branch with massive mud-brick walls, dug new canals to impede cavalry, and hired Greek mercenaries, particularly the Spartan king Agesilaus, to train the Egyptian army in hoplite tactics. He even minted coins bearing his image, a pharaonic innovation borrowed from the Greek world, proclaiming his sovereignty to the world. The Persians attempted to reconquer Egypt in 373 BC under the satrap Pharnabazus, but the invasion force was delayed by the annual inundation and the brilliant defensive maneuvers of Nectanebo, who used the flooded delta to strand the Persian army and force a humiliating retreat. For a brief, shining moment, Egypt was free, and the gods of the Nile seemed to have smiled once more upon their children. But the clock was ticking, and the shadow of the Persian Empire was looming once again on the eastern horizon. The final reconquest of Egypt by the Achaemenid Empire, under Artaxerxes III Achuz in 343 BC, was a campaign of such calculated brutality that it effectively extinguished native pharaonic rule forever. Artaxerxes III, a king of ruthless determination and military skill, had spent years preparing for the campaign, stockpiling supplies, forging alliances with Greek mercenary commanders, and rebuilding the Persian navy that had been neglected during the decades of Egyptian independence. The invasion force, comprising a staggering 300,000 men and 300 triremes, according to the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, approached Egypt in 3 prongs. The main army, under the personal command of Artaxerxes, marched along the coastal road towards Pelusium, while 2 flanking forces advanced through the desert to outflank the Egyptian defenses. Nectanebo II, the last native pharaoh, had mustered an army of 100,000 Egyptians, Libyans, and Greek mercenaries, and had fortified every branch of the delta, but the numerical superiority and tactical acumen of the Persians proved unstoppable. The Persian general Mentor of Rhodes, a Greek renegade of exceptional ability, led a feint attack on Pelusium that pinned down the Egyptian main force, while another division under the command of the Persian noble Bagoas stormed the fortress of Bubastis. The Egyptian defense collapsed like a house of cards. Nectanebo II fled from Memphis to Nubia, carrying the royal insignia and the dream of pharaonic restoration into exile, where he vanished from history, the last Egyptian to ever wear the double crown. Artaxerxes III entered Memphis and unleashed a wave of terror that surpassed even the worst excesses of Cambyses. He ordered the massacre of the Egyptian garrison, the looting of the great temples, the desecration of the tombs of the 30th Dynasty Pharaohs, and, in a particularly symbolic act, the slaughter of the sacred Apis bull, whose flesh was roasted and served to the Persian soldiers. The Temple of Ptah was stripped of its gold and silver, the sacred texts of the House of Life were carted off to Persia, and an indemnity of 1,000 talents was imposed on the defeated population. Egypt was reintegrated into the empire as a mere satrapy, its spirit crushed, its gods mocked, and its ancient line of kings finally and irrevocably broken. The march on the Nile that Cambyses had begun 2 centuries earlier had reached its grim and final conclusion, and the sun of the pharaohs set forever, its last glow swallowed by the dark clouds of imperial domination. The figure of Cambyses II, as transmitted through the distorted lenses of Greek, Persian, and Egyptian sources, has oscillated between the archetypes of the cruel man and the misunderstood imperial reformer, a historiographical battleground that reveals as much about the biases of the ancient writers as it does about the man himself. The Greek tradition, anchored in the work of Herodotus and amplified by the tragedians and moralists, created a Cambyses who was the embodiment of hybris, a king who scorned the laws of men and gods, who murdered his brother, married his sisters, desecrated the dead, and was finally consumed by the divine vengeance his crimes had called down. This portrait served a clear didactic purpose for Greek audiences. It was a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of Eastern despotism and the inevitable justice of the gods. The Persian tradition, by contrast, largely erased Cambyses from the official memory, subsuming his reign into the legitimizing narrative of Darius the Great. The Behistun Inscription does not dwell on Cambyses' madness but on the fact that he had murdered his brother Bardia, a confession that justifies Darius's overthrow of the impostor Galmada. The Achaemenid royal ideology required that all kings of the line of Achaemenes be remembered as agents of Ahura Mazda, but Cambyses, with his disturbing reputation and his lack of surviving male issue, was a problematic ancestor, best forgotten. The Egyptian tradition, preserved in the Demotic Chronicle and the Oracle of the Potter, remembered the Persian period as an era of impurity and foreign pollution, a time when the laws of the pharaohs were overturned, the temples were impoverished, and the land was ruled by Medes, who did not understand Ma'at. Yet, even the Egyptians could not deny that Cambyses had at least initially adopted the trappings of pharaonic legitimacy, that his name had been inscribed in the cartouches of Sais, and that the Apis bull had been buried with honor during his reign. The historical Cambyses, therefore, emerges from the shadows as a far more complex figure than the madman of Greek legend, a capable military commander, a shrewd administrator who respected local religious traditions when it suited his purposes, a man of violent temper and deep insecurities, and a king whose greatest conquest also planted the seeds of his psychological destruction. The stories we tell about Cambyses are, in the end, a mirror of our own fascination with the intersection of absolute power and mortal frailty. The broader significance of the Persian conquest of Egypt cannot be fully understood without situating it within the framework of Achaemenid imperial ideology, which conceived of the empire as a divinely mandated universal state. The Achaemenid kings, from Cyrus onward, presented themselves not merely as conquerors but as restorers of a primordial order that had been disrupted by chaos and injustice. The official royal inscriptions, such as the Cyrus cylinder and the Behistun relief, articulate a vision of empire in which the king, empowered by Ahura Mazda, gathers all the scattered peoples under a single righteous rule, respecting their local gods and customs while imposing the superior Persian legal and fiscal order. The conquest of Egypt was the capstone of this ideological project. By adding the land of the river to their dominions, the Achaemenids could legitimately claim to rule the entirety of the known civilized world, from the Ethiopians in the south to the Scythians in the north, from the Indians in the east to the Greeks in the west. The famous reliefs of the Apadana at Persepolis, constructed under Darius I, depict the Egyptian delegation, recognizable by their kilts and shaven heads, bringing tribute that included gold, linen, and exotic animals, a visual representation of the harmonious hierarchy of nations under the Persian umbrella. The imperial road system, with its relay stations and mounted couriers, connected the satrapy of Madraya to the heartland of Persia, allowing the king's word to travel from Susa to Memphis in a matter of days. The standardization of weights and measures, the use of Aramaic as an administrative language, and the circulation of the gold daric and silver siglos created an integrated economic zone that spanned 3 continents. Egypt was not merely a conquered province, it was a vital organ of the imperial body, pumping grain, gold, and intellectual capital into the arteries of the empire, and in return receiving the benefits of peace, security, and access to a world market. This vision of a unified world order, though often violent in its imposition, was a revolutionary concept in human history, and its realization was made possible by the successful integration of Egypt, the oldest and most revered of all the ancient monarchies. The memory of the Persian conquest in later Egyptian history became a potent symbol of national trauma and the focal point for a messianic hope of liberation that persisted for centuries. In the Ptolemaic period, when Egypt was ruled by the Macedonian Greek dynasty of the Ptolemies, the story of Cambyses and the Persian occupation was revived and embellished to serve as a propaganda foil against the earlier, equally foreign, Persian regime. The Ptolemaic court actively promoted the narrative of Cambyses as a monstrous desecrator, in order to position themselves as the pious restorers of pharaonic traditions. The famous Egyptian priest and historian Manetho, writing in the 3rd century BC under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, compiled a list of the dynasties in which the Persian period is dismissed as an era of oppression and chaos, a narrative that fit neatly with the Ptolemaic claim to be the legitimate heirs of the native pharaohs. The legend of the lost army of Cambyses, the desecration of the Apis bull, and the murder of Psamtik III became fixed elements of Egyptian national folklore, repeated in demotic stories and temple rituals that cried out for the coming of a savior king who would wash the stain of foreign rule from the land. This messianic yearning found expression in the Oracle of the Potter, a Hellenistic-era text that prophesied the destruction of the city by the sea, Alexandria, the expulsion of the foreigners, and the rise of a native king who would restore the age of the gods. The irony, of course, is that the Ptolemies and later the Romans were no less foreign than the Persians had been, but the propaganda machine successfully positioned the Achaemenid period as the ultimate benchmark of national humiliation against which all subsequent rulers could measure their own legitimacy. The ghost of Cambyses, with his profane tombs and his mad desert wanderings, haunted the Egyptian imagination long after the last Persian soldier had been driven from the Nile, a dark phantom of collective loss that became a foundational myth of Egyptian national identity in the age of foreign domination. The archaeological and epigraphic legacy of the Persian period in Egypt, though less visible than the monumental remains of the New Kingdom, provides a rich and nuanced counter-narrative to the literary accounts of Greek and Egyptian propagandists. The excavations at the Serapeum of Saqqara, where the Apis bulls were interred in enormous granite sarcophagi, have yielded a series of stelae that show Persian kings, including Cambyses and Darius I, making offerings to the sacred bull and employing traditional Egyptian iconography. The stela of the Apis burial from the 6th year of Cambyses, discussed earlier, is the most powerful single piece of evidence for a policy of religious accommodation. Other epigraphic finds include the Wadi Hammamat inscriptions, carved on the rocks along the ancient route to the Red Sea, which record the names of Persian officials and their Egyptian collaborators who quarried stone for imperial building projects. The famous statue of Darius I, discovered at Susa but made of Egyptian greywack and inscribed in hieroglyphs with the pharaonic titulary, shows the Persian king in the traditional striding pose of an Egyptian pharaoh, a masterpiece of cultural appropriation. The Elephantine Papyri, a cache of Aramaic documents from the Jewish military colony on the island of Elephantine, are an unparalleled window into the daily life of a multicultural community under Persian rule, recording everything from marriage contracts and property disputes to the celebration of Passover and the correspondence with the high priest of Jerusalem about the rebuilding of the Jewish temple. These archaeological sources collectively paint a picture of a Persian administration that was not uniformly oppressive or destructive but was, rather, a pragmatic and often respectful manager of Egypt's human and cultural resources. The Persian period, far from being a dark age of pure desecration, was a complex era of negotiation, adaptation, and, at times, genuine symbiosis between the conquerors and the conquered, the traces of which are only now being fully appreciated by modern scholarship. The strategic lessons of the Persian conquest of Egypt were absorbed and refined by subsequent conquerors, from Alexander the Great to the Arab general Amr ibn al-As, who each followed in the footsteps of Cambyses along the ancient invasion corridor of the Sinai. The key insight, demonstrated so brilliantly by the Persian campaign, was that Egypt could not be taken by brute force alone. It required the combination of a secure logistical base, the cooperation or neutralization of the local nomadic tribes, the subversion of the enemy's psychological defenses, and the swift exploitation of the political fractures within the Egyptian court. Alexander the Great, when he marched into Egypt in 332 BC, explicitly modeled his approach on the Persian example, securing the submission of the Phoenician fleet, crossing the Sinai with a well-watered army, and instead of fighting a costly battle, receiving the surrender of the Persian satrap Mazax, who handed over the kingdom without a fight. Alexander, like Cambyses, made a point of sacrificing to the Apis bull and consulting the oracle of Ammonius at Siwa, actions that demonstrated his understanding that the conquest of Egyptian territory could not be separated from the conquest of Egyptian hearts and minds. The Roman annexation of Egypt in 30 BC, after the death of Cleopatra, followed a similar pattern, with Octavian Augustus posing as the restorer of order and the protector of the ancient cults. The Sasanian-Persian reconquest of Egypt in the 7th century AD, under Khosrow II, was another chapter in this long history, with Persian forces once again marching across the Sinai and capturing Alexandria, only to be expelled by the Byzantines. The final Arab conquest in 639–642 AD, led by Amr ibn al-As, saw the invaders trace the same coastal route, bypassing the Byzantine fortifications of Pelusium and taking the fortress of Babylon, Old Cairo, after a siege. Each of these successive conquests was, in a very real sense, a reenactment of the original Persian march on the Nile, a testament to the enduring strategic logic of the geography and the timeless dynamics of imperial expansion. The ghost of Cambyses' army, with its thousands of camels laden with water skins and its front ranks bristling with sacred animals, still marches along the Horus Road in the historical memory, a spectral parade of the first global conquerors to taste the waters of the Nile. The human cost of the Persian conquest, while impossible to quantify with precision, was written in the broken lives, displaced communities, and severed lineages that the ancient sources only dimly record. The death toll at Pelusium, even if we discount Herodotus's figure of 50,000, was catastrophic for the Egyptian military caste, virtually annihilating the generation of young men who should have fathered the next cohort of warriors. The deportation of Egyptian artisans, physicians, and engineers to the Persian heartland disrupted the transmission of specialized knowledge and impoverished the local economy. The Jewish community at Elephantine, which served as a Persian garrison, was a direct product of the imperial policy of moving populations to secure strategic frontiers, a dislocation that created opportunities for some but severed others from their ancestral homelands. The royal family of the Said dynasty was extinguished root and branch, its women reduced to concubinage, and its children executed, a deliberate act of genetic design to prevent any future claimant from rising on a tide of dynastic loyalty. The Egyptian peasants, the Fellahin, who had tilled the black soil of the Nile for millennia, found their grain taxes tripled, their sons conscripted for forced labor on Persian building projects, and their ancient festivals circumscribed by the watchful eyes of imperial agents. Yet, amid the suffering, there were also stories of resilience and adaptation. The Egyptian priesthood, that indomitable institution, bent but did not break. It absorbed the Persian tax demands, preserved the sacred texts in hidden chambers, and waited for the wheel of fortune to turn. The families of the Machima, stripped of their weapons, became farmers and craftsmen, their warrior traditions fading into folk memory but their identity as Egyptians unextinguished. The conquest was a profound trauma, but it was not an extinction. The river that had given birth to the pharaonic civilization continued to flood and recede with the eternal rhythm of the stars, and in the villages and towns of the delta, the old songs were still sung, the old gods were still invoked, and the ancient hope of a restored Egypt, ruled by a true son of Re, flickered like a lamp in the darkness of imperial occupation. The satrapy of Madraya, as Egypt was known in the administrative language of the Achaemenid Empire, was governed through a sophisticated system of fiscal extraction and political control that represented a radical departure from the traditional pharaonic model of palace-centered redistribution. At the apex of this system sat the Persian satrap, a viceroy appointed directly by the king, who wielded absolute authority over military, judicial, and financial matters. The satrap resided in the White Fortress of Memphis, a heavily fortified palace complex that housed his personal guard, his harem, and his treasury. Below the satrap were the district governors, often Persian nobles or trusted members of the local Egyptian aristocracy who had been co-opted into the imperial system, each responsible for the collection of taxes, the maintenance of canals, and the suppression of banditry within their designated nomes. The tax regime, documented in the Demotic Papyrus of the Land Survey, was based on an exhaustive cadastral survey of all arable land, with each plot classified according to its productivity, and assessed a fixed levy in grain, silver, or both. The total annual tribute from Egypt, according to Herodotus, was 700 talents of silver, but this figure does not account for the additional requisitions of grain, linen, and corvée labor that were imposed ad hoc. The Persian authorities introduced the use of coin money, the silver siglas and the gold daric, which began to circulate alongside the traditional Egyptian system of barter and grain banks, gradually monetizing the economy and linking Egypt to the wider imperial market. The satrap was assisted by a royal scribe, a Persian official who kept the accounts in Aramaic and sent regular reports to the central chancery at Susa, and by a commander of the garrison, who controlled the military forces stationed in the province. This division of powers among the satrap, the scribe, and the garrison commander was a deliberate check designed to prevent any single official from accumulating enough power to rebel. The system was extractive but not purely predatory. The Persian authorities had a vested interest in maintaining the agricultural productivity of the Nile Valley, and they invested in the repair of canals, the dredging of river mouths, and the maintenance of the Nilometers that predicted the annual flood. Egypt under the Persians was a province that groaned under the weight of imperial demands, but it was also a province that functioned with a bureaucratic efficiency that would have been unthinkable in the decentralized late Ramesside period. The Persian military presence in Egypt was structured around a network of permanent garrisons positioned at key strategic points, creating an iron grid of control that made rebellion a nearly suicidal undertaking. The three primary garrison sites were the White Fortress at Memphis, which housed the satrap's guard and a division of the Immortals, the border fortress at Daphne, known in Aramaic as Tapans, which controlled the eastern approaches and the Horus Road, and the island fortress of Elephantine, known as Yeb, which guarded the southern frontier at the First Cataract and served as a base for expeditions into Nubia. The garrisons were manned by a diverse array of ethnic contingents, a deliberate Persian policy to ensure that no single nationality could dominate a strategic position and that the soldiers would be mutually dependent on the Persian command. At Elephantine, the Aramaic papyri reveal a garrison composed of Jews, Persians, Elamites, Babylonians, Caspians, and Khwarezmians, each with their own quarter of the island, their own temples or shrines, and their own internal legal systems. The Jewish community at Elephantine even maintained a temple to Yahweh, the God of Israel, complete with an altar for burnt offerings, a fact that scandalized the Egyptian priests of the nearby temple of Khnum, the ram-headed god. The soldiers of the garrison received regular rations of grain, oil, and silver, known as the king's provision, and in return they were expected to patrol the frontier, escort trade caravans, and provide rapid reaction forces in the event of a local uprising. The internal security of the delta was maintained by a network of smaller watchtowers and fortified warehouses, manned by detachments of Median and Scythian cavalry who could sweep across the flat floodplain and crush any nascent insurrection before it could spread. The Persians also introduced a system of mounted couriers, the Paradasish, who rode along the royal road connecting Egypt to Syria and Persia, carrying the king's dispatches in sealed leather pouches. The speed of communication was astonishing for the ancient world. A message could travel from Memphis to Susa in less than 3 weeks, allowing the central government to respond to crises with a coordination that had been impossible under the isolated pharaonic dynasties. This military apparatus was the iron spine of Persian rule, and its effectiveness is demonstrated by the fact that, despite periodic revolts, Egypt remained a Persian province for over a century without succumbing to the kind of permanent secession that had fractured the Assyrian and Babylonian empires. The economic transformation of Egypt under Persian rule extended beyond the simple extraction of tribute to encompass a reorientation of the country's trade networks and the integration of Egyptian commerce into the vast Achaemenid economic sphere. The completion of the canal linking the Pelusiac branch of the Nile to the Red Sea, a project initiated by the Pharaoh Necho II but finished by Darius I, opened a direct maritime route between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. The stele erected by Darius along the canal, carved in 4 languages, proudly proclaimed that a ship sailed from the Nile to Persia by this canal, a feat that allowed Egyptian grain, linen, and papyrus to reach the heartland of the empire and brought Indian spices, Arabian incense, and Persian textiles into the markets of Memphis and Sais. The port city of Naucratis, the Greek trading emporium established centuries earlier, flourished under Persian rule as a hub of international commerce, its streets crowded with Ionian, Phoenician, and Carian merchants who paid customs duties into the satrap's treasury. The Egyptian glass industry, centered in the workshops of the Delta, reached new heights of technical sophistication, producing polychrome vessels and inlays that were exported to the courts of the Persian nobility. The monopoly on the production of papyrus, the writing material that was the lifeblood of the ancient bureaucracy, remained in Egyptian hands, and the papyrus rolls exported to the Aegean and the Levant brought a steady stream of silver into the province. The Persian period also saw the introduction of new agricultural crops and techniques. The cultivation of rice, originally from India, was introduced to the marshy lands of the Delta, and the Qanat, a Persian underground irrigation channel, was employed to bring water to marginal lands on the desert fringes. The Egyptian economy under the Persians was thus not stagnant or purely predatory. It was dynamic, globalized, and increasingly monetized, laying the groundwork for the economic patterns that would characterize the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The wealth that poured into the Persian imperial coffers from Egypt funded the construction of Persepolis, the lavish court of the King of Kings, and the massive military expeditions against Greece, demonstrating that the province of Madraya was not a mere trophy but an essential engine of Achaemenid power. The cultural and religious syncretism that emerged in Persian period Egypt was a two-way street, with Egyptian deities, medical knowledge, and artistic motifs flowing eastward as Persian administrative practices and Iranian religious concepts seeped into the Nile Valley. The cult of Isis, the great mother goddess, and her consort Osiris, already popular in the late period, underwent a transformation that made them more accessible and universalist, a development that some scholars attribute to the influence of Persian ideas of a cosmic struggle between good and evil. The syncretic god Serapis, a fusion of Osiris and the Apis bull with Hellenistic and possibly Iranian solar elements, was later developed by the Ptolemies, but its roots may lie in the religious melting pot of Persian Egypt. On the Persian side, the Achaemenid kings began to incorporate Egyptian deities into their pantheon, not as conquered gods but as additional manifestations of the divine power that legitimated their rule. The relief of Darius I at Persepolis includes Egyptian-style winged sun disks, and the royal inscriptions occasionally invoke the Egyptian solar god Re alongside Ahura Mazda. Egyptian physicians, with their millennia-old tradition of medical knowledge, were highly valued at the Persian court, and their practices, including the use of opium as an analgesic and the treatment of eye diseases with copper salts, were recorded in the Avestan medical texts. The architectural influence of Egypt is visible in the use of cavetto cornices, lotus bud columns, and the motif of the king smiting his enemies, which, while originally Egyptian, was adopted and adapted by the Persian sculptors working at Persepolis. On the Egyptian side, the Persian language and the Zoroastrian religion made a limited but noticeable impact. A few Egyptian personal names from the period incorporate Persian elements, and the demotic script began to be used for writing Persian loanwords. The Zoroastrian practice of exposing the dead to scavenging birds, rather than mummifying them, horrified the Egyptians, but it did not lead to outright religious conflict. The two systems coexisted, with the Persian authorities respecting Egyptian burial customs and the Egyptian priests ignoring the strange rites of their foreign overlords. The cultural encounter between the oldest civilization and the newest superpower did not result in the destruction of one by the other but in a rich, complex, and often contradictory synthesis that enriched both the conquered and the conquerors. The daily life of an Egyptian peasant, a scribe, or a priest under Persian rule was, in many respects, unchanged from the rhythms of previous centuries, though overlaid with the constant presence of foreign soldiers and the demands of a distant king. The fellahin, the peasant farmers who made up the vast majority of the population, continued to till their fields with the same wooden plows and to irrigate their crops with the same shadaf buckets that their ancestors had used since the Old Kingdom. The annual inundation remained the central event of the agricultural year, and the village gods, the household snakes, and the local spirits of the Nile continued to receive their daily offerings of bread and beer. The difference was that the grain collected at harvest time was no longer stored in the local temple granaries for redistribution but was measured by Persian tax assessors, a portion loaded onto barges and shipped to the satrapal warehouses, and the remainder doled out to the peasants for their own subsistence. The corvée labor demands, which required every able-bodied man to work a certain number of days per year on the canals, the roads, and the construction projects of the state, were enforced by Persian overseers with a rigor that the old pharaonic administration had not always maintained. For the scribes, the period brought new opportunities and challenges. The traditional Egyptian scriptoria continued to produce demotic legal documents, tax receipts, and literary texts, but increasingly the scribes had to be bilingual, mastering Aramaic to communicate with the Persian administration and to draft contracts that would be recognized in the imperial courts. The Aramaic language, written with a reed pen on papyrus, became the lingua franca of the satrapy, and the Egyptian scribal class, ever adaptable, absorbed it into their repertoire. For the priests, life under the Persians was a delicate balancing act. They continued to perform the daily rituals that kept the cosmos in order, to mummify the dead, and to celebrate the great festivals of Opet and the beautiful Feast of the Valley, but they did so under the watchful eye of the Persian garrison commanders. The temple estates, which had once been the economic powerhouses of Egypt, were now taxed and regulated, and the priests had to learn to navigate the Byzantine complexities of Persian bureaucracy, bribing officials, filing petitions, and invoking the royal decrees that protected their ancient privileges. The daily life of Egypt under the Persians was thus a life of continuity and change, a world where the old gods still walked the temple corridors and the new tax collectors knocked on the granary doors, a land suspended between its eternal past and its imperial present. The intellectual and literary output of Egypt during the Persian period, though often overlooked in favor of the more glamorous eras of the pyramids, or the empire of the New Kingdom, reveals a society engaged in a profound dialogue with its own traditions and with the new ideas arriving from across the empire. The Demotic Chronicle, a prophetic text composed during the early Ptolemaic period but reflecting memories of Persian rule, is a searing critique of foreign domination couched in the language of divine oracles and historical typology. It presents a cyclical view of history in which virtuous native kings are rewarded by the gods with long reigns, while impious foreign rulers are punished with short, chaotic tenures, a thinly veiled commentary on the Persian occupation. The Instructions of Enkhsheshenki, a collection of proverbs and wisdom literature written in Demotic, offers a ground-level view of the moral and practical concerns of an Egyptian living under Persian rule, advising patience, prudence in dealing with the powerful, and a quiet reliance on the traditional virtues. The papyri from Elephantine, in addition to their legal and administrative content, contain fragments of literary texts, including a version of the story of Ahikar, a wisdom tale of Assyrian origin that circulated throughout the Achaemenid Empire and was translated into Aramaic, demonstrating the cross-cultural literary currents that flowed through the province. The Egyptian scribes continued to copy and preserve the classical texts of the Middle and New Kingdoms, the stories of Sinew, the shipwrecked sailor, and the eloquent peasant, ensuring that the literary heritage of Egypt was not lost during the centuries of foreign rule. At the same time, new compositions appeared that blended Egyptian and Persian elements, such as the so-called satrap stela of Ptolemy I, which later drew on Persian administrative terminology. The intellectual life of Persian Egypt was not a barren wasteland but a fertile field of translation, adaptation, and quiet resistance, a world in which the pen, as much as the sword, was a weapon of cultural survival. The 27th dynasty, the line of Persian kings who ruled Egypt as pharaohs, was a political construct that sought to graft the foreign body of Achaemenid monarchy onto the ancient stem of pharaonic legitimacy, an experiment that produced fascinating contradictions and ultimately collapsed under the weight of its own internal tensions. The dynasty officially included the Persian kings Cambyses II, Darius I, Xerxes I, Artaxerxes I, and Darius II, who each took a full Egyptian royal titulary and were depicted on temple walls making offerings to the traditional gods. This dynastic fiction was maintained through a careful collaboration between the Persian satrap and the high priests of Ptah at Memphis, who served as the official custodians of pharaonic tradition. The priests composed the royal names, carved the cartouches, and performed the required rituals, ensuring that the cosmic order of Ma'at was, at least in theory, sustained. The Persian kings, for their part, took the fiction seriously enough to visit Egypt, to consult its oracles, and to invest in its temples, but never seriously enough to make Egypt the center of their empire. The King of Kings ruled from Susa, Persepolis, or Babylon, and Egypt was a distant province, administered by a satrap who was always a Persian of the highest nobility. The fundamental contradiction of the 27th dynasty was that the pharaoh, the earthly incarnation of Horus, was expected to reside in Egypt, to lead its armies, and to personally perform the rites of the inundation, but the Persian Shahanshah could not and would not abandon his itinerant court to become a resident Egyptian king. This absence created a vacuum of sacred authority that the local priesthoods and the disaffected warrior class sought to fill, resulting in the repeated rebellions that rocked the dynasty. The 27th dynasty was, in essence, a phantom dynasty, a legal fiction that served the administrative needs of the empire but never captured the hearts of the Egyptian people, who continued to yearn for a true son of the sun god to rise from among them and cast the Mede into the sea. The revolt of Aineros, the Libyan prince who nearly expelled the Persians from Egypt in the middle of the 5th century BC, was the most significant internal challenge to the 27th dynasty, and its suppression revealed both the vulnerabilities and the brutal resilience of Achaemenid imperial control. Aineros, whose full name meant, the son of the cat goddess, a fitting title for a man who fought under the banner of Batet, was able to unite the disparate elements of Egyptian resistance because he embodied the fusion of Libyan martial vigor and Egyptian religious legitimacy. His revolt began in the western delta, far from the Persian garrison strongholds, and rapidly spread along the coast to the city of Maria and the fortress of Sais. The initial Egyptian victories, culminating in the death of the satrap Achaemenes at the Battle of Pelusium, sent a shockwave of hope through the entire country. For the first time in decades, the Egyptian Machime, rearmed with captured Persian weapons, fought as a cohesive force under a commander who claimed the pharaonic title. The alliance with Athens, which sent a fleet of 200 triremes, internationalized the conflict and threatened to sever the Persian Empire's access to the Mediterranean grain supply. The siege of the White Fortress in Memphis, the last Persian redoubt, lasted for over a year, and the defenders, including the satrap's family, were reduced to eating their horses and leather equipment. The Persian counteroffensive, when it finally came, was a testament to the empire's capacity to mobilize overwhelming force from its vast resources. The general Megabyzus, a veteran of the Greek wars, assembled an army from the satrapies of Syria, Cilicia, and Phoenicia, and a fleet from the coastal cities. The relief of Memphis was a masterful combined arms operation, with the Persian infantry breaking the siege lines as the Phoenician navy engaged the Athenian triremes in the Nile channels. Aineros, wounded and captured, was transported to Susa in chains, and his eventual execution by impalement, a Persian punishment reserved for rebels against the king, was a grim message to all of Egypt. The revolt, however, was not a total failure for the Egyptians. It demonstrated that Persian rule was not invincible and that the flame of resistance could be kindled from a single spark. The memory of Aineros became a rallying cry for future generations, a heroic martyr whose ghost haunted the Persian garrisons until the day they were finally expelled. The cultural memory of the Persian occupation in Egyptian folklore and literature took on a life of its own, transforming the historical events of the 6th and 5th centuries BC into a mythological narrative of chaos, purification, and eventual redemption. The Demotic Chronicle, a text composed under the early Ptolemies, interprets the entire history of the late period through the lens of a divine prophecy, in which the Persian kings are the rulers of the sea, alien beings who overturned the natural order and brought famine, lawlessness, and impiety to the land. The text describes how the temples were emptied of their treasures, how the sacred images were carried off to Asia, and how the Nile itself refused to rise properly because the Persians had not performed the correct rites. This narrative was not merely a historical record, it was a theological explanation for the suffering of the present, a declaration that the chaos of foreign rule was not a sign of the gods' weakness but of their temporary anger, which would be assuaged when a pure native king sat once more upon the throne. The Oracle of the Potter, a Hellenistic-era prophetic text, foretells the destruction of the girdle wearers, a code for the Persians, and the rise of a king from the east who will restore Egypt to its ancient glory. The story of Cambyses' madness, the lost army in the desert, and the desecration of the Apis bull were recounted, embellished, and eventually inscribed in the historical memory as a permanent warning against the folly of foreign conquerors who dared to mock the gods of Egypt. These stories served a dual purpose. They provided a cathartic narrative of justified divine vengeance against the impious invaders, and they reinforced the distinct identity of the Egyptian people as the chosen guardians of a sacred order that no amount of political subjugation could ever extinguish. The Persian occupation, in this sense, became a foundational trauma that crystallized Egyptian national consciousness, a dark night of the soul from which the dawn of a renewed pharaonic age would eventually break. The Persian administrative legacy in Egypt, although dismantled after the successful revolt of Amartius in 404 BC, left enduring imprints on the institutions and practices of the subsequent native dynasties and on the Ptolemaic state that followed. The 30th dynasty pharaohs, particularly Nectanebo I and II, inherited a country whose fiscal apparatus had been thoroughly overhauled by the Persian system of cadastral surveys, fixed taxation, and monetized exchange. While they proudly reasserted traditional Egyptian religious iconography and expelled the Persian garrisons, they did not dismantle the Aramaic bureaucratic infrastructure. Instead, they adapted it, employing scribes who could draft documents in both Demotic and Aramaic to manage the complex economy of grain production and trade. The concept of a professional standing army, financed by the royal treasury rather than by the granting of land to a hereditary warrior class, had been reinforced by the Persian garrison system, and the 30th dynasty pharaohs continued this practice, hiring large numbers of Greek mercenaries and maintaining a fleet that was modeled on the Persian Phoenician naval tradition. The Persian practice of using a network of royal roads and mounted couriers to connect the capital with the provinces was partially replicated by the native pharaohs, who needed rapid communication to defend the long coastline against Persian naval incursions. Perhaps the most enduring administrative legacy was the solidification of the nome system into fixed fiscal districts, a structure that would be retained by the Ptolemies and later by the Romans. The Persian period had demonstrated that Egypt could be efficiently governed as a territorial state, rather than as a collection of semi-autonomous temple estates, and this lesson was not lost on the Macedonian conquerors who arrived in 332 BC. Alexander the Great and his successor Ptolemy Isoter built their Egyptian state upon the foundations laid by the Persian satrapy, inheriting its tax registers, its irrigation records, and its multilingual administrative class. The Persian occupation, despised and rejected though it was in the cultural memory, had accidentally modernized the Egyptian state, transforming it from a Bronze Age monarchy into an Iron Age province, and this transformation, for better or worse, shaped the Egypt that would face the Hellenistic Age. The religious policy of the later Achaemenid kings towards Egypt, particularly under Darius II and Artaxerxes II, evolved from the pragmatic tolerance of Cambyses and Darius I to a more interventionist and at times confrontational approach that reflected the growing influence of Zoroastrian orthodoxy at the Persian court. Darius II, who reigned from 423 to 404 BC, faced a chronic shortage of funds due to the Peloponnesian Wars and the constant military commitments across the empire, and he looked to the wealthy temples of Egypt as a source of emergency revenue. The Elephantine Papyri contain a remarkable correspondence between the Jewish garrison on the island and the Persian satrap regarding the festival of unleavened bread, in which the satrap issues a decree ordering the Jewish soldiers to observe their religious rites, an indication that the Persian authorities were actively managing and regulating the diverse cults of the province. The growing tensions came to a head during the reign of Artaxerxes II, when a faction of Zoroastrian priests at court urged the king to suppress the worship of false gods, particularly the animal cults of Egypt, which Zoroastrians viewed as the epitome of Druj, the lie. While there is no evidence of a systematic persecution, the increased demands for silver from the temple treasuries and the occasional desecration of sacred animal necropolises, such as the Ibis galleries at Saqqara, suggest a hardening of Persian attitudes. The Egyptians, for their part, responded with a resurgence of apocalyptic and messianic literature that prophesied the imminent fall of the Persian Empire and the restoration of the pure worship of the Egyptian gods. The Oracle of the Lamb, a demotic text that purports to be the prophecy of a talking lamb during the reign of a pharaoh named Bakris, predicts that the Mede shall perish, and the shrine of the god shall be purified of the foreigners. This climate of mutual religious suspicion and economic exploitation created the tinder that would ignite the final successful revolt of Amartius, who expelled the Persians and founded the 28th dynasty. The religious dimension of the Persian-Egyptian conflict, often overshadowed by the military and political narratives, was a crucial undercurrent, a clash of irreconcilable worldviews that contributed to the ultimate failure of the Achaemenid experiment in ruling the ancient land of the Nile. The environmental and ecological impact of the Persian conquest and subsequent administration on the Egyptian landscape was subtle but significant, as the demands of the imperial system reshaped patterns of land use, irrigation, and urban settlement. The Persian policy of maximizing agricultural output to feed the imperial tax machine led to an intensification of cultivation in the delta, with new lands being reclaimed from the marshes along the Canopic and Pelusiac branches. The Canal of Darius, linking the Nile to the Red Sea, was an engineering marvel of its age, but its construction required the diversion of massive amounts of Nile water and the dredging of millions of cubic meters of sediment, altering the hydrology of the eastern delta. The increased salinity of the coastal lakes, such as Lake Bardawil and Lake Manzala, may be partially attributable to the expansion of irrigation and the reduction of the Nile flood's flushing action, though this remains a subject of ongoing geological research. The Persian garrisons, stationed in the ancient cities, contributed to the urbanization and fortification of the landscape. The White Fortress of Memphis, the Walls of Daphne, and the Jewish quarter of Elephantine were all products of Persian military architecture. The introduction of new crops, such as rice and pistachio, and new animals, such as the Persian camel, altered the agricultural and pastoral ecology of the valley. The demand for timber for shipbuilding and construction, particularly for the Persian fleet and the canal works, led to deforestation in the acacia groves of the western desert margins, a trend that had begun under the Saite pharaohs but accelerated under the Persians. The long-term consequence of these ecological pressures was a gradual, almost imperceptible shift in the carrying capacity of the land, which, combined with the fiscal exactions, may have contributed to the periodic famines that afflicted Egypt during the Persian period. The Persian conquest was not only a political and cultural event but an ecological one, a re-engineering of the ancient symbiosis between the Nile and its people to serve the appetites of a world empire, the effects of which rippled through the centuries long after the last Persian soldier had departed from the land of the river. The role of the Greek mercenaries in the Persian conquest and occupation of Egypt was a decisive factor that both enabled the initial victory and sowed the seeds of long-term instability, as the loyalty of these soldiers was always contingent on the flow of silver and the promise of plunder. The Greek hoplites who fought at Pelusium on both sides were part of a vast mercenary market that had emerged in the eastern Mediterranean during the 6th century BC, driven by the overpopulation of the Greek city-states, the development of a monetary economy, and the endless wars of the era. The pharaoh Amasis had been one of the most generous employers of Greek mercenaries, settling them in the fortress of Daphne and granting them tax-free land in exchange for military service. When Cambyses invaded, many of these mercenaries, seeing the superior numbers and the defection of Phanes, transferred their allegiance to the Persians, bringing with them their bronze panoplies, their disciplined phalanx tactics, and their intimate knowledge of Egypt's defenses. The Persian kings, following the conquest, continued to rely on Greek mercenaries to garrison the province and to suppress the repeated Egyptian revolts, a policy that created a foreign military caste that was deeply resented by the native population. The Athenians, as part of their anti-Persian strategy, periodically intervened in Egypt, as in the revolt of Inaros, hoping to detach the satrapy from the empire and secure the grain supply. The Greek mercenaries thus became the pivot of Egyptian politics. When they fought for the Persians, the rebellions were crushed. When they defected to the Egyptian rebels, the satrapy was shaken. The 30th dynasty pharaohs, especially Nectanebo II, employed Greek generals such as the Spartan Agesilaus and the Athenian Chabrias, who professionalized the Egyptian army and fortified the delta against the inevitable Persian counterattack. The Greek mercenary, the hoplite for hire, was both the instrument of Egypt's subjugation and the sword of its temporary liberation, a paradox that underscored the irreversible integration of Egypt into the violent, interconnected world of the Eastern Mediterranean, a world where loyalty was a commodity, and the boundaries between Greek, Egyptian, and Persian were as fluid as the waters of the Nile. The legacy of the Persian conquest of Egypt in 525 BC is a complex and multi-layered tapestry woven from threads of military innovation, imperial administration, cultural resistance, and enduring historical memory that has shaped the understanding of Egyptian civilization for 2.5 millennia. The conquest demonstrated, for the first time in recorded history, that the ancient kingdom of the Nile, which had weathered the invasions of the Hyksos, the Sea Peoples, the Libyans, the Nubians, and the Assyrians, was not invincible. The psychological shock of the fall of the 26th dynasty reverberated through the ancient world, shattering the aura of divine protection that had surrounded the pharaonic institution and revealing Egypt as a prize to be contested by the rising empires of the East. The military tactics and logistical strategies employed by Cambyses, the Arabian water supply alliance, the psychological warfare with sacred animals, the combined arms coordination of infantry, cavalry, and fleet, became a template for all future invaders of Egypt, a playbook consulted by Alexander, by the Romans, and by the Arabs. The administrative integration of Egypt into a world empire set a precedent that would be followed by every subsequent foreign ruler, establishing a pattern of governance that balanced the extractive demands of the imperial center with the necessity of placating the Egyptian priesthood and maintaining the hydraulic infrastructure of the Nile. The conquest also catalyzed a profound cultural exchange that enriched both the conquered and the conquerors, spreading Egyptian religion, medicine, and art across the Achaemenid Empire and introducing Persian, Aramaic, and later Greek elements into the Egyptian cultural mix. The trauma of the Persian occupation, however, left a deep scar on the Egyptian psyche, one that fueled a resurgence of national and religious consciousness and a messianic hope for a native savior that would persist through the Ptolemaic, Roman, and Byzantine periods, finally finding its ultimate, albeit transformed, expression in the Christian and Islamic apocalyptic traditions of Egypt. The March on the Nile was thus not an end but a beginning, the first act in a drama of imperial domination and national resistance that would play out for over 1,000 years. The Persian period in Egypt, spanning from 525 BC to 404 BC and then briefly from 343 BC to 332 BC, represents a unique chapter in the long history of the Nile Valley, a period often dismissed as a dark interlude between the glories of the Sate Renaissance and the Hellenistic age of the Ptolemies, but which, upon closer inspection, emerges as a crucible of transformation. It was during these centuries that Egypt was forcibly integrated into the global economy of the Achaemenid Empire, that its legal and administrative systems were modernized and monetized, and that its population experienced, for the first time on a massive scale, the reality of life under a foreign, non-African ruling class. The Persian governors, with their Aramaic scribes and their Median garrisons, were a permanent reminder that the age of the god-kings was over, that the pharaoh now lived in a distant palace in Susa and spoke a language that the gods of Egypt did not understand. Yet the Persian period was not a story of unrelieved oppression. The archaeological record, with its apis stelae, its cartouches of Darius, and its Elephantine papyri, reveals a more nuanced reality of negotiation, accommodation, and even genuine syncretism. The Egyptian priesthood, that eternally resilient institution, learned to navigate the new imperial structures, preserving the sacred traditions in their temples while collecting the taxes demanded by the satrap. The Egyptian peasant, though burdened by heavier exactions, continued to plow the black earth and to pray to the local crocodile god, adapting to the new realities with the quiet endurance that had always been the hallmark of the fellahin. The Persian conquest, in the final analysis, did not destroy Egyptian civilization. It challenged it, reshaped it, and forced it to evolve in ways that would have been unimaginable under a purely native dynasty. The Egypt that emerged from the Persian period was a different Egypt, more cosmopolitan, more multilingual, more connected to the currents of world history. But it was still Egypt, still the land of the inundation, still the house of Ta, still the eternal two lands under the eternal sun. The final reckoning of the Persian occupation came not with a thunderous battle but with the quiet arrival of Alexander the Great in 332 BC, who was welcomed by the Egyptians not as a conqueror but as a liberator from the hated Persian yoke. The Persian satrap Mazax, recognizing the futility of resistance after the destruction of the Persian fleet at Issus, surrendered Egypt without a fight, handing over the treasury of Memphis and the symbols of pharaonic authority to the young Macedonian king. Alexander, in a masterstroke of political theater, immediately adopted the pharaonic titulary, sacrificed to the Apis bull at Memphis, and made the arduous journey to the Siwa oasis to consult the oracle of Ammonius, where, according to legend, the priests hailed him as the son of the god. The new conqueror presented himself as the antithesis of Cambyses, a pious ruler who respected the Egyptian gods and would restore the temples to their ancient glory. The Egyptian priests, in turn, embraced Alexander as the legitimate pharaoh, weaving him into the tapestry of Egyptian kingship, and his successors, the Ptolemies, continued this tradition, building magnificent temples at Edfu, Dendera, and Philae that stand today as the most complete surviving monuments of Egyptian religion. The Persian period, with its humiliations and its rebellions, had prepared the ground for this new synthesis. The old xenophobia, the visceral hatred of the Asiatic invader, was redirected and refined. The Persians became the ultimate villains of Egyptian historical memory, the impure ones, whose defeat had been prophesied and whose expulsion was the necessary prelude to the restoration of Maat. The memory of Cambyses, the mad king who had stabbed the Apis and vanished into the desert, became a cautionary tale, a negative exemplum against which all subsequent foreign pharaohs, Greek and Roman, would be measured and, for a time, found acceptable. The march on the Nile had ended, but the story of Egypt's entanglement with foreign empires had only just begun, and the ghost of the Persian conquest would continue to haunt the banks of the sacred river for centuries to come. The modern archaeological quest to uncover the physical remains of the Persian conquest, from the battlefield of Pelusium to the lost army in the Great Sand Sea, has been a romantic and often frustrating endeavor that reflects the enduring fascination with this pivotal moment in ancient history. The site of ancient Pelusium, known today as Tel El Farima, is a vast, wind-scoured mound of ruins near the modern Egyptian town of Port Said. Excavations by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities and various international missions have revealed the mud-brick foundations of the fortress, the remains of a Roman-era amphitheater, and, in the 1990s, a mass grave containing hundreds of skeletons, many with traumas consistent with battle wounds, though it is impossible to definitively link them to the Battle of 525 BC. The search for the lost army of Cambyses has been even more dramatic. In the 1930s, the Hungarian Count Laszlo Almasi, an explorer and desert enthusiast, scoured the Gilf Kabir Plateau and the Great Sand Sea based on the accounts of local Bedouin who spoke of a place of the dead, where thousands of bones and weapons lay half-buried in the sand. Almasi never found the army, but his journals recorded the legend in detail. In 2000, the Castiglione brothers, Italian archaeologists, announced the discovery of a cache of bones, bronze arrowheads of the Achaemenid type, a silver earring, and a rock inscription at a site they termed the Cave of the Archers, near the Wadi al-Haytan. The Egyptian authorities, however, were skeptical, and the site remains controversial and largely unexcavated. The appeal of the lost army lies not only in the archaeological treasure it represents but in its symbolic power, the idea of an entire army swallowed by the desert, a punishment from the ancient gods of the sands for the hubris of a foreign king. The Persian conquest of Egypt, through these archaeological pursuits, continues to captivate the modern imagination, bridging the gap between academic history and romantic adventure, and reminding us that beneath the sands of Egypt, there are still stories waiting to be uncovered, stories of conquest and resistance, of glory and despair, of the eternal struggle between empires and the ancient spirits of the Nile. The Persian administrative machine that governed Egypt after the conquest was a masterpiece of imperial bureaucracy, a system engineered to extract maximum surplus while maintaining the illusion of pharaonic continuity and the fragile cooperation of the native elite. The satrap, appointed directly by the King of Kings, was the linchpin of this apparatus. His full title, as recorded in the Aramaic documents from Elephantine, was Satrap of Madraya, Guardian of the Two Lands, Governor of the Nile. The first satrap, Arianda, established his court in the White Fortress of Memphis, a sprawling complex rebuilt on the foundations of the ancient pharaonic palace, its walls reinforced with baked brick and its treasury vaults sunk deep into the limestone bedrock. Arianda governed with a staff of Persian nobles, each assigned a specific department: the chief scribe, who controlled the chancery and all official correspondence; the royal treasurer, who oversaw the collection and shipment of the annual tribute; the commander of the garrison, who reported directly to the king and not to the satrap, a deliberate check on the satrap's military power; and the king's eye, a network of spies and inspectors who traveled incognito through the nomes, reporting any hint of sedition or corruption. The cadastral survey, ordered by Darius I and meticulously recorded in the Demotic Papyrus of the Land Register, measured every parcel of arable land in the country, classifying it as high quality, medium quality, or marginal, and assessed a fixed annual tax in grain, calculated in artabas, the standard Egyptian unit of volume. The total annual grain tax from Egypt, according to the revenue records partially preserved in the Persepolis fortification tablets, amounted to approximately 200,000 artabas, a quantity sufficient to feed the entire Persian court and army for a year, and this was only the baseline levy. In addition, the satrapy was required to deliver a cash tribute of 700 talents of silver, a staggering sum that was minted into Persian sigloi and deposited in the royal treasuries at Susa and Persepolis. The silver was collected from a variety of taxes, a poll tax on every adult male, a tax on commercial transactions at the Nile ports, a tax on the production of papyrus and linen, and a tax on the funerary industry, because even the dead were not exempt from the demands of the empire. The administrative correspondence between the satrap and the king, fragments of which survive in Aramaic on broken potsherds, reveals a constant preoccupation with the timely delivery of tribute, the repair of canals, and the suppression of banditry, painting a picture of a province that was both prosperous and perpetually strained by the weight of imperial expectations. The Persian administrators, for all their extractive efficiency, were also pragmatists. They understood that a ruined peasantry produced no grain, and so they invested in the hydraulic infrastructure, the dredging of the Bar Yusuf Canal, the maintenance of the Great Nilometer at Memphis, and the distribution of seed grain in famine years. A policy that ensured the long-term viability of their tax base even as it reinforced their image as the stewards of the land's fertility. The legal system imposed by the Persians on Egypt was a hybrid of Achaemenid royal law, local Egyptian customary law, and the jurisprudence of the various ethnic communities that made up the garrison population, a layered legal landscape that required a sophisticated bureaucracy to adjudicate. The satrap served as the supreme judge of the province, hearing cases that involved capital crimes, disputes between members of different ethnic communities, and any matter that touched the interests of the imperial treasury. Below the satrap were the district judges, often Persian nobles or trusted Egyptian nomarchs, who adjudicated local disputes according to a dual system: Aramaic law for matters involving Persians, Medes, Babylonians, and other imperial subjects, and Demotic Egyptian law for matters between native Egyptians. The Elephantine papyri provide an extraordinary window into this legal world. In one case, a Jewish woman named Mibdahaya sued her Egyptian neighbor over a property boundary. The case was heard before a mixed tribunal of Persian and Egyptian judges. The evidence was recorded in Aramaic, and the final verdict was delivered in the name of the satrap, illustrating the cross-cultural judicial procedures that had evolved. Marriage contracts, divorce settlements, and inheritance disputes among the Jewish community at Elephantine were governed by a blend of Hebrew law and Aramaic legal formulas, and they were registered with the Persian chancery to ensure their enforceability. The Persian authorities also introduced the practice of royal pardons and amnesties. On the accession of a new king or the celebration of a major victory, the satrap would issue a decree releasing debtors from prison, canceling certain tax arrears, and restoring confiscated property to loyal subjects, a policy that mirrored the ancient Egyptian tradition of the cleansing of the house, and was eagerly adopted by the native population as a sign of the king's benevolence. The legal system was not without its brutality. The Persians retained the death penalty for rebellion, sacrilege, and the murder of a Persian official, and the punishments included impalement, crucifixion, and decapitation, all carried out in public to serve as a deterrent. Yet, for the ordinary Egyptian peasant or artisan, the Persian legal order provided a measure of predictability and protection against the arbitrary exactions of local strongmen, and the ability to appeal to the satrap's court, however expensive and distant, offered a path to justice that had not always existed under the decentralized rule of the late Pharaonic period. The law, like everything else in the satrapy, was a tool of imperial control, but it was a tool that cut both ways, constraining the governed and, occasionally, the governors themselves. The economic transformation of Egypt under Persian rule was driven by the introduction of a monetized economy, the expansion of international trade, and the systematic exploitation of the country's natural resources, a combination that turned the ancient kingdom into a profit center for the Achaemenid Empire. Before the Persian conquest, the Egyptian economy operated primarily on a barter and grain bank system, with copper debits serving as a unit of account but rarely as a circulating currency. The Persians, with their vast silver reserves from the mines of Anatolia and their established system of coinage, began minting silver sigloi and gold darics in Egypt, using the workshops of Memphis and later the new mint at Naucratis. The introduction of coin money facilitated the collection of taxes, the payment of mercenaries, and the expansion of market exchange, and by the end of the 5th century BC, Egyptian merchants were using Persian coins alongside Athenian tetradrachms and locally minted imitations. The trade networks that passed through Egypt were among the most lucrative in the empire. The Red Sea port of Arsinoe, linked to the Nile by the Canal of Darius, became a gateway for goods from India, Arabia, and the East African coast. Cinnamon, cassia, frankincense, myrrh, ivory, ebony, and exotic animals such as monkeys and parrots flowed into the delta and were transshipped to the markets of Tyre, Sidon, and Athens. The western oases, particularly Siwa and Bahariya, were hubs of the trans-Saharan trade, bringing gold dust, ostrich feathers, and slaves from the African interior to the Nile Valley. The Persian authorities actively encouraged this commerce by building and maintaining the infrastructure of trade, way stations with fresh water and fodder for caravan animals, naval patrols to suppress piracy in the Red Sea, and standardized weights and measures that reduced the friction of cross-border exchange. The Egyptian industrial sector also flourished. The papyrus workshops of the Delta, the linen factories of Sais, and the glassmakers of Alexandria, then a minor settlement known as Rhodotus, produced goods that were exported across the empire, their quality unmatched. The temple estates, which traditionally held vast tracts of land worked by tenant farmers, were partially integrated into this monetized economy, selling their surplus grain and linen on the open market and depositing the proceeds in the royal treasury, a process that gradually eroded the economic autonomy of the priesthood and strengthened the fiscal power of the satrap. The Persian economic system was predatory, but it was also dynamic, and the Egypt that emerged from the 5th century BC was a far more commercially developed and globally integrated society than the Egypt of the Sate pharaohs. The Canal of Darius I, known in Old Persian as the Darius Canal, and in Egyptian as the Canal of the Two Waters, was one of the greatest engineering projects of the ancient world, a direct precursor to the modern Suez Canal, and a testament to the Persian vision of a unified economic space stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. The project was initiated shortly after Darius's consolidation of power in 518 BC, building on earlier efforts by the pharaoh Necho II and possibly by the Assyrian king Esarhaddon. Darius's engineers, a mix of Persian, Egyptian, and possibly Ionian Greek specialists, surveyed a route that began at the Pelusiac branch of the Nile near the city of Bubastis and ran eastward through the Wadi Tumulat, a natural depression that had been used as a desert route for millennia, emerging at the northern end of the Gulf of Suez near the modern city of Suez. The total length of the canal was approximately 150 kilometers, with a width sufficient to allow two triremes to pass each other with oars extended, and a depth that ensured navigation even during the low water season. The construction required the excavation of millions of cubic meters of sand and limestone, the lining of the canal bed with stone and clay to prevent seepage, and the installation of a series of locks and sluice gates to regulate the water flow from the Nile, a system so sophisticated that it astonished the Greek historian Herodotus, who visited the canal decades later. Darius commemorated the completion of the canal with a series of monumental stelae, erected at intervals along its length, carved from red granite and inscribed in 4 languages: Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. The text on one stela, discovered near Kabret in the 1860s, reads, "I am a Persian, from Persia I seized Egypt. I ordered this canal to be dug from the Nile, which flows in Egypt, to the sea that goes from Persia. This canal was dug as I commanded, and ships sailed from Egypt through this canal to Persia as was my will." The canal not only facilitated the movement of military fleets and commercial shipping but also transformed the economic geography of the eastern delta, turning the Wadi Tumulat into a fertile agricultural zone irrigated by the canal's waters and dotted with new settlements. The canal was maintained and periodically dredged by subsequent Persian kings, fell into disrepair during the native Egyptian interlude, was restored by the Ptolemies, and finally silted up permanently during the Roman period. But its memory lingered as a symbol of the imperial ambition to connect the two great seas, a vision that would not be fully realized until the 19th century AD. The Persian Canal was, in its time, a technological wonder and a strategic masterstroke, reducing the voyage from the Phoenician coast to the Persian Gulf from months of hazardous navigation around the Arabian Peninsula to a few weeks of sheltered sailing. The social structure of Persian period Egypt was a complex hierarchy that placed a thin layer of Persian and Mede aristocracy at the apex, a broader stratum of Greek, Carian, and Jewish mercenaries and merchants in the middle, and the vast mass of native Egyptian peasants, artisans, and priests at the base, a pyramid of ethnicity and privilege that shaped every aspect of daily life. The Persian nobility, who formed the satrapal court and commanded the garrisons, lived in a style that consciously emulated the luxury of the Persian heartland while incorporating Egyptian elements. They wore robes of purple and gold, drank wine from rhytons of precious metal, hunted lions in the delta marshes with Persian hounds, and maintained harems that included Egyptian, Greek, and Persian women. The satrap's palace in Memphis was renowned for its gardens, planted with cypress and date palms imported from Persia, its pavilions adorned with glazed brick reliefs of winged bulls and griffins, and its banquets where guests reclined on gilded couches and were served by attendants in Egyptian kilts. The military colonists, the Ba'lan holders who received plots of land in exchange for hereditary military service, formed a privileged intermediary class. These included not only Persians and Medes but also Jews, Arameans, Caspians, and Carians, each settled in their own communities and retaining their own languages, religions, and legal traditions. The Jewish colony at Elephantine, for example, lived in a walled quarter of the island, maintained their own temple to Yahoo, observed the Sabbath and Passover, and intermarried with the local Egyptian population only rarely. The Greek mercenaries, concentrated at Daphne and Naucratis, formed a Hellenic enclave that worshipped the Olympian gods, competed in athletic games, and maintained close ties with their mother cities. The native Egyptian population, while numerically dominant, was politically marginalized. The old warrior caste, the Machima, had been disarmed and reduced to peasant status, and their ancestral pride curdled into resentment. The Egyptian scribes, who had once served a glorious pharaonic court, now labored as mid-level functionaries in the Achaemenid bureaucracy, their knowledge of demotic script and land measurement essential but their status subordinate. The priests, as always, adapted best. They continued to perform the ancient rituals, to instruct the young in the temple schools, and to accumulate wealth through their control of the funerary industry, but they did so under the watchful supervision of Persian overseers who ensured that no temple became a center of sedition. The social hierarchy was rigid but not entirely impermeable. A few ambitious Egyptians learned Aramaic, adopted Persian dress, and rose to positions of influence in the satrapal administration, becoming the despised collaborators who enabled the empire to function but who were never fully accepted by either the Persian elite or their own countrymen. The cultural and intellectual life of Egypt under the Persians did not wither. Instead, it entered a phase of intense self-reflection and cross-pollination, as Egyptian scribes and priests confronted the challenge of maintaining their traditions in a world where the political order no longer mirrored the cosmic order of Ma'at. The House of Life, the scriptorium attached to the major temples where sacred texts were copied, studied, and composed, continued to function, and it was during this period that some of the most important Egyptian literary and religious texts were compiled and canonized. The priests of the Delta, particularly at Sais and Beuto, produced a series of prophetic and apocalyptic texts that interpreted the Persian occupation as a divine punishment that would be followed by a renewal. The Demotic Chronicle, though composed slightly later, draws on traditions from the Persian period that categorize the kings of Egypt according to their piety. The Persian kings are described as lawless rulers who did not walk in the way of the god, and their reigns are said to have been characterized by the disruption of festivals, the theft of temple property, and the violation of sacred animals. The Instructions of Enkhsheshenki, a wisdom text preserved in a demotic papyrus of the Ptolemaic period but likely originating in the Persian era, offers practical advice for living under foreign rule. Do not make friends with a Mede, for his heart is bitter. But do not make him your enemy either, for his arm is long. The Egyptian scribes also began to experiment with new literary forms, including the lamentation genre, in which the speaker mourns the fallen state of Egypt and calls upon the gods to restore the ancient order. At the same time, the Persian period saw the translation of Egyptian medical and astronomical texts into Aramaic, and their transmission to the Persian court, where they influenced the development of Babylonian astronomy and Hippocratic medicine. The cult of Isis, the universal mother goddess, began its transformation into a mystery religion with initiates across the Mediterranean world, a process that was accelerated by the diaspora of Egyptian merchants, and the integration of Egypt into the imperial trade network. The intellectual life of Persian Egypt was thus a dual process of preservation and innovation, a stubborn clinging to the ancient ways and a pragmatic adaptation to the new realities, which together produced a cultural synthesis that would shape the Hellenistic age. The Persian religious policy in Egypt was a delicate balancing act between the Zoroastrian monotheistic tendencies of the Persian elite, the polytheistic animal worship of the Egyptian populace, and the political necessity of maintaining the loyalty of the priesthood. The Achaemenid kings, from Darius onward, were devout followers of Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, and their inscriptions constantly invoke his name as the source of their authority. The Zoroastrian religion, with its dualistic cosmology of truth, Asha, and falsehood, Druj, its reverence for fire as a symbol of purity, and its abhorrence of the pollution associated with dead matter, was fundamentally at odds with the Egyptian practices of mummification, animal worship, and the feeding of the dead with offerings. The Persian kings, however, were pragmatic enough to recognize that an outright assault on Egyptian religion would be disastrous, and they adopted a policy of public patronage combined with private disdain. They allowed and even funded the cults of the major Egyptian gods, particularly Ptah, Neith, and Ammonius Re. They had themselves depicted on temple walls in traditional pharaonic guise making offerings to these gods, and they consulted the Egyptian oracles, most famously the oracle of Ammonius at Siwa, which Alexander the Great later visited. The stela of the Apis bull from Darius's reign shows the Persian king kneeling before the sacred calf and offering a pectoral, a scene that would have been impossible for a Zoroastrian purist to accept but which was necessary for Egyptian consumption. At the same time, the Persians introduced Zoroastrian practices into Egypt on a limited scale. Fire altars were erected in the Persian garrisons, and the Magi, the Zoroastrian priests, accompanied the army and performed their rituals in the open air, avoiding the polluted atmosphere of the Egyptian temples. The exposure of the dead to scavenging birds, the Persian funerary custom, was practiced by the Persian colonists, and the Egyptians viewed this with a mixture of horror and fascination. There were occasional tensions. The desecration of the Apis bull by Cambyses, whether true or fabricated, became the symbol of Persian impiety, and the destruction of temples during the reconquest of Artaxerxes III left deep scars. Yet, for the most part, the two religious systems coexisted in an uneasy but functional truce, each ignoring the other's theological absurdities while quietly borrowing useful elements, a pattern of religious diplomacy that would be repeated by the Ptolemies and the Romans. The Persian period, far from being a time of religious persecution, was a time of religious negotiation, in which the boundaries between Ahura Mazda and Ammonius Re, between the Magus and the priest of Ptah, were blurred in the service of imperial stability. The network of Persian garrisons that held Egypt in an iron grip was a marvel of military engineering and strategic placement, a system designed to control the vital arteries of the Nile and to respond with overwhelming force to any outbreak of rebellion within days, not weeks. The three primary garrison cities, Memphis, Daphne, and Elephantine, formed the vertices of a strategic triangle that encompassed the entire country, from the Mediterranean to the First Cataract. The White Fortress of Memphis, known in Egyptian as an Ebhej, the White Walls, was the seat of the satrap and the central command post of the Persian military administration. The fortress was a vast complex of mud brick and limestone, its outer walls rising to a height of 15 meters and punctuated by projecting bastions from which archers could enfilade any attacking force. Inside the walls were the satrap's palace, the treasury, the barracks for the garrison of immortals and Median cavalry, stables for 1,000 horses, granaries capable of storing grain for a 3-year siege, and an armory where Persian bows, Scythian arrows, and Greek-style bronze cuirasses were stockpiled. The garrison at Memphis numbered, according to estimates based on the ration lists in the Persepolis tablets, approximately 10,000 men, including 2,000 immortals, 3,000 Median and Persian cavalry, and 5,000 auxiliary infantry drawn from various subject peoples. The second key fortress, Daphne, located on the Pelusiac branch approximately 20 kilometers west of Pelusium, was the guardian of the eastern frontier. Its walls, constructed of sun-dried brick on a limestone foundation, enclosed a rectangular area of approximately 4 hectares, with towers at each corner and a massive gatehouse that controlled the bridge over the canal. The garrison here was composed primarily of Greek and Carian mercenaries, whose presence ensured that any invading army from the Levant would face a force intimately familiar with Greek tactics. The third major base, on the island of Elephantine, controlled the southern frontier and the lucrative trade with Nubia. The island, situated in the Nile just downstream of the First Cataract, was a natural fortress, its granite cliffs rising sheer from the water, and the Persians fortified it with a circuit wall, a citadel on the highest point, and a chain of watchtowers along the eastern bank. The garrison at Elephantine was the most ethnically diverse in the empire, as the papyri attest. Its ranks included Jews with their temple to Yahoo, Persians worshipping at a fire altar, Elamites with their distinctive curved bows, and Babylonians who kept the astronomical records of the garrison. These three fortresses were linked by a system of signal fires and mounted couriers, and a Persian squadron of fast galleys patrolled the Nile continuously, ready to transport troops to any threatened point. The garrison system was not merely defensive. It was a permanent occupation force that made rebellion a practical impossibility for generations, and its psychological impact on the Egyptian population, who saw the foreign soldiers drilling with their long spears and heard the alien languages echoing in the temple courtyards, was a daily reminder of their subjugation. The composition and daily life of the Persian garrison soldiers in Egypt, as revealed by the Elephantine papyri and the archaeological remains of the barracks, offer an intimate portrait of a military community suspended between the demands of imperial service and the rhythms of domestic existence. The soldiers were not a transient occupying army but a permanent colonial militia, many of whom married local women, raised children, and died in the land they were stationed to control. The ration list from the Persepolis fortification tablets detail the monthly allowances distributed to the garrison at Elephantine. Each soldier received an artaba of barley, a measure of oil, a quantity of salt, and a silver payment in sigloi, which was often used to purchase additional food, wine, or textiles in the local market. The papyri record the personal lives of these soldiers with remarkable intimacy. A certain Masiah, a Jewish soldier, drew up a marriage contract for his daughter Mibdahiah, specifying the dowry, the rights of the bride, and the penalties for divorce, a document that reveals the blending of Hebrew legal traditions with Aramaic contractual language. Another papyrus records a dispute between two garrison members over a stolen tunic, which was adjudicated by the garrison commander, demonstrating that military justice extended to petty civil matters. The soldiers worshipped in their own temples. The Jewish temple on Elephantine, whose existence is confirmed by a letter requesting permission to rebuild it after it was destroyed by the local Egyptian priests, was a modest structure of mud brick with a cedarwood roof, 5 stone altars, and a courtyard where burnt offerings were made to Yahoo. The Persian members of the garrison maintained a fire altar, attended by a magus, where they performed the Yasna ritual, offering libations of Hauma and reciting the Gathas. The Babylonians kept their astronomical diaries, recording the movements of the planets and the omens derived from the moon's eclipses, which they sent to the temple of Marduk in Babylon. The soldiers' families lived in the civilian quarters of the garrison towns, their children playing in the streets, and learning the Aramaic language that was the lingua franca of the empire. The garrisons were not just military bases, they were microcosms of the Achaemenid Empire, islands of Persian and Semitic culture floating on the sea of Egyptian peasant life, and their long-term presence fundamentally altered the ethnic and cultural landscape of the Nile Valley, introducing new bloodlines, new gods, and new languages that would persist long after the last Persian soldier had departed. The relationship between the Persian garrisons and the native Egyptian population was a complex mixture of oppression, economic symbiosis, and occasional violent confrontation, a dynamic that shaped the texture of daily life in the villages and towns that lay in the shadow of the military camps. The garrisons were, first and foremost, instruments of control, and the Egyptian population was acutely aware of the threat they represented. The soldiers patrolled the canals, enforced the collection of taxes, and were empowered to arrest any Egyptian suspected of sedition, a power that was frequently abused. The Egyptian demotic texts contain laments about the Mede who seizes the grain of the widow, and the foreign soldier who strikes the peasant with his spear butt. indicating that the garrisons were a source of petty tyranny and extortion. At the same time, the garrisons were significant economic engines. The soldiers spent their silver in the local markets, purchasing bread, beer, vegetables, and textiles from Egyptian farmers and artisans, creating a demand that stimulated local production. The Jewish bakers at Elephantine, the Egyptian weavers at Memphis, and the Greek potters at Naucratis all profited from the presence of the garrison, and a class of Egyptian merchants and contractors grew wealthy by supplying the army with timber, rope, and leather. The garrisons also provided a measure of security. The presence of Persian troops suppressed banditry in the desert margins, protected the caravans that brought goods from Nubia and the Oases, and deterred the raids of Libyan tribesmen on the western delta. The Egyptians, for all their resentment, recognized that the Persian peace, the Pax Achaemenica, had brought an end to the chronic civil wars and foreign invasions that had plagued the late period, and many were willing to trade their political independence for a measure of stability. The periods of open conflict, such as the revolt of Inaros, saw the garrisons become the targets of popular fury. The Jewish temple on Elephantine was burned by Egyptian priests and raged by the sacrifice of rams, which offended the cult of the ram-headed Khnum, and the Persian garrison at Memphis was besieged by a mob wielding farming tools and captured weapons. But these eruptions were the exception, not the rule. For most of the Persian period, the garrisons and the Egyptians maintained a sullen coexistence, each eyeing the other with suspicion but each dependent on the other for the necessities of life, a delicate equilibrium that the satraps, with their mix of threats and bribes, managed to sustain for over a century. The intelligence and communication systems that the Persians established in Egypt were among the most sophisticated of the ancient world, enabling the satrap in Memphis to remain in constant contact with the king in Susa and to react swiftly to any internal or external threat. The Royal Road, an artery of empire that stretched from the Persian heartland to the Levant and Egypt, was extended into the Nile Valley, with way stations, or chaparkhana, spaced at intervals of a day's ride along the desert routes from Gaza to Pelusium and from Pelusium to Memphis. At each station, fresh horses and riders were kept ready, and a relay system of mounted couriers, the Paradasish, could carry a message from the satrap to the king in as little as 3 weeks, an astonishing speed that allowed the central government to coordinate military campaigns and fiscal policies across a vast territory. The couriers carried sealed leather pouches containing clay tablets or papyrus scrolls impressed with the king's cylinder seal, and the penalty for tampering with a royal dispatch was death by impalement. In addition to the land-based couriers, the Persians employed signal fires, a system adapted from the Egyptians but expanded and systematized. A chain of beacon towers, constructed on the highest points along the Nile and the desert edges, could transmit a simple message. Rebellion in the Delta, Nubian invasion, arrival of the royal fleet, from the southern frontier at Elephantine to Memphis in a matter of hours, using a code of flags and smoke signals by day and fire by night. The King's Eye, the Imperial Intelligence Service, operated a parallel network of informants and spies, many of them recruited from the local Egyptian population, who reported on the mood of the peasantry, the activities of the priesthood, and the loyalty of the nomarchs. The satrap received regular reports from his district governors, and these reports were compiled, translated into Aramaic, and sent to the chancery at Susa, where the royal scribes maintained an archive that was, according to the Greek historian Diodorus, a forest of papyrus rolls. The intelligence system allowed the Persians to anticipate and crush several nascent rebellions before they could spread, and it created a climate of fear and suspicion that made organized resistance extremely difficult. The Egyptian conspirators, as Psamtik III had learned, were constantly betrayed by informers, and the ghost of the King's Eye haunted every secret meeting. The communication and intelligence apparatus of the Persian Empire was, in many ways, the true secret of its longevity, the invisible web that bound the provinces to the center, and ensured that the will of the King of Kings was felt from the Indus to the Nile. The strategic significance of the Egyptian satrapy within the broader Achaemenid Empire extended far beyond its role as a grain-producing province. It was the pivot of the empire's western defenses, a naval base of critical importance, and a gateway to the wealth of Africa and the Mediterranean. The Persian fleet that dominated the eastern Mediterranean was largely built and maintained in the shipyards of the Phoenician cities, but its primary base of operations in the south was the Egyptian delta, where the deep channels of the Nile provided safe harborage for hundreds of triremes. The port of Naucratis, originally a Greek trading colony, was expanded and fortified, and the nearby anchorages of the Canopic branch could shelter the entire imperial navy during the winter storm season. From these bases, the Persian fleet could project power into the Aegean, threatening the Greek city-states, and could interdict any attempt by a rival power to seize control of the vital grain shipments that fed the empire. The strategic importance of Egypt was demonstrated during the Great Greek-Persian Wars. The Athenian alliance with the Egyptian rebel Aeneros was motivated, in part, by the desire to sever the Persian grain supply, and the Persian counteroffensive that crushed the revolt was intended to restore that supply line. The possession of Egypt also gave the Persians access to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, allowing them to bypass the land routes through Arabia and to trade directly with the kingdoms of southern Arabia, the Horn of Africa, and the Indus Valley. The Canal of Darius, by linking the Nile to the Red Sea, transformed Egypt into a transit corridor for eastern luxuries, and the revenues derived from this trade enriched the imperial treasury and funded the military. Furthermore, Egypt served as the springboard for Persian ambitions in Africa. The failed expedition of Cambyses against Kush, though a disaster, had revealed the potential of a southern route into the African interior, and the garrison at Elephantine was the base from which later Persian kings attempted to exert influence over the Nubian kingdoms. The oases of the western desert, particularly Siwa, were brought under Persian control and served as outposts for the trans-Saharan trade and as listening posts for any movements of Libyan tribes. The satrapy of Madraya was not merely a province of the empire, it was the keystone of the Achaemenid strategic arch, and its loss, even temporarily, during the revolt of Amartius, was a blow from which the empire never fully recovered, contributing to the weakening that made Alexander's conquest possible. The Persian kings understood that the empire could survive the loss of Ionia, or even the loss of the Indus Valley, but the loss of Egypt would be a mortal wound, a severing of the imperial body's southern limb, and they fought to retain it with a ferocity that reflected its paramount importance. The ecological footprint of the Persian military administrative system on the Egyptian landscape was both profound and enduring, reshaping the geography of settlement, the hydrology of the delta, and the patterns of resource extraction in ways that echoed for centuries. The construction and maintenance of the great fortresses required vast quantities of mud brick, which was produced by digging enormous pits that later filled with water and became mosquito-infested ponds, altering the local microecology. The demand for timber for the fleet, the canal locks, and the construction of siege engines led to the deforestation of the remaining acacia groves in the wadis of the eastern desert, accelerating the desertification that had been a slow-moving force since the Old Kingdom. The Persian practice of settling military colonists on Ba'lan introduced new patterns of land ownership and cultivation. These colonists, often unfamiliar with the intricacies of basin irrigation, attempted to cultivate marginal lands that had previously been left as pasture or marsh, leading to soil salinization and a decline in fertility in some areas. The Canal of Darius, the greatest engineering feat of the period, had significant and unintended consequences. By diverting Nile water through the Wadi Tumilat, it reduced the flow of the Pelusiac branch, which gradually began to silt up, eventually becoming unnavigable by the Roman period. The canal itself created a new ecological corridor, attracting waterfowl, fish, and reptiles, and the settlements that grew up along its banks exploited these resources, developing a distinctive culture of fishermen and boatmen. The increased intensity of agriculture to meet the Persian tax demands led to the reclamation of the marshy edges of the delta, the cutting of new canals, and the expansion of the Shadif irrigation system, which allowed double cropping in some areas but also increased the risk of salinization if drainage was inadequate. The Persian period was not an ecological disaster, but it was an intensification of the human pressure on the Nile ecosystem, a pressure that would increase under the Ptolemies and the Romans, eventually transforming the delta into the highly managed and ecologically simplified landscape that the Arab conquerors would encounter. The ghost of the Persian garrisons, the silt of the Darius Canal, and the tree stumps of the eastern wadis are all silent witnesses to the ecological revolution that accompanied the political conquest. The legacy of the Persian garrison system persisted long after the Achaemenid Empire had been swept away by Alexander, as the military infrastructure, the ethnic communities, and the administrative practices of the Persian period were absorbed and adapted by the succeeding regimes. The White Fortress of Memphis, after the Persian withdrawal, became the seat of the Ptolemaic governor, and later the Roman prefect, and its walls continued to protect the rulers of Egypt for centuries. The garrison town of Daphne, known in Greek as Tapens, was rebuilt and resettled by Ptolemy I, who used it as a base for his own mercenary troops, and the Jewish community that had served the Persians remained in the delta, their descendants forming a significant portion of the Hellenistic Jewish population of Alexandria. The island of Elephantine, with its mixed garrison, continued to be a military post under the Ptolemies and the Romans, and the Temple of Yahu, though eventually abandoned, left its trace in the place name Yeb, which appears in later Egyptian and Coptic texts. The Persian system of military land grants, the cleriches, was adopted wholesale by the Ptolemies, who settled their own Greek and Macedonian veterans on plots of land throughout the Fayum and the Delta, creating a foreign military elite that replicated the Persian model. The Aramaic language, which had been the administrative lingua franca of the satrapy, continued to be used in Egypt for legal and commercial documents well into the Ptolemaic period, before being gradually replaced by Greek. The Persian practice of dividing the country into fiscal districts and maintaining a cadastral survey was refined by the Ptolemies into the elaborate bureaucracy that would later amaze the Romans. In a very real sense, the Persian occupation laid the administrative and military foundations upon which the Ptolemaic and Roman systems were built. The history of Egypt under foreign rule is a continuous chain, and the Persian period, often dismissed as a brutal interlude, was in fact the first link in that chain, the moment when the ancient pharaonic state was transformed into a province of a world empire, a transformation that would set the pattern for the next 1,000 years of Egyptian history. The Canal of Darius, that audacious ribbon of water connecting the Nile to the Red Sea, was not only an engineering triumph but a bold declaration of imperial ideology, a physical manifestation of the Achaemenid claim to have unified the four quarters of the world under a single righteous rule. The conception of the canal was rooted in the Persian vision of the king as a creator and a restorer, a figure who imposed order on the chaotic natural world just as he imposed political order on the rebellious nations. The inscription on the stela of Darius at Suez, written in the solemn, repetitive cadences of old Persian royal proclamations, makes this ideological dimension explicit. I am Darius, the great king, king of kings, king of the lands, king of this great earth far and wide, son of Hystaspes, an Achaemenid. And Darius the king says, I am a Persian, from Persia I seized Egypt. I ordered this canal to be dug from the river which is called the Nile and flows in Egypt, to the sea which goes from Persia. This canal was dug as I commanded, and ships sailed from Egypt through this canal to Persia as was my will. The canal was a monument to the king's power over nature, a demonstration that the waters of the Nile, the sacred lifeblood of Egypt, could be made to serve the purposes of a foreign monarch. It was also a symbolic unification of the two great bodies of water that bounded the empire, the Mediterranean, the Upper Sea, and the Red Sea, the Lower Sea, now linked by a waterway that had been created by the king's decree. The Egyptian priests who were co-opted to sanctify the project interpreted it in their own theological terms, presenting Darius as a true pharaoh who had restored a canal that had been begun by Necho II and abandoned, thus fulfilling the traditional royal duty of completing the works of the ancestors. The canal was, in the ideological language of both Persia and Egypt, a cosmic achievement, a recreation of the primeval act of ordering the waters that lay at the heart of Egyptian and Mesopotamian creation myths. The stelae erected along the canal's banks, carved with the images of the king in Persian and Egyptian dress, making offerings to Ahura Mazda and the Egyptian gods, were a visual sermon on the harmony of the empire, a message that the waters that flowed through the canal were the waters of peace and prosperity, not of conquest and subjugation. The ideological work of the canal was as important as its economic and military functions. It was the Achaemenid Empire's most eloquent statement that the land of the Nile had been permanently and peacefully integrated into the world order of the King of Kings. The technical details of the Darius Canal's construction, reconstructed from the archaeological traces, the textual descriptions of Herodotus, and the later accounts of Ptolemaic and Roman engineers, reveal a level of hydraulic sophistication that was centuries ahead of its time. The engineers faced a daunting challenge. The Nile's water level fluctuated dramatically between the flood and the dry seasons, and the canal had to be deep enough to float seagoing vessels year-round while preventing the salt water of the Red Sea from contaminating the fresh water of the delta. The solution was a system of locks and sluice gates, probably constructed of wood and stone, that could be opened during the flood season to admit Nile water into the canal and closed during the low season to maintain the water level. The canal bed was excavated through the sandy soil of the Wadi Tumilat and lined with a layer of clay and crushed limestone to reduce seepage, a technique that the Egyptians had mastered during the construction of the earlier canal of Necho. The width of the canal, according to Herodotus, was sufficient for 2 triremes to pass each other with their oars extended, which implies a water surface width of approximately 30 to 40 meters. The depth was probably around 4 to 5 meters, adequate for the shallow draft galleys of the Persian navy. The total length of the canal, from the Pelusium branch near Bubastis to the Gulf of Suez near the modern town of Suez, was about 150 kilometers, and the gradient was so slight that the water moved almost imperceptibly, requiring the use of oars or sails to navigate. The excavation was accomplished by a massive labor force, likely composed of Egyptian corvée peasants, Persian military engineers, and prisoners of war, working under the brutal sun of the eastern desert. The steely record that the canal was completed in a single campaign, probably over the course of 2 or 3 years, which suggests that tens of thousands of laborers were deployed simultaneously, organized into work gangs and supplied by a fleet of provision boats that sailed up the Nile from the grain depots of the delta. The canal was not merely a ditch, it was a fully engineered waterway, equipped with harbors at each end where ships could dock, warehouses for the storage of goods in transit, and garrison posts to protect against Bedouin raiders. The maintenance of the canal was a perpetual task. The desert winds constantly filled the channel with sand, the annual floods deposited silt, and the wooden locks required frequent replacement, and the satraps were required to allocate a portion of the provincial revenue to its upkeep, a burden that was often resented but never entirely neglected, because the canal was too valuable to lose. The economic impact of the Darius Canal on Egypt and the broader Persian Empire was transformative, reducing the time and cost of maritime trade between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean by an order of magnitude and turning the Nile Delta into a global commercial crossroads. Before the canal, goods from India, Arabia, and East Africa had to be transported overland through the Arabian Peninsula or Egypt, a journey that was slow, dangerous, and expensive, with every camel caravan vulnerable to raids and the spoilage of valuable cargo. The canal allowed ships to sail directly from the port of Suez on the Red Sea to the Nile, where they could be towed by barges to the Mediterranean, bypassing the desert entirely. The voyage from the Indus River to the Phoenician ports of Tyre and Sidon, which had previously taken over a year, was reduced to a few months, and the volume of trade exploded. Indian spices, particularly pepper, cinnamon, and ginger, which had been rare luxuries in the Mediterranean, became more affordable and accessible. Arabian frankincense and myrrh, essential for religious rituals and funerary practices in Egypt, Greece, and Persia, flowed in greater quantities, enriching the temple treasuries. African ivory, ebony, and animal skins, brought from the interior by Nubian and Somali traders, were transshipped through the canal to the workshops of Memphis and Babylon. The economic benefits for Egypt were immense. The port of Arsinoe, later known as Cleopatris and then Clysma, grew from a fishing village into a bustling commercial city, with warehouses, shipyards, and markets where merchants from Greece, Phoenicia, Arabia, and India haggled in a dozen languages. The Egyptian state collected tolls on every ship that passed through the canal, and the satrap's treasury swelled with the customs revenues. The canal also stimulated the local economy of the eastern delta. The Wadi Tumilat, once a desolate valley, was transformed into a fertile, irrigated corridor lined with farms, orchards, and new settlements, producing vegetables, fruit, and flax for the export market. The economic integration fostered by the canal had profound cultural consequences, as Egyptian, Greek, Persian, and Indian ideas, technologies, and artistic styles flowed along the trade routes, creating a cosmopolitan culture that would reach its full flowering in Hellenistic Alexandria. The Darius Canal was, in economic terms, the Suez Canal of the ancient world, a project that reoriented the trade routes of the Eastern Hemisphere and locked Egypt into a global economic system from which it would never fully withdraw. The navigational experience of a sailor traveling the Darius Canal in the 5th century BC, reconstructed from the accounts of Herodotus, the later geographical writings of Strabo, and the archaeological evidence of shipwrecks in the Red Sea, was a journey of strange contrasts and vivid sensations. A typical voyage might begin at the Phoenician port of Tyre, where a Greek-built merchant galley, its hull caulked with pitch and its sail dyed purple, loaded a cargo of olive oil, wine, and glazed pottery. The ship would sail south along the Levantine coast, past the white cliffs of Joppa and the sands of Gaza, until it reached the Pelusium mouth of the Nile. There, it would be met by a pilot who knew the treacherous channels of the delta, and the crew would row and sail upriver to the junction with the canal near the city of Bubastis, the cult center of the cat goddess Batet. The entrance to the canal was marked by a towering granite stela of Darius, its polished surface gleaming in the sun, and a Persian customs official would board the ship to inspect the cargo and collect the toll, issuing a clay bulla stamped with the satrap's seal as a receipt. Once in the canal, the ship would be towed by teams of laborers walking along the towpath, or by smaller boats equipped with oars, because the current was too sluggish for effective sailing. The canal wound through a landscape of startling beauty and strangeness. On the left, the lush green of the irrigated fields, where Egyptian peasants in white linen worked the shaduf. On the right, the desolate golden dunes of the eastern desert, shimmering with heat. At intervals, the ship would pass through a lock, where the crew would wait patiently while the sluice gates were opened and the water level equalized, a process that could take hours. At night, the ship would tie up at a way station, a small fortress with a garrison of Median archers, where the crew could purchase fresh water, bread, and dried fish. The journey through the canal took 3 to 4 days, and at the end, the ship would emerge into the Red Sea at the port of Arsino, where the water was a brilliant turquoise and the air was heavy with the scent of salt and spices. From there, the captain would set a course southward, hugging the barren coast of the Arabian Peninsula, bound for the incense ports of Yemen or the spice markets of India. The canal was a thread of fresh water that connected 2 oceans, and for the sailors who traversed it, it was a passage between worlds, a journey that compressed the vast diversity of the Persian Empire into a single, unforgettable voyage. The strategic military value of the Darius Canal was as significant as its commercial function, allowing the Persian navy to rapidly deploy fleets from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea and vice versa, a capability that had profound implications for the empire's ability to project power in the southern theater. Before the canal, the Persian fleet could only access the Red Sea by sailing around the entire Arabian Peninsula, a journey of thousands of kilometers through treacherous, pirate-infested waters that could take half a year and would leave the ships worn and the crews exhausted. The canal reduced that journey to a few days of calm inland navigation. This meant that the Persian king could concentrate his naval forces against a threat in the south, a Nubian invasion, a rebellion in the incense-producing regions of Arabia, or a hostile kingdom in the Horn of Africa, with a speed that was impossible for his rivals. The canal was used to transport troops and supplies for the Nubian campaigns of the later Persian kings, and it allowed the satrap of Egypt to maintain a permanent Persian naval presence in the Red Sea, which suppressed piracy and protected the merchant fleets. The canal also played a role in the internal security of Egypt. The Persian garrison at Arsino could be reinforced by sea from the delta within a week, and the canal itself was patrolled by a flotilla of swift galleys that could intercept any rebel force attempting to use the waterway. The strategic calculus of the canal was so compelling that when the Ptolemies came to power, they immediately restored it, and they used it to project their own naval power into the Red Sea, establishing trading posts and elephant hunting stations along the African coast that provided the war elephants for the Ptolemaic army. The Romans, who inherited the canal from the Ptolemies, also recognized its strategic value, and they maintained it, albeit intermittently, until it finally silted up beyond recovery during the early Islamic period. The Darius Canal, in its military dimension, was a force multiplier, a secret weapon of imperial logistics that gave the Persians a decisive advantage in the southern theater, and its construction was one of the most far-sighted strategic decisions of the Achaemenid dynasty. The eventual decline and abandonment of the Darius Canal was a slow, centuries-long process driven by the shifting political and economic priorities of the states that controlled Egypt, the relentless encroachment of the desert, and the fundamental difficulty of maintaining a canal through an arid, sandy environment without modern machinery. The canal required constant dredging to remove the silt deposited by the annual Nile flood and the sand blown in by the desert winds, a task that demanded a massive, organized labor force that could only be sustained by a strong, centralized state. During periods of political instability, such as the revolts that ended the Persian 27th dynasty and the wars of the Diadochi after Alexander's death, the canal was neglected, and the channel quickly filled with debris. The Ptolemies, after consolidating their power, undertook major restorations of the canal, particularly under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who built a new, improved lock system and extended the canal to the harbor of Alexandria, but the cost was enormous. The Roman administration, under Augustus and later Trajan, carried out further repairs, but the Roman interest in the Red Sea trade was primarily conducted through the overland routes from the Nile ports of Coptos and Neos Hormuz, which bypassed the canal, and the Romans were reluctant to invest the vast sums required to keep the waterway open. The final blow came during the Arab conquest of Egypt in the 7th century AD, when the canal was still partially navigable but was deliberately closed by the Caliph Omar, according to some accounts, to prevent the rebellious cities of Arabia from receiving Egyptian grain. The desert, patient and inexorable, reclaimed the Wadi Tumilat, the waters dried up, and the canal became a faint depression in the sand, marked only by the weathered stele of Darius, half buried and forgotten. The memory of the canal, however, never entirely faded. It lived on in the works of the classical geographers, in the legends of the Coptic monks, and in the dreams of the engineers who, in the 19th century, would survey the same route for a new canal, the Suez Canal, which was opened in 1869 and fulfilled, on a vastly larger scale, the vision that Darius the Great had carved into the desert 2.5 millennia earlier. The cultural memory of the Darius Canal in Egyptian, Persian, and Greek literature transformed the waterway from a physical engineering project into a symbol of the Achaemenid Empire's ambition, hubris, and ultimate fragility, a monument that outlasted the dynasty that built it. For the Egyptians, the canal was a double-edged symbol. It was a source of prosperity that brought exotic goods and wealth to the delta, but it was also a wound in the body of the Nile, a diversion of the sacred river's waters by foreign kings who did not understand the delicate balance of Ma'at. The Egyptian prophetic texts, such as the Oracle of the Potter, mention the Canal of the Mede as a sign of the world turned upside down, a canal that would one day dry up when the true Pharaoh returned to restore order. For the Persians, the canal was a proud achievement, a testament to the power of the King of Kings to command nature itself, and the stele of Darius, with their multilingual inscriptions, were intended to stand forever as a proclamation of Persian greatness. Yet the Persians also recognized the canal's vulnerability. The maintenance of the waterway was a constant drain on the imperial treasury, and the later Achaemenid kings, preoccupied with the wars against Greece and the internal revolts, were unable to sustain the investment. For the Greeks, the canal was a wonder of the world, a marvel of barbarian engineering that challenged the Greek sense of technical superiority. Herodotus, who saw the canal on his travels, described it with a mixture of admiration and condescension, noting its size and utility but also mocking the Persian king's arrogance in thinking he could cut a path for his ships through the desert. The story of the canal, and its eventual fate, became a parable of the rise and fall of empires, a reminder that even the greatest works of kings are ultimately reclaimed by the sands of time. When Alexander the Great arrived in Egypt, he made a point of visiting the canal and ordering its restoration, a gesture that linked his own reign to the legacy of Darius and signaled his intention to surpass the Achaemenid achievement. The Darius Canal, in its long and storied afterlife, became a cultural archetype, a model for every subsequent attempt to bridge the continents and tame the desert, from the Suez Canal to the modern dreams of a Qattara Depression hydro project. The water that once flowed through the Wadi Tumulat has long since evaporated, but the idea of the canal, the vision of a waterway connecting two seas, remains an enduring legacy of the Persian Empire's encounter with the land of the Nile. The Jewish community at Elephantine, whose remarkable archive of Aramaic papyri has illuminated the daily life of a diaspora enclave under Persian rule, stands as one of the most extraordinary examples of cultural and religious persistence in the ancient world. The origins of this community are shrouded in mystery, but the most plausible reconstruction suggests that they were the descendants of Judean soldiers who had been settled on the island by the pharaoh Psamtik I or Necho II in the 7th century BC, part of a policy of using foreign mercenaries to garrison the southern frontier. By the time of the Persian conquest, the community was well established, numbering perhaps several hundred families, and they had built a temple to Yahoo, the god of Israel, which they referred to simply as the Temple of Yahoo, or the altar. The existence of this temple, on an island sacred to the Egyptian ram god Khnum, was a source of perennial tension, because the Jews practiced animal sacrifice, including the sacrifice of sheep and goats, which was an abomination to the priests of Khnum, for whom the ram was a sacred animal. The Jewish community at Elephantine worshipped Yahoo, observed the Sabbath, celebrated Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and maintained their distinct identity through endogamy and the careful preservation of their legal traditions, yet they also adopted many aspects of the surrounding culture. They spoke and wrote Aramaic, not Hebrew. They used Egyptian and Persian names alongside their Jewish ones. They swore oaths by both Yahoo and the local gods, and they even referred to Yahoo as the God of Heaven, a title that resonated with the Persian worship of Ahura Mazda and facilitated their integration into the imperial system. The Elephantine papyri, discovered by local farmers in the 1890s and acquired by European and American collectors, consist of contracts, letters, legal petitions, and administrative documents that span the period from approximately 495 to 399 BC, the heyday of the Persian garrison. These documents provide an unparalleled window into the lives of ordinary people, their marriages, their business disputes, their inheritances, and their struggles to maintain their religious practices in a sometimes hostile environment. The story of the Elephantine Jews is not just a footnote in the history of Judaism. It is a testament to the flexibility and resilience of a diaspora community that predated the better-known Babylonian exile by a century, and it illuminates the complex, multicultural fabric of Persian period Egypt in vivid and intimate detail. The Temple of Yahoo on Elephantine, described in the papyri as a modest but fully functional sanctuary, was the religious heart of the Jewish community and the focus of its most dramatic crisis. The temple was a rectangular building of mud brick with a stone foundation, its roof supported by cedarwood pillars imported from the Levant, and its interior housed 5 altars of hewn stone upon which incense and animal sacrifices were offered. The temple had a courtyard, a storehouse for the sacred vessels, and a chamber for the priests, who were drawn from the hereditary line of the community's founders. The existence of a Jewish temple outside of Jerusalem, where animal sacrifices were offered to Yahoo, was a direct violation of the Deuteronomic law that centralized worship in the Jerusalem temple, and the Elephantine Jews were aware of this deviation. They corresponded with the high priest in Jerusalem and with the Persian governor of Judea, seeking their approval and support. The great crisis of the Elephantine temple occurred in 410 BC, during the reign of Darius II. The priests of Khnum, the ram god whose temple dominated the island and whose cult was one of the wealthiest in the region, had long resented the Jewish practice of sacrificing rams, which they considered sacrilegious. Taking advantage of a temporary absence of the Persian satrap, the priests of Khnum, with the complicity of a corrupt Persian commander named Vidrangha, instigated a mob that attacked the Jewish temple, looted its treasures, and burned it to the ground. The gold and silver basins, the incense burners, and the wooden doors were carried off, and the temple was reduced to a heap of rubble. The Jewish community, devastated, wrote a series of anguished letters to the Persian governor of Judea, Begohi, and to the high priest in Jerusalem, Johanan, begging for permission to rebuild the temple and for assistance in recovering their stolen property. The letters, preserved in the papyrus archive, are among the most moving documents of ancient Judaism, filled with the language of lamentation and the hope that the God of heaven would restore their sanctuary. After several years of silence, the Persian authorities granted permission to rebuild, albeit with the restriction that only grain offerings and incense, no animal sacrifices, be offered, a compromise designed to placate the priests of Khnum. The temple was rebuilt on a smaller scale, and the community survived, but the episode revealed the precarious position of a religious minority in a land where the gods of the majority could be weaponized against the foreigner. The legal and social life of the Elephantine Jews, as illuminated by the papyri, was governed by a rich blend of Hebrew custom, Aramaic legal formulas, and Persian administrative practice, creating a unique hybrid culture that reflected the community's multi-layered identity. The marriage contract of Mibdehaya, one of the most famous documents in the Elephantine archive, details the union of a Jewish woman with an Egyptian man, a rare instance of intermarriage that required a careful negotiation of property rights, inheritance, and the religious upbringing of any children. The contract specifies the dowry, consisting of silver, clothing, and household goods, that Mibdehaya brought into the marriage, and it stipulates that in the event of divorce, the husband must return the dowry and pay a penalty. The legal language of the contract is Aramaic, the official language of the Persian administration, but the substance of the agreement reflects Jewish marital customs, and the document was witnessed by members of both the Jewish and Egyptian communities, indicating the existence of a shared legal culture that transcended ethnic boundaries. The papyri also record property disputes, loans, and the sale of houses, all conducted according to the same hybrid legal norms. A certain Anania, a Jewish temple official, purchased a house from a Persian soldier, and the deed of sale, written in Aramaic, includes a clause guaranteeing the buyer against any future claims, a clause that reflects the influence of Babylonian legal traditions that had been adopted by the Persians. The community had its own internal judicial system, with elders and priests who adjudicated disputes according to the law of the God of heaven. But the litigants also had recourse to the Persian courts, and the satraps' judges occasionally intervened in cases that involved the interests of the imperial treasury. The social structure of the community was stratified. A small elite of priests and military officers controlled the temple and the garrison command. A middle layer of merchants, artisans, and scribes managed the economic life, and a lower class of laborers and servants performed the menial tasks. Despite their marginal status as a minority in a foreign land, the Elephantine Jews enjoyed a degree of prosperity and legal protection under the Persian umbrella, and their community served as a vital link between the Jewish diaspora in Babylon and the emerging Jewish identity that would coalesce in the post-exilic period. The religious syncretism of the Elephantine community, often noted by scholars as evidence of the fluidity of Jewish identity before the strict monotheism of the rabbinic period, is revealed in the papyri's casual references to other deities alongside Yahweh. In one letter, the community swears an oath, by Yahweh the God and by the temple of Yahweh, but in another document, a Jewish woman invokes Anat Yahweh, a combination of the Canaanite goddess Anat with the name of the Jewish god, suggesting that the community had absorbed elements of the surrounding Semitic and Egyptian religious cultures. The Elephantine Jews celebrated the Sabbath, but they also participated in the festivals of the local Egyptian gods, and they made donations to the Temple of Khnum, the very temple whose priests later destroyed their sanctuary. This religious fluidity was not unique to Elephantine. It was characteristic of the pre-rabbinic diaspora, where the boundaries between Yahwism and the cults of the surrounding peoples were more porous than the later biblical texts would suggest. The Elephantine papyri mention that the Jews of the island had adopted the Egyptian practice of swearing oaths by the local gods in business transactions, a pragmatic accommodation that allowed them to function in the polytheistic marketplace. The community's relationship with the Jerusalem temple was ambivalent. They acknowledged the primacy of the Jerusalem cult and sought the high priest's approval for their own temple, but they also maintained their own sacrificial worship, a practice that the Jerusalem authorities tolerated but did not officially sanction. The Elephantine community was, in a sense, a living fossil of the pre-Josianic Yahwism, a form of the religion that had not undergone the centralizing reforms of King Josiah in the 7th century BC, and its existence demonstrates that the Jewish diaspora was not a monolithic entity but a spectrum of communities, each adapting to its local environment, while maintaining a core of shared identity. The discovery of the Elephantine papyri in the late 19th century sent shockwaves through the world of biblical scholarship, forcing a re-evaluation of the history of Jewish monotheism and demonstrating that the Jewish experience in the Persian period was far more complex and diverse than the biblical narrative alone would suggest. The relationship between the Jewish garrison at Elephantine and the Persian authorities was a mutually beneficial alliance that gave the community a privileged position within the satrapy, a privilege that they leveraged to protect their religious and economic interests. The Jews were valued by the Persians as loyal soldiers who had no allegiance to the native Egyptian population and whose separate religious identity made them reliable enforcers of imperial rule. The Elephantine papyri record that the Jewish garrison received its rations directly from the Persian treasury, and its officers corresponded regularly with the satrap and the governor of Judea, bypassing the local Egyptian officials. This direct line to the Persian authorities proved crucial during the crisis of the temple's destruction. The Jewish leaders wrote to Begohi, the Persian governor of Judea, and to the high priest in Jerusalem, not as supplicants begging for mercy but as imperial officials demanding justice under the king's law. The letter of petition, a masterpiece of diplomatic rhetoric, emphasizes the community's long record of loyalty to the Persian crown, their maintenance of the garrison, and their scrupulous payment of taxes. And it subtly warns that if the temple is not restored, the king's revenue might suffer and the defense of the southern frontier might be compromised. The Persian authorities, after a delay, responded favorably. They ordered the arrest of Vidrangha, the corrupt commander who had colluded with the priests of Khnum, and they granted permission to rebuild the temple, albeit with the restriction on animal sacrifices. This episode reveals the nature of Persian rule. The empire did not care about the internal religious squabbles of its subjects, but it would intervene decisively when a group that provided useful military service was unjustly attacked, because the stability of the province depended on maintaining the loyalty of its garrison communities. The Elephantine Jews, for their part, understood that their survival depended on their utility to the empire, and they played the role of the loyal imperial soldier with skill and pragmatism. The relationship between the Jewish garrison and the Persian satrapy was a microcosm of the Achaemenid strategy of governance, rule through the co-optation of local elites, the balancing of ethnic interests, and the provision of justice to those who served the king faithfully. The daily material culture of the Elephantine Jews, reconstructed from the archaeological remains on the island and the descriptions in the papyri, reveals a community that lived comfortably within the Persian imperial economy while preserving the distinct markers of its Jewish identity. The houses of the Jewish quarter were constructed of mud brick, with flat roofs made of palm logs and clay, and they were clustered around courtyards where cooking, weaving, and socializing took place. The papyri describe the interior furnishings of a typical home: wooden beds inlaid with ivory, bronze lamps, pottery storage jars for grain and oil, and cedar chests for clothing and documents. The diet of the community included wheat bread, barley beer, lentils, onions, fish from the Nile, and occasionally mutton and goat meat, which were ritually slaughtered according to their own customs. The community produced its own pottery, which was indistinguishable from the local Egyptian wares, and its women wore linen dresses and gold earrings that were fashionable throughout the delta. The names recorded in the papyri reflect the cultural blending of the community. Alongside traditional Hebrew names like Mibhiah, Anania, and Yedaniah, there are Egyptian names like Padi, Aramaic names like Haggai, and even Persian names like Baghdada. The community was literate. The papyri were written by professional scribes, and many of the legal documents bear the signatures of the parties involved, indicating a high degree of functional literacy among the garrison members. The Elephantine Jews buried their dead in rock-cut tombs on the western bank of the Nile, following the Egyptian custom of mummification, but they placed no grave goods in the tombs, a practice that may reflect a Jewish rejection of the Egyptian funerary cult. The material culture of the Elephantine community was, in sum, a blend of the local and the imported, the sacred and the secular, a reflection of a people who had learned to navigate the complexities of diaspora life without losing their sense of who they were. The papyri that they left behind, now scattered in museums from Cairo to Brooklyn, are not just dry legal documents. They are the voices of a forgotten community, speaking across the millennia, telling us of their loves, their disputes, their prayers, and their stubborn determination to worship their god in a land where the ram god Khnum scowled from his temple across the water. The eventual fate of the Elephantine Jewish community is shrouded in obscurity, but the most likely scenario is that it gradually dissolved and was absorbed into the broader Jewish diaspora of Egypt during the turbulent transition from Persian to Ptolemaic rule. The last dated document in the Elephantine archive is from 399 BC, shortly after the successful Egyptian revolt of Amartias that established the 28th dynasty and expelled the Persians from Egypt. The native Egyptian rulers, who viewed the Persian garrison communities with deep suspicion, may have withdrawn the privileges that the Elephantine Jews had enjoyed, and the community, bereft of its imperial patron, may have found it impossible to maintain its separate identity. The Temple of Yahu, already restricted to grain offerings and incense, was probably abandoned and fell into ruin, and its stones were later quarried for the construction of the Ptolemaic Temple of Khnum that stands on the island today. The descendants of the Elephantine Jews likely migrated to the growing Jewish communities in Memphis and later Alexandria, where they merged with the waves of Jewish immigrants who arrived in the Hellenistic period. The memory of the Elephantine community was preserved in the biblical book of Isaiah, which contains an oracle about an altar to the Lord in the land of Egypt, a possible reference to the Elephantine temple. But by the time the Septuagint was translated in the 3rd century BC, the community had vanished, and its story was forgotten. The rediscovery of the Elephantine papyri in the 19th century brought this community back from the dead, and they have since become a subject of intense scholarly interest, a case study in the diversity of ancient Judaism and the resilience of a diaspora people. The Elephantine Jews, a tiny garrison community on a windswept island at the edge of the empire, have earned their immortality not through the conquest of kingdoms but through the preservation of their words that still speak of a god who was worshipped on the banks of the Nile, in a temple that is now dust, in a language that is now silent, but in a faith that would eventually transform the world. The cult of the Apis bull, the sacred living embodiment of the god Ptah of Memphis, was the most politically significant religious institution in late-period Egypt, and its treatment by the Persian conquerors became a barometer of the regime's legitimacy in the eyes of the native population. The Apis bull was no ordinary animal. He was believed to be the earthly vessel of Ptah, the creator god, and after his death, he became Osiris Apis, the god of the underworld, whose worship promised resurrection and eternal life. The identification of a new Apis bull, a black calf with specific white markings on its forehead, back, and tongue, was a momentous event that triggered nationwide celebrations, and the bull was installed in a special sanctuary in Memphis, where he was fed the finest grain, bathed in perfumed water, and consulted as an oracle whose movements and bellows were interpreted by the priests as divine messages. The death of an Apis bull was a national tragedy, and the bull was mummified with all the honors of a pharaoh, his body wrapped in fine linen, his face covered with a golden mask, and his sarcophagus of black granite hauled into the subterranean galleries of the Serapeum at Saqqara, a vast necropolis that had been receiving the sacred bulls since the New Kingdom. The pharaohs of the 26th dynasty, particularly Ibises, had been lavish patrons of the Apis cult, recognizing that the favor of Ptah was essential to the stability of their rule. When Cambyses II conquered Egypt, the treatment of the Apis bull became a flashpoint. The Greek tradition, led by Herodotus, claims that Cambyses stabbed the Apis bull with his dagger, mocking the Egyptian priests as fools, and then ordered the bull's corpse to be thrown to the dogs, an act of supreme impiety that drove the king mad. The Egyptian and archaeological evidence, however, tells a different story. The stela from the Serapeum, dated to the 6th year of Cambyses, depicts the Persian king kneeling in traditional pharaonic posture before the Apis bull and records that he ordered a proper burial for the bull, with all the usual offerings. This contradiction has generated intense scholarly debate, with some arguing that the Greek story is a fabrication of Egyptian nationalists, and others suggesting that there were two Apis bulls, one buried with honor and another desecrated. Whatever the truth, the episode illustrates the centrality of the Apis cult to the political theater of Persian Egypt. The later Achaemenid kings, particularly Darius I, understood the propaganda value of the Apis bull and went to great lengths to associate themselves with the cult, funding burials and even adopting the Apis bull as a symbol of their own legitimate rule. The Apis cult was the linchpin of the religious accommodation that made Persian rule possible, and its careful management was one of the most delicate tasks of the satrapal administration. The Serapeum of Saqqara, the vast underground cemetery of the Apis bulls, is the most important archaeological site for understanding the Persian policy of religious patronage, and its galleries hold the key to unraveling the tangled historical memory of the Achaemenid period in Egypt. The Serapeum was discovered in 1851 by the French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, who, following the descriptions of the classical geographer Strabo, excavated the sand-choked entrance and entered a labyrinth of corridors carved into the limestone bedrock, lined with enormous granite sarcophagi that housed the mummified remains of the sacred bulls. The gallery dedicated to the late period, including the 26th and 27th dynasties, contained several stelae that recorded the burials of the Apis bulls and the names of the kings who had presided over them. Among these was the stela of Cambyses, a rectangular slab of limestone inscribed with hieroglyphs and a carved relief that shows the Persian king in the traditional Egyptian pose of adoration, his hands raised in offering, the Apis bull standing before him on a pedestal, its horns adorned with the sun disk and uraeus. The text of the stela, translated by Mariette and later Egyptologists, declares that Cambyses made a great offering of bread, beer, cattle, fowl, and all good things to his father Apis Osiris, and that he ordered that his tomb be made in the necropolis forever. This stela is the single most powerful counter-argument to the Herodotian narrative of Cambyses the impious desecrator, and it has forced historians to revise the traditional picture of Persian religious policy. Other stelae in the Serapeum record the Apis burials under Darius I, who is depicted in Persian dress but making Egyptian offerings, and under Xerxes and Artaxerxes I, indicating that the patronage of the Apis cult was a consistent policy of the 27th dynasty. The sarcophagi themselves, carved from single blocks of black granite, are engineering marvels, weighing up to 60 tons, and their transportation from the quarries of Aswan to Saqqara was a logistical feat that would have required the cooperation of the Persian administration and the Egyptian priesthood. The Serapeum thus stands as a monument not only to the piety of the pharaohs but to the collaboration between the Persian conquerors and the Egyptian religious establishment, a collaboration that was as pragmatic as it was fraught with tension, and that reveals the true complexity of the Persian occupation. The religious policy of the Persian kings towards the Egyptian animal cults, of which the Apis was the most prominent, was a calculated strategy of cooptation that sought to neutralize the political power of the priesthood while appropriating the symbolic legitimacy of the pharaonic tradition. The Egyptian religion, with its bewildering pantheon of gods depicted as animals, was fundamentally alien to the Persians, whose Zoroastrian faith abhorred the worship of beasts and the pollution of dead matter. Yet the Persians recognized that the temples were the economic and ideological backbone of Egyptian society, controlling vast tracts of land, employing thousands of workers, and shaping the worldview of the population. An outright assault on the temples would have been suicidal, provoking a unified resistance that the Persian army, however powerful, could not have suppressed. Instead, the Persians adopted a policy of selective patronage and selective repression. They lavished gifts on the cults that were politically useful, such as the Apis bull in Memphis and the goddess Neith in Sais, the ancestral city of the Said dynasty, while reducing the revenues of the Theban Ammonius priesthood, which had been a center of anti-Persian sentiment. They presented themselves as the legitimate successors of the native pharaohs, performing the required rituals and adopting the royal titulary, but they also inserted Persian religious symbols, such as the winged disk of Ahura Mazda, into the temple iconography. The Egyptian priests, for their part, were pragmatic collaborators. They accepted the Persian king as a pharaoh, carved his name in the cartouches, and prayed for his health, because their institutional survival depended on it. The Temple of Ptah in Memphis, the Temple of Neith in Sais, and the Temple of Osiris in Busiris all received Persian patronage, and their high priests became intermediaries between the satrap and the native population, a role that brought them wealth and influence but also the resentment of their countrymen. The Persian religious policy was, in essence, a bribe. The empire offered the priests security, tax privileges, and the continuation of their ancient rights in exchange for their political quiescence, and for over a century, this bargain held, until the accumulated grievances of the Egyptian population and the decline of Persian military power combined to break it apart. The memory of Cambyses' alleged desecration of the Apis bull and other Egyptian sacred animals was weaponized by Egyptian nationalists, and later by Ptolemaic propagandists to construct a narrative of Persian impiety that delegitimized foreign rule and reinforced the unique sanctity of the Egyptian people. The story of Cambyses stabbing the Apis, whether true or false, became a foundational myth of Egyptian resistance, a tale of the wicked foreign king who dared to mock the gods and was struck down by divine madness as punishment. This narrative was elaborated in the demotic literature of the Ptolemaic period, such as the Demotic Chronicle and the Oracle of the Potter, which portrayed the Persian period as an era of chaos, pollution, and divine abandonment, a dark night that could only be ended by the coming of a native savior. The Ptolemaic kings, who were themselves foreign conquerors, cleverly used this narrative to their own advantage, positioning themselves as the pious restorers of the Egyptian religion in contrast to the impious Persians. The Ptolemies rebuilt the temples that the Persians had neglected or damaged, they lavished gifts on the Apis cult, and they commissioned histories that painted Cambyses as a monster, a narrative that suited their own political needs. The Greek historians, particularly Herodotus, who visited Egypt during a period of anti-Persian sentiment, absorbed this narrative and transmitted it to the Western tradition, where Cambyses became the archetype of the mad Oriental despot. The story of the desecration of the Apis, the lost army in the desert, and the death of Cambyses by a wound in the same spot where he had stabbed the bull are all elements of a tightly constructed moral tale, a work of historical fiction that has obscured the more complex and nuanced reality of the Persian period. Modern archaeology, with its discovery of the Serapeum stelae and the Apis burials, has begun to peel back the layers of propaganda, revealing a Persian policy that was far more respectful of Egyptian religion than the Greek and Egyptian sources would suggest. The memory of the Apis desecration, however, remains a powerful example of how historical narratives can be shaped by political interests, and how the truth of an event can be less important than the uses to which its story is put. The daily rituals and festivals associated with the Apis cult, which the Persians allowed to continue and even patronized, were among the most elaborate and popular religious spectacles in ancient Egypt, drawing crowds of thousands and serving as a vital social and economic glue for the local community. When a new Apis bull was identified, the priests of Ptah would travel through the delta, searching for a black calf with the specific markings, and when one was found, the news spread like wildfire. The calf was brought to Memphis in a grand procession, carried on a golden barge and accompanied by musicians, dancers, and priests burning incense, while the population lined the banks of the Nile, cheering and weeping with joy. The bull was installed in the Apis temple, a complex of courtyards, stalls, and ritual chambers built of limestone and adorned with reliefs of the bull receiving offerings from the pharaoh. For the rest of its life, the bull lived in luxurious captivity, its every need attended by a staff of priests and servants. Its stall was cleaned daily, its coat was brushed with scented oils, and its food was the finest wheat and clover. The bull's movements were carefully observed, and the priests interpreted its behavior as omens. If the bull moved to a certain spot, it might mean a good harvest. If it bellowed in a particular way, it might foretell a war. The festival of the Apis, celebrated annually, involved a grand procession in which the bull was paraded through the streets of Memphis, adorned with a crown of ostrich feathers and a golden pectoral, while the crowds threw flowers and prostrated themselves. The death of the Apis was a public event of immense solemnity. The city went into mourning, the temples were draped in black, and the bull's body was taken to the embalming workshop, where it was mummified with the same care as a human corpse, its internal organs removed and placed in canopic jars, its body wrapped in hundreds of meters of fine linen. The burial in the Serapeum was a state occasion, presided over by the king or the satrap, and the sarcophagus was sealed with the cartouche of the reigning monarch, an act that affirmed the political and religious order. The Persians, by participating in these rituals, inserted themselves into the cosmic drama of Egyptian religion, playing the role of the pharaoh who sustains the gods and guarantees the fertility of the land. The Apis cult was, in the hands of the Persian satraps, a tool of legitimation, and its careful manipulation is one of the most impressive examples of the Achaemenid policy of religious accommodation. The economic dimension of the Apis cult was immense, and the Persian administration's involvement in its management was driven as much by financial calculation as by political calculation. The Temple of Ptah, which controlled the Apis cult, was one of the largest landowners in Egypt, with estates stretching across the Delta and the Fayum, worked by thousands of tenant farmers whose rents flowed into the temple treasury. The burial of an Apis bull was an enormously expensive undertaking, requiring the manufacture of a granite sarcophagus, the provision of funerary goods, and the employment of hundreds of embalmers, priests, and laborers for months. The Persians, by funding these burials, were not only displaying their piety but also injecting a significant amount of silver and resources into the Egyptian economy, stimulating local industries and securing the loyalty of the Memphite priesthood. The Serapeum itself was a major pilgrimage site, attracting visitors from across Egypt and the wider Mediterranean, and the donations and offerings they left enriched the temple and the local merchants who sold food, lodging, and amulets to the pilgrims. The Persian authorities, ever mindful of the bottom line, taxed the temple's income and the trade generated by the cult, ensuring that a portion of the proceeds flowed into the satrapal treasury. The Apis cult was thus a public-private partnership between the Persian state and the Egyptian priesthood, a partnership that was profitable for both parties but that ultimately rested on the political stability that only Persian military power could provide. When that military power faltered, during the revolt of Aineros and the eventual successful rebellion of Amartius, the economic foundation of the Apis cult was shaken, and the burial of the bulls became less elaborate, the sarcophagi smaller, and the offerings less generous. The decline of the Apis cult in the later Persian period and the Ptolemaic era is a tangible indicator of the broader economic and political decline that Egypt experienced under the pressure of foreign domination, and its partial revival under the Ptolemies is a testament to the enduring symbolic power of the sacred bull. The legacy of the Apis cult in the later Hellenistic and Roman periods was transformed by the syncretic religious currents that swept the Mediterranean world, culminating in the creation of the god Serapis, a fusion of Osiris Apis with the Greek gods Zeus, Hades, and Dionysus, who became the patron deity of the Ptolemaic dynasty and one of the most popular gods of the Roman Empire. The roots of Serapis lie in the Persian period, when the cult of the deceased Apis bull, Osiris Apis, began to absorb elements of the surrounding Greek and Persian religious traditions. The Ptolemies, seeking a god who could unite their Greek and Egyptian subjects, promoted Serapis as a universal deity, depicted as a bearded man in the Greek style but with Egyptian attributes, such as the modius, the grain measure, on his head, symbolizing the fertility of the Nile. The Great Serapeum of Alexandria, a magnificent temple complex that rivaled the Serapeum of Saqqara, was built by Ptolemy III and became the center of the Serapis cult, which spread rapidly across the Mediterranean, to Rome, to Athens, and to the distant provinces of the empire. The memory of the Apis bull, the black calf of Memphis, lived on in the iconography of Serapis, and the underground galleries of Saqqara continued to be visited by pilgrims and tourists, including the Roman emperors Hadrian and Septimius Severus, who marveled at the enormous sarcophagi. The Persian conquest, which had threatened to extinguish the Apis cult, had instead, through a strange twist of historical irony, contributed to its transformation into a global religion. The Black Bull of Ptah, stabbed by Cambyses or buried with honor, depending on which story one believes, became the god who would challenge the supremacy of the Olympian pantheon and prepare the ground for the rise of Christianity. The Apis cult is thus a thread that runs through the entire history of Egypt under foreign rule, from the Persian period to the Roman Empire, a symbol of the remarkable continuity and adaptability of Egyptian religion in the face of political catastrophe. The revolt of Aineros, the Libyan prince who rose against the Persian occupation in 460 BC, was the most sustained and dangerous challenge to Achaemenid authority in Egypt during the 5th century BC, and its suppression marked a turning point in the relationship between the empire and its most valuable province. The revolt did not emerge from a vacuum. It was the product of decades of accumulated grievances, the weakening of Persian military prestige after the defeats at Marathon and Salamis, and the opportunistic intervention of Athens, which saw in the Egyptian rebellion a chance to strike a crippling blow against the Persian Empire. Aineros was the son of a Libyan chieftain named Psamtik, a name that deliberately echoed the Sate pharaohs, and he claimed descent from the old Libyan dynasties that had ruled parts of the western delta. He was a charismatic leader who could rally the disaffected Machima, the hereditary warrior class that had been disarmed and impoverished by the Persians, and the Libyan tribesmen of the western desert, who resented the Persian garrisons that controlled their traditional grazing lands and trade routes. Aineros raised the standard of revolt in the city of Maria, a Libyan settlement near the shores of Lake Mareotis, and he quickly gained control of the western delta, where the marshy terrain and the network of canals provided ideal terrain for guerrilla warfare. He proclaimed himself pharaoh, adopting a full royal titulary and minting coins that bore his name, a defiant assertion of Egyptian sovereignty that sent a shockwave through the Persian administration. The news of the revolt reached the satrap Achaemenes, a brother of King Artaxerxes I, who had been appointed to the post after the previous satrap had been recalled for corruption, and he assembled a force from the garrisons of Memphis and Daphne to crush the rebellion. The two armies met near the town of Paprimus, a cult center of the war god Montu in the western delta, and the battle that followed was a disaster for the Persians. The Egyptian and Libyan troops, fighting on their home ground and buoyed by religious fervor, broke the Persian lines, and Achaemenes himself was killed in the fighting, his body captured and desecrated, his head sent as a trophy to Aineros. The death of the king's brother was a humiliation that the Persian Empire could not tolerate, and it set the stage for a massive counteroffensive that would test the limits of Athenian and Egyptian military power. The Athenian intervention in the Egyptian revolt, which began in 459 BC, transformed a local insurrection into an international war that threatened the very foundations of the Persian Empire's control over the eastern Mediterranean. The Athenians, who were already at war with Persia as part of the ongoing conflict that would later be called the First Peloponnesian War, had recently achieved a stunning naval victory at the Eurymedon River and were eager to exploit Persian weakness. The prospect of detaching Egypt, the breadbasket of the empire, from Persian control was irresistible, and the Athenian assembly voted to send a fleet of 200 triremes to support Aineros. The Athenian expeditionary force, commanded by the generals Charitomides and Cimon, sailed up the Nile and linked up with the Egyptian rebel army, and the combined force marched on Memphis, the seat of Persian power in Egypt. The siege of the White Fortress of Memphis, which began later that year, was a grueling affair that lasted over a year. The Persian garrison, commanded by a general named Bagabuksha, defended the fortress with desperate courage, while the Athenian fleet blockaded the Nile to prevent reinforcements from reaching the city. The defenders were reduced to eating their horses, their leather equipment, and finally, according to the Greek historian Thucydides, to cannibalism. Aineros controlled all of Lower Egypt, the Delta, and the city of Memphis itself, with the exception of the White Fortress, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though the Persian Empire was on the verge of losing its most valuable province. The news of the siege reached the Persian court at Susa, and King Artaxerxes I, after an initial attempt to bribe the Spartans to invade Attica and draw the Athenian fleet home, resolved to send a massive expeditionary force to reconquer Egypt. The force that assembled in Syria under the command of the general Megabyzus, a veteran of the Greek wars, included infantry, cavalry, and a fleet of 300 triremes drawn from the Phoenician cities, and its mission was not merely to relieve Memphis but to annihilate the Egyptian rebellion and restore Persian authority with a brutality that would deter any future insurrections. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation that would determine the fate of Egypt for the rest of the 5th century. The Persian counteroffensive, launched in 456 BC, demonstrated the overwhelming military resources that the Achaemenid Empire could bring to bear when its vital interests were threatened. Megabyzus, a commander of exceptional skill and ruthlessness, divided his forces. The Phoenician fleet sailed directly to the delta to engage the Athenian navy, while the army marched overland along the coastal road, retaking the fortresses of Pelusium and Daphne that had fallen to the rebels. The Athenians, their numbers reduced by casualties and disease, were forced to abandon the siege of the White Fortress and retreat to the island of Prosopitis, a fortified position in the western delta where they hoped to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Megabyzus, however, refused to allow them the luxury of a siege. He ordered his engineers to drain the canals that surrounded Prosopitis by diverting the Nile waters, a feat of hydraulic warfare that left the Athenian triremes stranded in the mud, their hulls cracking in the sun. The Athenian garrison, now trapped on a dry island, was overwhelmed by Persian infantry and cavalry, and the survivors, including the general Charitomides, were put to the sword. Only a handful of Athenian ships, which had been anchored in a nearby channel, managed to escape and carry the news of the disaster back to Athens. The Egyptian rebels, deprived of their Athenian allies, were now alone against the full might of the Persian army. Aineros, wounded in the thigh by a Persian arrow, fled into the marshes of the delta with the remnants of his army, but he was betrayed by a local chieftain, captured, and transported in chains to Susa. The revolt was crushed, the cities of the delta were subjected to savage reprisals, and the Persian garrisons were re-established and reinforced. The reconquest of Egypt was complete, and Megabyzus returned to Susa with Aineros and the other Egyptian leaders as prisoners, their fates to be decided by the king. The revolt of Aineros had lasted for 6 years and had cost the Persian Empire tens of thousands of soldiers, the life of the king's brother, and a severe blow to its prestige, but in the end, the overwhelming power of the empire had prevailed, and Egypt was once again a subject province. The fate of Aineros, the captured rebel leader, became a cause célèbre that revealed the tangled web of personal loyalties and political intrigue within the Achaemenid court. Aineros was transported to Susa and paraded before King Artaxerxes I in chains, a trophy of the reconquest. The normal Persian punishment for a rebel against the king was death by impalement, and the Egyptian princes who had been captured alongside Aineros were executed in this manner, their bodies left to rot in the sun as a warning. But Megabyzus, the Persian general who had captured Aineros, had given his word to the rebel leader that his life would be spared if he surrendered, and he now intervened on his behalf, arguing that the king's honor was at stake. Artaxerxes I initially agreed to spare Aineros, and the Libyan prince was kept in comfortable captivity, a living symbol of Persian magnanimity. But the queen mother, Amestris, the widow of Xerxes I, could not forgive the death of her son Achaemenes, whom Aineros had killed at the Battle of Pelusium. She demanded that Aineros be executed, and she pressed her demand with the relentless fury of a grieving mother. For 5 years, the court was divided, with Megabyzus defending the honor of his word and the queen mother demanding blood. Finally, in 449 BC, Artaxerxes I capitulated to his mother's demands. Aineros was taken from his prison, and according to the Greek historian Ctesias, who served as a physician at the Persian court, he was executed by being placed on 3 crosses, a form of crucifixion that was reserved for the most despised enemies of the king. The execution of Aineros, after a promise of clemency, scandalized the Persian court and caused a permanent rift between Megabyzus and the king, a rift that would later lead to Megabyzus's own rebellion. The story of Aineros, the Libyan prince who defied the Persian Empire and paid for it with a cruel death, entered the folklore of Egypt, where he was remembered as a martyr and a hero, a symbol of the undying spirit of resistance that the Persians could conquer but never extinguish. The long-term consequences of the Aineros revolt for Persian rule in Egypt were paradoxical. The revolt demonstrated the fragility of Achaemenid control, but the brutal suppression of the rebellion and the subsequent restructuring of the provincial administration created a more stable and resilient system that lasted for another half-century. The destruction of the revolt and the execution of Aineros sent a clear message to the Egyptian population: rebellion would be met with overwhelming force, and the Persian Empire had the will and the resources to crush any challenge to its authority. The garrisons were reinforced, the network of spies and informants was expanded, and the satraps, chastened by the near loss of the province, governed with a firmer hand. The tax burden on the Egyptian peasantry was increased to pay for the cost of the reconquest, breeding deep resentment, but also ensuring the flow of revenue to the imperial treasury. The Egyptian priesthood, which had been divided during the revolt, with some temples supporting Aineros and others remaining loyal to the Persians, was subjected to a purge, and the temples that had backed the rebellion lost their lands and privileges. At the same time, the Persians recognized that the revolt had been fueled by the collaboration between the Egyptian rebels and the Athenians, and they took steps to sever this connection. They established closer diplomatic ties with Sparta, the rival of Athens, and they funded the Spartan war effort in the Peloponnesian War, a strategy that kept the Athenians too busy to interfere in Egyptian affairs. The revolt of Aineros was a turning point, not only in the history of Persian Egypt but in the wider geopolitical struggle between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states. It demonstrated that Egypt was the soft underbelly of the empire, the province whose loss would be fatal, and it ensured that for the next century, the Persian kings would devote a disproportionate share of their military and diplomatic resources to maintaining their grip on the Nile Valley. The ghost of Aineros, the crucified prince, haunted the halls of the satrap's palace in Memphis, a constant reminder that the peace of the province was a peace of fear, and that beneath the surface of Persian administration, the embers of Egyptian national resistance were still glowing. The diplomatic and strategic aftermath of the Aineros revolt reshaped the eastern Mediterranean power balance, as the Persian Empire, having narrowly avoided the loss of Egypt, embarked on a calculated strategy of détente with the Greek world while consolidating its internal control over the rest of satrapy. The Peace of Ctesias, concluded around 449 BC between the Persian Empire and the Delian League led by Athens, formally ended the Greco-Persian Wars that had been raging intermittently since the Ionian Revolt of 499 BC. Under the terms of this peace, the Athenians agreed to cease their attacks on Persian territories and to respect Persian sovereignty over Egypt and Cyprus, while the Persians acknowledged Athenian control over the Aegean Islands and the coastal cities of Asia Minor. This diplomatic settlement was a direct consequence of the Egyptian debacle. The Athenians had learned that the cost of intervening in Egypt was prohibitive, and the Persians had learned that their control over Egypt was contingent on the neutrality, or at least the quiescence, of the Greek naval powers. The peace allowed the Persian Empire to focus its resources on the internal reconstruction of Egypt, the repair of the damage caused by the revolt, and the reinforcement of the garrison system. The satraps who governed Egypt in the decades after the revolt, particularly the Persian nobleman Arzames, who held the post for over 30 years, governed with a combination of efficiency and severity that kept the province quiet. Arzames, whose correspondence with his subordinates is partially preserved in the Elephantine Papyri, was a skilled administrator who understood the importance of maintaining the irrigation system, the grain supply, and the goodwill of the priesthood. He also maintained a robust intelligence network that infiltrated the Egyptian temples and the Libyan tribes, and he was quick to crush any hint of sedition. The long tenure of Arzames, from approximately 450 to 420 BC, was a period of relative stability and prosperity in Egypt, a silver age of Persian rule that demonstrated that the satrapy could be governed effectively if the satrap was competent and the empire was strong. The revolt of Aineros, in the end, forced the Persians to improve their governance of Egypt, and the lessons learned from that crisis prolonged the life of the 27th dynasty by 2 generations. The cultural memory of Aineros in the Egyptian literary tradition was a complex mixture of heroic myth and political cautionary tale, a reflection of the ambivalent feelings that the native population held towards their foreign rulers. In the demotic stories and the oral traditions that were later written down, Aineros became a figure of legend, a brave warrior who fought for the liberation of Egypt and who was betrayed by his own countrymen, a classic Egyptian tragedy. The story of Aineros, fragments of which survive in demotic papyri, depicts the prince as a skilled archer and a cunning strategist, who outwits the Persians and wins great victories, but whose pride and overconfidence lead to his downfall. The story served as a piece of nationalist propaganda, but it also carried a subtle warning: rebellion against the Persians was glorious but futile, and the wise man would keep his head down and wait for the gods to deliver Egypt in their own time. The figure of Aineros was also adopted by the Greek historians, particularly Herodotus and Ctesias, who used his story to illustrate the themes of Persian cruelty and Greek heroism, and his name became known throughout the Hellenic world as a symbol of the fight for freedom against Oriental despotism. In the Ptolemaic period, Aeneas was rehabilitated as a proto-national hero, a precursor of the Macedonian liberators who had expelled the Persians, and his story was incorporated into the official mythology of the Ptolemaic state. The memory of Aeneas was thus a malleable thing, a story that could be told to serve the political needs of whoever held the pen, but at its heart, it was a story of the undying Egyptian will to resist the foreigner, a will that the Persians could suppress but never extinguish. The Prince of Maria, who had dared to challenge the King of Kings and who had died on 3 crosses in the dusty plains of Susa, lived on in the songs of the Egyptian peasants, a ghost that whispered in the reeds of the delta and the corridors of the temples, a promise that one day, the Mede would be driven into the sea, and the land of the Pharaohs would be free once more. The successful Egyptian revolt that expelled the Persians and established the 28th dynasty in 404 BC was the culmination of over a century of simmering resistance, and its leader, Amartius, emerged from the chaotic aftermath of the Peloponnesian War and the internal power struggles of the Achaemenid court to become the first native pharaoh since the fall of Psamtik III. The political context of the revolt was uniquely favorable. The Persian Empire, under the aging Artaxerxes II, was embroiled in a civil war with his younger brother, Cyrus the Younger, who had raised an army of Greek mercenaries and was marching on Babylon to seize the throne. The satraps of the western provinces, including Egypt, were forced to choose sides, and the Persian garrison in Egypt was weakened by the withdrawal of troops to fight in the civil war. Amartius, whose name means, "The god Ammonius is his father," was a Libyan prince from the western delta, a descendant of the same tribal elite that had produced Aeneas. He had been biding his time, gathering support among the Machemoi, the Libyan tribes, and the disaffected Egyptian priesthood, and when the moment came, he struck with speed and precision. The details of the revolt are obscure, but the outcome is clear. The Persian garrisons in the delta were overwhelmed. The satrap Arzames, who had governed Egypt with an iron hand for decades, was either killed or fled, and by 404 BC, Amartius was in control of Memphis and all of Lower Egypt. He proclaimed himself pharaoh, adopting the throne name. Knemeber, the heart of Re is strong, and he began the work of restoring the temples and the pharaonic administration that had been subordinated to the Persian satrapy. The 28th dynasty was brief, lasting only 6 years, but its very existence was a seismic event in the history of Egypt, a proof that the Persian yoke could be thrown off and that the ancient pharaonic tradition could be revived. Amartius, the liberator, was a hero to the Egyptians and a nightmare to the Persians, and his success inspired a resurgence of Egyptian national identity that would fuel the subsequent dynasties of the 30th and final native period. The reign of Amartius, though short, was a whirlwind of political consolidation, religious restoration, and diplomatic maneuvering that set the template for the native Egyptian state that would resist Persian reconquest for over 60 years. Amartius faced the immediate challenge of unifying a country that had been divided by a century of Persian administration, where the temples had been impoverished, the military caste had been disarmed, and the economy had been integrated into the imperial trade network. He moved the capital from Memphis, which was too closely associated with the Persian occupation, to the city of Sais, the ancestral home of the Said dynasty, a symbolic return to the golden age of Egyptian independence. He purged the bureaucracy of Persian collaborators, reinstated the traditional Egyptian nomarchs, and began the process of rearming the Machemoi, distributing land grants to the veterans of the revolt and forging a new native army. The temples, which had been taxed and regulated by the Persians, were restored to their traditional privileges, and Amartius poured resources into the rebuilding of the shrines of Neith at Sais and of Ptah at Memphis, commissioning new statues, offering tables, and sacred barks. He also sought to establish diplomatic relations with the Greek city-states, particularly Athens and Sparta, which had been the traditional enemies of Persia, and he may have sent envoys to the court of the Spartan king Agesilaus, seeking an alliance against the common enemy. The Persian Empire, distracted by the civil war and the revolt of the satraps in Asia Minor, was unable to mount an immediate reconquest, and Amartius used the breathing space to consolidate his rule. However, his dynasty was not destined to endure. In 399 BC, He was overthrown by a military coup led by a general named Nepherites, who founded the 29th dynasty, and Amartius was executed, his body denied the traditional royal burial, an ironic end for the liberator who had expelled the foreign oppressor. The brief, turbulent reign of Amartius demonstrated both the resilience of the pharaonic tradition and the deep internal divisions that would ultimately doom the last native dynasties to failure. The 29th and 30th dynasties, which ruled Egypt from 399 to 343 BC, represented the final flourishing of native pharaonic civilization, a last, defiant burst of temple building, military innovation, and cultural renaissance before the Persian reconquest and the end of Egyptian independence. The 29th dynasty, founded by Nepherites I, who ruled from his capital at Mendes in the central delta, was a period of consolidation and military preparation. The pharaohs of this dynasty, particularly Nepherites I and his successor Aegean, focused on rebuilding the Egyptian army and navy, hiring Greek mercenaries, and fortifying the eastern frontier against the inevitable Persian counterattack. Aegean, who reigned from 392 to 380 BC, was a particularly energetic ruler who entered into an alliance with the Athenian general Chabrias, who was sent with a fleet and a contingent of hoplites to train the Egyptian army. The Egyptian navy was rebuilt with the help of Greek shipwrights, and the delta fortifications were strengthened with new walls, towers, and canals designed to impede the Persian cavalry. The Persians, under Artaxerxes II, attempted to reconquer Egypt in 385 BC, but the invasion force was repelled by the combined Egyptian and Greek forces, a humiliation that further emboldened the native pharaohs. The 29th dynasty came to an end in 380 BC, when another general, Nectanebo I, seized the throne in a coup and founded the 30th dynasty. Nectanebo I, a brilliant military commander and a visionary builder, ruled for 18 years and transformed Egypt into a fortress state capable of defying the full might of the Persian Empire. He rebuilt the walls of Memphis, constructed new fortresses at Pelusium and Daphne, and dug a network of canals that turned the eastern delta into a waterlogged maze impassable to heavy cavalry. He also embarked on an ambitious program of temple construction, adding new pylons, colonnades, and sanctuaries to the temples of Karnak, Luxor, and Philae, and he revived the ancient cults with lavish endowments. Nectanebo I was the last great builder of pharaonic Egypt, and his monuments, particularly the first pylon of Karnak and the Avenue of Sphinxes, still stand today as testaments to the resilience of Egyptian civilization. His reign was a golden sunset, a final blaze of glory before the long night of foreign domination that was to come. The military reforms of the 30th dynasty, particularly under Nectanebo I and his grandson Nectanebo II, represented a revolution in Egyptian warfare, a desperate attempt to modernize the army to meet the challenge of the Persian war machine that had conquered half the known world. The old Egyptian army, composed of the Machamoy warrior caste and Libyan auxiliaries, had proven incapable of standing against the Persian immortals and the Greek hoplites, and the native pharaohs recognized that survival depended on adopting the military technology and tactics of their enemies. The key figure in this military revolution was the Spartan king Agesilaus II, who, in his old age, came to Egypt in 361 BC at the invitation of Nectanebo II to serve as a mercenary commander. Agesilaus, a veteran of the wars against the Persians and the Athenians, was one of the most experienced generals of his age, and he brought with him a contingent of Spartan hoplites and the hard-earned lessons of Greek warfare. He reorganized the Egyptian infantry along Greek lines, training them to fight in the phalanx formation with long spears and heavy shields, and he instilled in them the discipline and cohesion that had made the Greek hoplites the most feared soldiers in the Mediterranean. The Egyptian cavalry, traditionally a weak branch, was expanded and equipped with Greek-style lances and armor, and it was trained to execute the shock charges and flanking maneuvers that the Persians had perfected. The navy was rebuilt with the help of Greek shipwrights from Athens and Cyprus, and the Egyptian triremes, with their bronze rams and experienced crews, were able to contest the control of the Mediterranean with the Persian Phoenician fleet. The fortifications of the delta were transformed into a deep defensive system, with multiple layers of walls, canals, and watchtowers that could delay and channel any invading force, buying time for the mobile army to concentrate and counterattack. The military reforms of the 30th dynasty were so effective that, in 373 BC, they allowed Nectanebo I to repel a massive Persian invasion led by the satrap Pharnabazus, a victory that was celebrated as a triumph of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptian army of the 4th century BC was a far cry from the ill-equipped militia that had been slaughtered at Pelusium. It was a professional, modern force, the last native army to stand on the soil of an independent Egypt, and its story is one of the great what-ifs of ancient history. The temple-building program of Nectanebo I and Nectanebo II was not merely an expression of personal piety. It was a sophisticated political strategy designed to legitimize their usurped dynasties, to rally the priesthood and the population around a renewed sense of national identity, and to create a network of fortified economic centers that could sustain the war effort against Persia. The temples of ancient Egypt were not just places of worship, they were the economic engines of the state, controlling vast estates, employing thousands of workers, and storing the grain that fed the army and the bureaucracy. By rebuilding and expanding the temples, the 30th dynasty pharaohs were, in effect, reinvigorating the economic infrastructure of the country. Nectanebo I's additions to the Temple of Karnak, the greatest religious complex in Egypt, included the first pylon, a massive gateway of sandstone blocks that still towers over the modern visitor, and a new avenue of sphinxes that connected Karnak to the Temple of Luxor, creating a processional way that was used in the great festival of Opet. When the statue of Ammonius was carried from one temple to the other in a celebration of the fertility of the land and the power of the pharaoh. The reliefs carved on these monuments depicted Nectanebo I in the traditional pharaonic poses, smiting his enemies and making offerings to the gods. But they also incorporated subtle innovations, the use of higher relief, the more naturalistic rendering of the human body, and the inclusion of Greek and Persian motifs, such as the winged sun disk of Ahura Mazda, reinterpreted in an Egyptian context. Nectanebo II continued his grandfather's work, adding a magnificent kiosk to the Temple of Philae, at the First Cataract, and building new sanctuaries for the cults of Isis and Osiris, whose worship was becoming increasingly popular, and whose mythology of resurrection resonated with the Egyptian hope for national rebirth. The temples of the 30th dynasty were fortresses of the spirit, bastions of Egyptian identity in a world where the shadow of the Persian Empire was growing ever longer, and their walls, covered with the cartouches of the last native pharaohs, were a defiant proclamation that the two lands still belonged to the children of the sun god. The Persian reconquest of Egypt in 343 BC, under the brutal and efficient leadership of Artaxerxes III Achuz, was the death knell of native pharaonic rule, a campaign of such calculated cruelty and overwhelming force that it effectively extinguished the ancient line of Egyptian kings forever. The invasion force that Artaxerxes III assembled was the largest Persian military operation since the invasion of Greece by Xerxes I. According to the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, the army numbered 300,000 infantry and 30,000 cavalry, while the fleet comprised 300 triremes and 500 transports, figures that, even if exaggerated, indicate an overwhelming concentration of imperial might. The Persian king, a man of cold, methodical ruthlessness, had spent years preparing for this campaign, stockpiling weapons, training his troops, and securing the loyalty of the Greek mercenary commanders whose expertise would be essential to overcoming the Egyptian defenses. The invasion plan was a masterpiece of combined arms strategy. The main Persian army, under the direct command of Artaxerxes, advanced along the coastal road towards Pelusium, while a second force, under the generals Mentor of Rhodes and Bagoas, a Persian eunuch of immense ability, moved through the desert to outflank the Egyptian fortifications. The Egyptian pharaoh Nectanebo II, who had been on the throne for 17 years, commanded an army of 100,000 men, including a corps of native Egyptian infantry, a large contingent of Greek mercenaries, and a fleet that guarded the Nile mouths. He had fortified the Pelusiac branch with multiple lines of defense, but the numerical superiority of the Persians and the tactical brilliance of Mentor of Rhodes, who led a feint attack on Pelusium while the main force breached the defenses of the lesser fortress of Bubastis, proved irresistible. The Egyptian defense collapsed in a matter of weeks. Nectanebo II, seeing his army routed and his capital threatened, fled from Memphis to the southern frontier, carrying the royal insignia and the hopes of his people into the Nubian desert, where he vanished from history, the last Egyptian ever to wear the double crown. The Persian reconquest was a catastrophe of biblical proportions, a wave of destruction that swept over the Nile Valley and extinguished the flame of pharaonic civilization that had burned for 3,000 years. The sack of Memphis and the desecration of the Egyptian temples by the victorious Persian army were acts of cultural annihilation that were intended not merely to punish a rebellious province, but to eradicate the very symbols of Egyptian national and religious identity. Artaxerxes III, unlike the earlier Achaemenid kings who had practiced a policy of religious accommodation, had no interest in placating the Egyptian priesthood. He saw the temples as the breeding grounds of rebellion, the gods as the spiritual armor of his enemies, and the sacred animals as objects of superstitious folly that deserved to be destroyed. When the Persian army entered Memphis, Artaxerxes ordered the massacre of the Egyptian garrison and the execution of the priests who had supported Nectanebo II. The great temple of Ptah, the heart of Egyptian religious life, was stripped of its gold and silver statues, its bronze doors, and its sacred vessels, which were carted off to Susa and melted down to fund the Persian treasury. The temple of Neith at Sais, the dynastic shrine of the Sate Pharaohs, was desecrated, its sacred lake polluted, and its priesthood slaughtered. The Serapeum at Saqqara was violated. The Apis bull, the living incarnation of Ptah, was dragged from its sanctuary and, according to the later accounts, roasted on a spit and served to the Persian soldiers, a supreme act of sacrilege that sent shockwaves of horror through the Egyptian population. The tombs of the 30th dynasty pharaohs were broken open, their mummies torn apart, their sarcophagi smashed, and their burial goods looted. The cities of the Delta were put to the torch, their populations deported or enslaved, and a massive indemnity of 1,000 talents of silver was imposed on the surviving Egyptian communities, a debt that would cripple the economy for a generation. Artaxerxes III then appointed the eunuch Bagoas as the satrap of Egypt, and the country was once again reduced to a subject province, but this time, the Persian rule was not cloaked in the fiction of pharaonic legitimacy. The cartouches of the Persian kings were carved into the temple walls, but they were empty gestures. The Egyptians knew that their gods had been mocked, their priests slaughtered, and their sacred bulls eaten, and the bitterness of that knowledge would fester for centuries, fueling the apocalyptic hopes that would eventually find their outlet in the messianic expectations of the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The reconquest of Artaxerxes III was not just a military victory, it was a cultural trauma, a wound in the soul of Egypt that never fully healed. The last native pharaoh, Nectanebo II, fled the Persian onslaught in 343 BC and vanished into the mists of history. His final years a mystery that has fascinated historians and spawned a rich body of legend, transforming the defeated king into a figure of enduring mythic power. After the rout of his army at Pelusium and the fall of the Delta fortresses, Nectanebo II retreated up the Nile, accompanied by a small retinue of loyal guards, priests, and the portable treasures of the crown. He passed Thebes, the ancient city of Ammonius, where the colossal statues of his predecessors still stood in the blazing sun, and he continued south, past the first cataract, into the land of Nubia, the ancient kingdom of Kush that had once ruled Egypt during the 25th dynasty. The Nubian king, Nastasen, who ruled from his capital at Meroe, may have granted the fugitive pharaoh asylum, or Nectanebo II may have attempted to raise a new army among the Nubian princes, hoping to emulate the Kushite pharaohs who had restored Egypt's fortunes centuries earlier. The Egyptian records are silent on his fate, and the Greek historians, who had a keen interest in the last pharaoh, provide only fragmentary and contradictory accounts. Some say he died in Nubia, an old man broken by the loss of his kingdom. Others claim he was betrayed by his Nubian hosts and handed over to the Persians in exchange for gold. Still others whisper that he lived out his days in obscurity, his identity concealed, his royal blood flowing into the local population. The most romantic legend, recorded by the Greek writer Pseudo-Callisthenes in the Alexander Romance, claims that Nectanebo II did not flee to Nubia but traveled in disguise to the court of Philip II of Macedon, where he became a magician and an astrologer, and that he seduced the Queen Olympias, fathering Alexander the Great himself. This legend, however fanciful, served a profound political purpose. It established a blood connection between Alexander, the conqueror of Egypt, and the last native pharaoh, legitimizing the Macedonian dynasty as the true heirs of the Egyptian throne. The disappearance of Nectanebo II left a vacuum of sacred kingship that the Egyptians would fill with messianic prophecies, predicting that the last pharaoh would one day return from the south, the king from Ethiopia, to drive out the foreign oppressors and restore the age of the gods. The phantom of Nectanebo II, the king who vanished, haunted the Egyptian imagination for centuries, a symbol of the lost golden age and the hope of an impossible restoration. The Persian satrapy of Egypt after the reconquest of 343 BC was a province ruled by terror and extraction, a dark period of systematic looting, political repression, and cultural desecration that the later Egyptian sources remember as a time of unparalleled suffering. The new satrap, Begos, the eunuch who had engineered the fall of Memphis, governed with a cruelty that reflected the paranoia and brutality of his master, Artaxerxes III. Begos had risen from the lowest ranks of the Persian court through a combination of cunning, ruthlessness, and an utter lack of scruple, and he treated Egypt as his personal fiefdom, squeezing the province for every drop of silver and grain. The temples that had been the centers of Egyptian cultural resistance were systematically impoverished. Their estates were confiscated, their treasuries were emptied, and their priests were forced to purchase the right to perform their rituals with crippling bribes. The Apis bull, that ancient symbol of Egyptian identity, was no longer buried with royal honors. The Serapeum stelae from this period show a stark decline in the quality of the burials, with smaller sarcophagi, fewer offerings, and the omission of the king's cartouche from the inscriptions, a silent but damning record of the absence of pharaonic patronage. The Egyptian population was subjected to a reign of terror. Persian soldiers were billeted in the villages, requisitioning food and labor, and any hint of sedition was punished by mass executions, the burning of villages, and the deportation of entire communities to the distant satrapies of the empire. The Canal of Darius, the great engineering marvel that had linked the Nile to the Red Sea, was neglected and began to silt up, because the Persian administration was too consumed with short-term extraction to invest in long-term infrastructure. The economy of Egypt, drained by the demands of the Persian court and the rapaciousness of Begos, contracted, and the population, crushed by taxes and violence, fell into a sullen silence. The Second Persian period, also known as the 31st Dynasty, was not a continuation of the earlier Achaemenid policy of accommodation. It was a military occupation that treated Egypt not as a jewel of the empire but as a conquered enemy whose only value was its resources. The bitterness of this period would ensure that when Alexander the Great arrived in Egypt a mere 11 years later, in 332 BC, he was welcomed not as a conqueror but as a liberator, and the Persian yoke was thrown off with a collective sigh of relief that echoed across the ancient world. The cultural destruction wrought by the Second Persian occupation, though severe, was not total, and the Egyptian priesthood, that eternally resilient institution, went underground, preserving the sacred texts, the ritual knowledge, and the hope of a future restoration in secret chambers and hidden crypts. The House of Life, the scriptorium attached to the major temples, continued to function in a diminished capacity, copying the ancient texts and composing new ones that looked forward to the coming of a savior king. The Demotic Chronicle, composed in the early Ptolemaic period but reflecting the traditions of the Persian occupation, categorizes the kings of Egypt according to their deeds, and the Persian rulers of the second occupation are described as impious men who did not walk in the way of the god, and who brought chaos to the land. The Oracle of the Lamb, a prophetic text that purports to be the words of a talking lamb during the reign of a pharaoh named Bakris, predicts that the Mede shall perish, and the shrine of the god shall be purified of the foreigners. A message of hope that was circulated among the Egyptian literate class during the dark years of the Second Persian period. The cults of Isis and Osiris, which had been growing in popularity since the late period, took on an increasingly eschatological and messianic character, promising their initiates resurrection and a new world order in which the forces of chaos, embodied by the Persians, would be overthrown. The priests of the Delta, particularly at Sais and Buto, became the custodians of Egyptian national memory, passing down the stories of the glorious 8th and 30th dynasties, the horrors of the Persian occupation, and the prophecies of the coming liberator. When Alexander the Great marched into Egypt in 332 BC, he encountered a priesthood that was prepared to embrace him, to proclaim him the son of Ammonius, and to weave him into the fabric of Egyptian sacred history, because the alternative, a return to the Persian terror, was unthinkable. The cultural underground of the Second Persian period was the incubator of the new Egyptian identity that would emerge in the Hellenistic age, an identity that had been forged in the crucible of foreign oppression and that would prove remarkably durable in the centuries to come. The assassination of Artaxerxes III in 338 BC, poisoned by his own Grand Vizier, the eunuch Bagoas, plunged the Persian Empire into a period of dynastic chaos that would ultimately pave the way for Alexander's conquest. Bagoas, who had been the satrap of Egypt and the most powerful official in the empire after the king, had grown weary of Artaxerxes' brutality and perhaps feared for his own life. He poisoned the king, along with most of his sons, and placed the youngest prince, Arses, on the throne as a puppet. Arses reigned for only 2 years before he, too, was poisoned by Bagoas, who then elevated a distant cousin of the royal family, a man named Codomanus, to the throne under the name Darius III. Darius III, a tall, handsome, and unexpectedly capable ruler, soon outmaneuvered Bagoas, forcing the eunuch to drink the same poison he had used to dispatch his predecessors, and attempted to restore order to the crumbling empire. But the internal rot had gone too deep. The satraps of the western provinces were in open revolt, the royal treasury was depleted, and the memory of the brutal reconquest of Egypt had alienated the subject peoples of the empire. The Egyptian satrapy, still under Persian control, was a festering wound, its population simmering with hatred for their oppressors, its garrison demoralized and understrength, its defenses neglected. When Alexander the Great crossed the Hellespont in 334 BC and began his lightning conquest of the Persian Empire, the satrapy of Egypt was ripe for the taking. The Persian satrap, Mazax, who had only recently been appointed, found himself isolated and without support, his army reduced to a token force, his treasury empty, and his subjects eager to welcome any invader who would promise to end the Persian tyranny. The chaotic collapse of the Achaemenid central government, triggered by the murderous intrigues of Bagoas, was the final gift of the Persian Empire to Egypt, opening the door for a new conqueror who would be hailed as the son of the gods and the restorer of the ancient order. The arrival of Alexander the Great in Egypt in 332 BC was not a conquest but a bloodless entry, a triumphal procession in which the Macedonian king was welcomed by the Egyptian population and the priesthood as a liberator and a legitimate pharaoh. The Persian satrap Mazax, recognizing the impossibility of resistance after the destruction of the Persian fleet at Issus and the death of Darius III's best generals, surrendered Memphis without a fight, handing over the treasury and the symbols of pharaonic authority. Alexander, a master of political theater, immediately adopted the pharaonic titulary, his throne name recorded in the temple inscriptions as Setepenra chosen by Re, beloved of Ammonius. He sacrificed to the Apis bull at Memphis, a gesture that explicitly repudiated the Persian desecration of the sacred animal, and positioned him as the pious restorer of the pharaonic tradition. He then made the arduous journey to the Siwa oasis, following in the footsteps of the Persian army that had vanished in the sandstorm, to consult the oracle of Ammonius. The oracle, according to the accounts of Alexander's court historians, hailed him as the son of the god, a pronouncement that elevated him above the status of a mere mortal conqueror and invested him with the divine legitimacy that the Egyptian pharaohs had claimed for millennia. The Egyptian priesthood, which had been brutally suppressed by the Persians, embraced Alexander with open arms, seeing in him the fulfillment of the ancient prophecies of the Savior King who would expel the Medes and restore the purity of the temples. Alexander, for his part, recognized the strategic and symbolic value of Egypt, and he founded the city of Alexandria on the Mediterranean coast, a new capital that would become the greatest city of the Hellenistic world and the cultural bridge between Greece and Egypt. The Persian nightmare was over, and a new era had begun, an era in which the ancient land of the pharaohs would be ruled by a dynasty of Greek pharaohs, the Ptolemies, who would build the last and most enduring of the pharaonic kingdoms. The legacy of the Persian conquest and occupation of Egypt, when viewed from the perspective of the Hellenistic age, was a paradoxical mixture of trauma and transformation, a dark night that had purified and prepared the Egyptian nation for its new role in the global civilization of the Mediterranean. The Persian period had broken the isolation of Egypt, integrating the ancient kingdom into the economic, political, and cultural networks of a world empire, and this integration, though imposed by force, had created the conditions for the cosmopolitan flowering of the Ptolemaic age. The Aramaic language, the Persian administrative practices, and the multi-ethnic garrison communities that the Persians had established in Egypt did not vanish with Alexander. They were absorbed and adapted by the Ptolemies, who built their own empire on the foundations laid by the Achaemenids. The Egyptian priesthood, which had learned to navigate the complexities of imperial rule during the Persian period, transferred its allegiance to the Ptolemies with an ease that astonished the Greek observers, and the temple-building program of the 30th dynasty was continued and expanded by the Macedonian pharaohs, who understood that their legitimacy depended on the support of the Egyptian gods. The memory of the Persian occupation, however, was kept alive as a propaganda tool, a dark counterexample against which the Ptolemaic rule could be presented as a golden age. The Ptolemies commissioned histories and literary works that demonized the Persians, particularly Cambyses and Artaxerxes III, and they promoted the cults of Isis and Serapis, which explicitly repudiated the Persian desecrations and celebrated the resurrection of the Egyptian nation. The Persian period, in the collective memory of Egypt, became the ultimate symbol of foreign oppression, the chaos that must be avoided at all costs, and this memory would later fuel the Egyptian resistance to Roman and Byzantine rule, and, in a transformed form, to the Arab conquest. The ghost of Cambyses, the mad king who stabbed the Apis and vanished into the desert, haunted the Egyptian imagination for 1,000 years, a cautionary tale of the fate that awaited any conqueror who dared to mock the gods of the Nile. The Persian conquest was, in the end, a crucible, a fire that had burned away the old, isolated Egypt and forged the new, interconnected Egypt that would face the challenges of the globalizing ancient world. The daily life of an Egyptian peasant under Persian rule was governed by the eternal rhythms of the Nile and the seasons, but it was overlaid with the heavy demands of a foreign tax system that extracted a greater share of the harvest than any native pharaoh had ever dared to demand. The fellahin, the peasant farmers who made up the vast majority of the population, lived in mud-brick villages clustered along the riverbanks and the canal levees, their lives centered on the annual inundation, the planting of the crops, and the harvest. The Persian tax assessors, armed with the cadastral survey records, visited each village at the beginning of the agricultural year, measuring the fields and calculating the expected yield based on the height of the flood as recorded by the Nilometer. The tax was levied in kind, a fixed proportion of the wheat, barley, and flax harvest was set aside for the royal granaries, and the peasant was required to transport this grain to the nearest collection point, a journey that could take several days and expose the oxen to exhaustion and the grain to spoilage. The tax burden, according to the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, was so heavy that the Egyptian peasants were reduced to eating the roots of papyrus and the pith of the lotus, a claim that may be exaggerated but that reflects the genuine hardship of the period. In addition to the grain tax, the peasants were subject to the corvée, a system of forced labor that required them to work on the maintenance of the canals, the construction of fortifications, and the dredging of the Darius Canal, tasks that took them away from their fields for weeks or months at a time and exposed them to the brutal discipline of the Persian overseers. The Persian authorities, however, were not entirely oblivious to the welfare of the peasantry. They understood that a starving peasant could not pay taxes, and they operated a system of seed loans, distributing grain to the farmers in the spring to be repaid with interest after the harvest, a practice that kept the agricultural cycle going but also trapped the peasants in a cycle of debt. The daily diet of the fellahin consisted of bread made from emmer wheat, a thick beer brewed from barley, onions, garlic, lentils, and occasionally dried fish from the Nile, a monotonous but generally adequate fare that sustained the population through the cycles of plenty and want. The Persian period did not fundamentally alter the material culture of the Egyptian peasant. The same wooden plows, the same sickles with flint blades, the same shadif buckets that had been used for centuries continued to be the tools of survival. What changed was the relentless pressure of the imperial tax machine, the presence of the foreign soldier in the village, and the knowledge that the fruits of their labor were being shipped to a distant king who had never seen the Nile, and whose gods were as alien as his language. The life of an Egyptian scribe during the Persian period was a tightrope walk between the traditional prestige of the literate class and the new demands of a multilingual, multi-ethnic bureaucracy that required mastery of Aramaic as well as the ancient Demotic script. The scribes were the backbone of the Egyptian state, the men who kept the records of land ownership, the tax assessments, the temple inventories, and the legal contracts that made the complex economy of the Nile Valley function. In the Persian period, the scribal profession underwent a profound transformation. The old Egyptian scriptoria, where scribes had trained for years to master the intricate hieroglyphs and the cursive hieratic script, did not disappear, but they were supplemented by a new, parallel bureaucracy that operated in Aramaic, the official language of the empire. The Persian satrap and his staff communicated in Aramaic, and all legal documents that were to be recognized by the imperial courts had to be written in that language. The Egyptian scribe who could read and write Aramaic, in addition to Demotic, saw his career prospects expand dramatically. He could find employment in the satrap's chancery, in the garrison headquarters, or in the offices of the Aramaic-speaking merchant houses. The Elephantine Papyri provide vivid evidence of this bilingual scribal culture, with documents written in Aramaic that follow Egyptian legal formulas and contain Egyptian loanwords, and Demotic documents that incorporate Aramaic phrases and Persian titles. The scribal families of the Delta, who had passed down their craft from father to son for generations, adapted to the new reality with characteristic pragmatism. They sent their sons to learn Aramaic alongside the traditional scripts, and they developed a hybrid documentary culture that blended the two traditions. The scribe, in the Persian period, was the indispensable intermediary between the native population and the foreign administration, the translator and the interpreter who could navigate both worlds. And his role gave him a degree of power and influence that the Persian officials, dependent on his expertise, could not entirely control. The scribal elite of Egypt, like the priesthood, bent but did not break under Persian rule. It absorbed the new linguistic and administrative technologies and used them to preserve and perpetuate the ancient traditions in a new imperial context. The experience of the Egyptian priesthood under Persian rule was a study in the art of survival, a delicate dance of collaboration, resistance, and adaptation that ensured the continuity of the ancient cults even as the political power of the temples was systematically eroded. The high priests of the major cult centers, such as Ptah at Memphis, Ammonius at Thebes, and Neith at Sais, were the natural leaders of Egyptian society, and the Persians recognized that their cooperation was essential to the stability of the province. The satraps cultivated the high priests, offering them gifts, tax exemptions, and the restoration of temple lands that had been confiscated by previous pharaohs, in exchange for their political support and their recognition of the Persian king as the legitimate pharaoh. The high priests, for their part, were pragmatic realists who understood that the alternative to collaboration was the destruction of their temples and the extinction of their cults. They accepted the Persian king's cartouche, carved his name on the temple walls, and prayed for his health in the daily rituals, while quietly preserving the sacred knowledge and the national traditions in the inner sanctuaries of the temples, away from the eyes of the Persian overseers. The lower ranks of the priesthood, the Wab priests and the lector priests who performed the daily offerings and recited the sacred texts, were less exposed to the temptations and compromises of collaboration, and they often harbored deep anti-Persian sentiments. The temple at Thebes, the cult center of Ammonius, was a hotbed of resistance, and the Persian authorities kept a close watch on its activities, occasionally arresting and executing priests who were suspected of sedition. The economic power of the temples, which had once rivaled that of the pharaoh, was steadily reduced by the Persian tax demands and the confiscation of temple lands to fund the garrison system. The temple estates that remained were subjected to rigorous accounting, and the priests were required to submit annual reports to the satrap's office, detailing their income and expenditures, a level of bureaucratic oversight that was deeply humiliating to an institution that had once been answerable only to the gods. The Egyptian priesthood emerged from the Persian period diminished in wealth and political power but strengthened in moral authority. Its role as the guardian of national memory and cultural identity more sharply defined than ever. When the Ptolemies came to power, they found in the priesthood a ready partner, an institution that had learned to survive foreign domination and that was prepared to trade its spiritual legitimacy for the material support of the new Macedonian pharaohs. The role of women in Persian period Egypt, though poorly documented in the formal historical sources, can be partially reconstructed from the legal papyri, the funerary stelae, and the household archives, revealing a society in which women of all classes enjoyed a degree of legal and economic agency that was exceptional in the ancient world. The Egyptian tradition, stretching back to the Old Kingdom, had always granted women the right to own property, to enter into contracts, to initiate divorce, and to represent themselves in court, rights that were not diminished by the Persian conquest. The Elephantine papyri provide several vivid examples of women exercising these rights. Mibdahaya, the Jewish woman whose marriage contract is one of the treasures of the archive, brought a substantial dowry into her marriage, consisting of silver, clothing, and household goods, and the contract stipulated that if her husband divorced her, he must return the dowry and pay a penalty, a provision that gave her significant economic security. Another papyrus records a woman named Tamit, who owned a house on Elephantine and sold it to a Persian soldier, the deed of sale written in her own name, and witnessed by members of both the Jewish and Egyptian communities. Egyptian women of the lower classes worked in the fields alongside their husbands, sold produce in the markets, and managed the household economy, their labor essential to the survival of the family. The women of the royal and noble families, reduced to captivity after the Persian conquest, suffered a far grimmer fate. The daughters of Psamtik III were enslaved. The women of the Egyptian aristocracy were distributed as concubines to the Persian nobles, and the female line of the Saite dynasty was extinguished. The Persian practice of maintaining harems, where the women of the conquered elite were held as trophies of war, was a brutal assertion of the conqueror's power over the reproductive capacity of the conquered, a form of geneticide that aimed to erase the bloodlines of the native rulers. The experience of Egyptian women during the Persian period was thus sharply divided along class lines. For the peasant women and the artisans' wives, life continued much as it had before, their legal rights intact, their daily toil unaltered. For the aristocratic women, the conquest was a catastrophe of rape, enslavement, and extinction. The Persian occupation, in its impact on women as in so many other aspects, was a study in contrasts, a mixture of continuity and rupture that reflected the complex, layered nature of the imperial encounter. The demographic and ethnic landscape of Egypt was permanently altered by the Persian occupation, as waves of foreign settlers, Persians, Medes, Babylonians, Jews, Arameans, Carians, and Greeks, were planted in military colonies and trading cities, creating a multi-ethnic society that would become the foundation of the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The Persian policy of settling military colonists on the land, granting them plots in exchange for hereditary military service, created a network of foreign-owned estates scattered throughout the Delta and the Fayum. These colonists, the Baolan holders, formed a privileged military aristocracy, exempt from the taxes that burdened the native population and loyal directly to the Persian king. They brought with them their languages, their religions, and their customs, and they established communities that were islands of Persian and Semitic culture in the Aegean Sea. The intermarriage between these foreign soldiers and Egyptian women, though often frowned upon by both communities, gradually blurred the ethnic boundaries, creating a mixed population that was neither fully Egyptian nor fully foreign. The children of these unions, who grew up speaking Aramaic and Egyptian, worshipping both Yahu and Khnum, and serving in the Persian garrisons, were the first generation of a new, cosmopolitan Egyptian identity that would come to full flower in the Hellenistic age. The city of Naucratis, the old Greek trading emporium, expanded under the Persians and became a magnet for immigrants from across the Mediterranean, its streets echoing with the dialects of Ionia, Rhodes, and Cyprus. The Jewish community of Elephantine, the Persian garrison of Daphne, the Carians of Memphis, and the Arameans of Syene were all threads in the rich ethnic tapestry of Persian Egypt, a tapestry that the Ptolemies would later inherit and embellish with the addition of Macedonians, Thracians, and Syrians. The demographic transformation wrought by the Persian occupation was one of its most enduring legacies, the creation of a multicultural society that was, for all its tensions and conflicts, a precursor of the globalized world of the Roman Empire. The Egypt that Alexander the Great entered in 332 BC was not the ethnically homogeneous kingdom of the Old and New Kingdoms. It was a province of a world empire, its population a mosaic of nations, its culture a hybrid of the ancient and the new, and this transformation had been set in motion by the Persian conquest 2 centuries earlier. The legacy of the Persian period in the material culture of Egypt is visible in the archaeological record, from the Aramaic ostraca and the Persian-style jewelry found in the graves of the Delta to the glazed brick panels and the columned halls that betray the influence of Achaemenid palatial architecture. The Persian occupation introduced new technologies and artistic motifs that were absorbed into the Egyptian repertoire. The use of glazed bricks, a technique perfected in Babylon and Susa, was adopted for the decoration of the palaces of the Persian satraps, and fragments of such bricks, decorated with images of Persian archers and winged griffins, have been found at Memphis and Daphne. The Persian fondness for gardens, the paradisa that were the ancestors of the English word paradise, was introduced to Egypt, and the satrap's palace in Memphis was renowned for its formal gardens, planted with imported cypress and date palms, watered by a network of channels that anticipated the elaborate garden culture of Ptolemaic Alexandria. The Egyptian metalworking tradition was enriched by Persian techniques of granulation and filigree, and the jewelry of the period, such as the gold earrings and bracelets found in the tombs of the Delta, combines Egyptian motifs, like the lotus and the scarab, with Persian designs, like the winged disc and the lion griffin. The pottery of the Persian period, while largely continuing the Egyptian tradition, shows the influence of Achaemenid forms, such as the rhyton, the drinking horn, which was adopted by the Egyptian elite and decorated with Egyptian scenes. The architectural legacy of the Persians is less visible, because the mud brick of their fortresses and palaces has largely eroded away, but the massive foundations of the White Fortress of Memphis and the grid plan of the garrison town at Daphne testify to the scale and sophistication of Persian military engineering. The material culture of Persian Egypt is a hybrid, a fusion of the ancient Egyptian tradition and the Achaemenid imperial style, and it reflects the broader cultural synthesis that was taking place across the empire, a synthesis that would reach its apogee in the Hellenistic Koine that followed Alexander's conquest. The Persian conquest of Egypt in 525 BC, initiated by Cambyses II and completed by the ruthless reconquests of the 5th and 4th centuries, stands as one of the great pivot points of world history, the moment when the oldest continuous civilization on Earth was forcibly integrated into the first truly global empire. The march on the Nile was not a single event but a centuries-long process of conquest, occupation, rebellion, reconquest, and cultural negotiation that fundamentally transformed both Egypt and the empires that ruled it. The military innovations displayed at Pelusium, the use of sacred animals as psychological weapons, the logistical miracle of the Arabian water supply alliance, the coordinated assault of the Immortals and the Median cavalry, became templates for future invaders, studied by Alexander, by Caesar, and by the generals of the Arab conquest. The administrative system that the Persians imposed on Egypt, with its cadastral surveys, its Aramaic bureaucracy, its network of garrisons, and its canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, dragged the ancient pharaonic state out of its Bronze Age isolation and into the Iron Age economy of a world empire, laying the foundations for the Ptolemaic and Roman administrations that followed. The cultural and religious encounter between Persia and Egypt produced a rich synthesis, a blending of Zoroastrian and Egyptian ideas, of Persian and Egyptian art, of Semitic and Egyptian languages, that enriched both civilizations and prepared the ground for the cosmopolitan culture of the Hellenistic age. The trauma of the Persian occupation, however, was a wound that never fully healed. The memory of Cambyses' madness, the desecration of the Apis, the lost army in the desert, the crucifixion of Aineros, and the atrocities of Artaxerxes III became the raw material of Egyptian national mythology, a dark counter-narrative that shaped the Egyptian identity for 1,000 years. The prophets and the priests of the Delta, in their hidden scriptoria, kept alive the hope of a savior king who would expel the foreigners and restore the purity of the two lands, a messianic hope that would eventually be transferred to Alexander, to the Ptolemies, and, in a transformed manner, to the Christ. The Persian conquest, in the long view of history, was the beginning of the end of pharaonic Egypt, but it was also the birth of a new Egypt, an Egypt that had learned to survive foreign domination by adapting, by absorbing, and by never forgetting its ancient gods. The march on the Nile, the fall of the Pharaohs, the blood-soaked sands of Pelusium, and the silent galleries of the Serapeum are all chapters in a story that continues to resonate, a story of the collision of civilizations, the resilience of a people, and the eternal struggle between the river and the desert, between the old gods and the new empires. The archaeological record, the papyri, the inscriptions, and the classical texts that we have drawn upon to tell this story are not just sources of information. They are the voices of the dead, speaking across the millennia, telling us of their triumphs and their tragedies, their hopes and their fears. The stela of Cambyses at the Serapeum, with its depiction of the Persian king kneeling before the sacred bull, is a voice that says, "I am the Pharaoh, the son of the god, the keeper of Maat," even as the Greek histories scream, "He was a madman, a desecrator, a monster." The marriage contract of Mibdahaya, written in Aramaic on a fragile scrap of papyrus, is a voice that says, "I am a woman, a Jew, a member of this community, and I demand my rights under the law." The letters of the Elephantine Jews, pleading for permission to rebuild their temple, are voices that say, "We are loyal servants of the king, and we have been unjustly attacked. Grant us justice, O governor, for the sake of the God of heaven." These voices, fragmentary and contradictory, do not speak with a single tongue, and the historian who seeks to reconstruct the past must listen to them all, weighing the evidence, probing the silences, and acknowledging the gaps in our knowledge. The Persian conquest of Egypt is a story with many versions, each shaped by the political and cultural biases of its tellers, and the truth, if such a thing can ever be fully recovered, lies somewhere in the tensions between them. What is certain is that the encounter between Persia and Egypt was one of the defining events of ancient history, an event that reshaped the political map of the Near East, transformed the cultural landscape of the Mediterranean, and left an enduring mark on the memory of humanity. The documents, the ruins, the bones and the mass graves of Pelusium, and the sand-covered traces of the lost army are all that remain of this chapter of the human story, and it is our privilege, as the tellers of these tales, to bring them back to life for a new generation of listeners. The story of the Persian Empire's conquest of Egypt reminds us that the past is not a simple narrative of heroes and villains but a complex web of ambition, fear, adaptation, and resilience. Cambyses II, the conqueror, was a brilliant logistician and a master of psychological warfare, but he was also a man haunted by the shadow of his father, driven by a volcanic rage, and ultimately broken by the very empire he had expanded. Psamtik III, the last Sate pharaoh, was a young king thrust into an impossible situation, who fought bravely, lost everything, plotted in captivity, and died a horrible death, a victim of the forces of history that were far larger than himself. Ainros, the Libyan prince, was a rebel and a hero, a man who dared to challenge the greatest empire of his age and who paid the ultimate price, his memory cherished by his people and reviled by his enemies. The Egyptian peasants, the priests, the scribes, and the women of the Delta are the anonymous millions whose lives were shaped by these great events, their stories mostly lost to us but their existence attested by the tax receipts, the marriage contracts, and the funerary stelae that they left behind. The Persian conquest is, in the end, a story about the human capacity for both destruction and creation, for cruelty and compassion, for stubborn resistance and pragmatic collaboration. It is a story that challenges us to think beyond the simple dichotomies of conquest and liberation, to see the ancient world in all its messy, contradictory, and deeply human complexity. The land of the Nile, with its eternal rhythm of flood and harvest, its gods of the temple and its gods of the household, its ancient wisdom and its stubborn resilience, endured the Persian occupation as it had endured the Hyksos, the Assyrians, and the Nubians before, and as it would endure the Greeks, the Romans, and the Arabs after. The Nile still flows, the sun still rises over the Theban hills, and the memory of the pharaohs, of Cambyses, of Aineros, and of the lost army in the desert, is still whispered by the wind that blows across the sands of Pelusium, where the bones of the fallen still rest beneath the dunes, awaiting the final judgment of history. As we bring this long and detailed journey to a close, let us reflect on the lessons that the fall of the Pharaohs and the march on the Nile hold for us today. The Persian conquest teaches us that no civilization, however ancient and however prestigious, is invulnerable to the forces of change. The 3,000-year-old monarchy of Egypt, which had produced the pyramids, the Valley of the Kings, and the wisdom literature of Ptahhotep, was brought low by a combination of internal division, external pressure, and the relentless march of military and administrative innovation. It reminds us that the power of empires is built not only on the strength of their armies but on the adaptability of their institutions, the loyalty of their subject peoples, and the narrative of legitimacy that they are able to construct. The Persians succeeded where others had failed because they understood that ruling Egypt required more than swords and spears. It required the stela of the Apis, the cartouche of the Pharaoh, the canal that brought the waters of the Nile to the ships of Susa, and the garrison that controlled the river but did not strangle the life of the villages. The Egyptians survived the occupation not by military victory but by cultural resilience, by preserving their language, their religion, and their sense of identity in the temples and the scriptoria, and by waiting, with the patience of the crocodile, for the wheel of fortune to turn. The story of the Persian conquest is a story of the eternal dialogue between the conqueror and the conquered, a dialogue in which both sides are changed, in which the victor becomes, in some measure, the prisoner of his victory, and the vanquished discovers, in the depths of his defeat, the seeds of his renewal. The pharaohs fell, but Egypt endured, and the gods of the Nile, whose statues were smashed and whose bulls were slaughtered, were eventually reborn in the syncretic cults of Serapis and Isis, which spread across the Mediterranean and prepared the soil for the rise of the new faiths that would shape the next 2 millennia of world history. We have walked together through the burning sands of the Sinai, the blood-soaked field of Pelusium, the silent corridors of the Serapeum, and the bustling streets of Elephantine. We have listened to the voices of the kings and the rebels, the priests and the peasants, the soldiers and the scribes. We have traced the rise and fall of the 27th dynasty, the heroic but doomed revolt of Aineros, the brief glory of the 30th dynasty, and the brutal reconquest of Artaxerxes III. This has been the story of the Persian conquest of Egypt, a story of ambition and cruelty, of resilience and adaptation, of the collision of 2 of the greatest civilizations of the ancient world. I invite you to continue exploring these themes, to read the primary sources, Herodotus, the Elephantine Papyri, the Behistun Inscription, and to visit the museums and the archaeological sites that preserve the legacy of this extraordinary period. History is not a dead subject, it is a living conversation between the past and the present, and each generation brings its own questions and its own insights to the ancient sources. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the march on the Nile. If you found this content valuable, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and activate the notification bell so you never miss another story from the annals of our shared past. Leave a comment below with your thoughts, your questions, or your suggestions for future topics, and share this video with your friends and family who share your passion for the stories that shape the world. Your engagement supports this channel and allows us to continue producing in-depth, meticulously researched documentaries on the great events and personalities of history. I hope you enjoyed this content, and I'll see you in the next video.